Dark stream. Let's do a dark stream. No. Hey. Okay, let me explain. Every single one of my streams has some problems with it. Okay? We're just different, all right? We're different. Let me explain. I'm a boomer tuber. Okay? Back in my day, when you press go live, you would just go live. I get why that doesn't happen. Like, I guess people like accidentally go live. Hey, I ain't gonna judge. I accidentally go live with my mic muted on Tails' channel where I'm like, all right, I've done it. I've done it all. I've made all the mistakes. I ain't gonna judge. So the first thing I always do when I start these streams is I try to shout out all the regulars that I see. I think it's the most important thing that a streamer can do is to acknowledge the people who keep coming back, because that's really what it's all about, is kind of just acknowledging people who just keep supporting you. And you know, a big part of it is like, you can't always make it out, but I'm going to appreciate the people who find a way to be here every single time. Like Xpool, I don't know, Xpool just generates himself. Like even in VCs that I'm in on Discord, he just appears. So I also just respect his work. I read his original comic one time that he's working on, and it's good. I respect his work as a writer and as a YouTuber. And to see him just like engage with not only just me, but people in the similar circle is really respectable. Don't worry, I won't do this too long. I can't give the warm fuzzies to everybody, but that's why it's a tradition, because if I don't get you this time, maybe I'll get you next time. Okay. Who else do I notice? Danny. Of course, Danny. Danny is, he's here for a very different reason. He's here to terrorize me, but again, in a friendly way. It's right on the line where you need to be. So let me talk about what we're going to talk about while I kind of try to figure out. It's all new. It's all updated YouTube streaming stuff. So give me a sec, all right? Anyway. What are we talking about? We're talking about who is Sonic, right? Like, but you know, the relevant example is Sonic Prime. So I want to go through the first episode of season 3 of Sonic Prime. I want to just talk about how, like, I don't not enjoy it. That's a weird way to say it. I don't not enjoy it. It's gonna confuse people. We don't need any more confusion. I enjoy Prime, but I don't enjoy that it's considered canon. That's a problem, in my opinion. Is that all right? I feel like that's not a hot take though. Like, people feel that way. And like, the reason it's kind of like, it's weird is because you can make a case of like Sonic has always kind of done different things and there's been separate interpretations of the character. And that argument makes so much sense to the people, to the huge overwhelming wave of people who just jumped on or like came back after a while, like kind of knew of Sonic but really dove in after the movie and all the other stuff. It makes so much sense to believe that. Like, I get you, but when you're on the other side, my perspective, right, where you for some reason stuck around here. I'm just kidding. I'm obviously joking. I started the stream with why I'm here, for you guys, the people who keep coming back. So whatever's wrong with us or right with us, we keep coming back because there's incredible people in this community, right? And it kind of sucks because people on the outside are like, why? And that's kind of why I mess with the humor. I'm trying to be like self-aware to the like 4 people in here that are like, I'm just kind of here. What are Sonic fans? Why are they like this? We like each other. There's no way to describe being a Sonic fan of Sonic fans. That sentence doesn't make sense. There's no word for it. But that's why we're here. What was I talking about? I was talking about Sonic, right? That's why I set aside an afternoon is to talk about Sonic, but I should talk about it with you. So the reason I've been hesitant to respond to you guys is because if you've watched my previous streams, if you're one of the regulars I've been referring to, my eyes are awful. I need to kind of like zoom in to make the text like so big. I would like, even if your eyes are good, I would recommend this. Like, just bring that text super huge so you only see like a few of them. All right, it's your turn. Give me some thoughts. I'll read the ones that did it before I asked, though. I think Prime Sonic is just fundamentally flawed at his core. Him being canon makes him more confusing. Yeah, but you know what? Like, the whole story is about that he's flawed. Natsabs? That's why it's enjoyed way better separately. Like, I enjoy it. I'm watching it. Oh, I just remember what I was talking about before. I enjoy watching it, but it's enjoyed as a separate thing. And this plugs back into what I was talking about before, which is why I remembered it. Is like when you look at it from the perspective of somebody who just joined on. I'm talking fast because I'm catching up, plugging you back in to my previous tangent. You're from one perspective, right? You're jumping in on the like Sonic movie and like when the Sonic community expanded, all those new people. It makes sense that they're like, they look back and they're like, Sonic was all these different things, so like, of course he can be another different thing. But from the perspective like me, like I was saying before, it's, you know, that they're making a distinct effort now to not do that. Like if you followed it closely, which I understand that's not most people, but that's where the divide is. You can't expect everyone to be as informed, but when you are informed, it's hard not to be mad. But you can't blame people for not being as obsessed with Sonic information as you are. So that's why the anger is funny and why I'm not able to, like, I'm not frustrated. It's just kind of like, I'm informed. I'm aware it's like at a point obsessive. But when you look at Prime with that perspective, you're like, dude, you're contradicting yourself. But that's only with full context. So that's where the divide is. I want to start with that. Like, I feel like the informed side, if they approach with that awareness, not ignorance, don't belittle these people. It is not, you can make a strong case for saying it's probably good. Obviously, I don't fully agree because I'm not that person, but it could be argued it is good to enjoy Sonic from a distance. You could make an intelligent argument to say that. I obviously have decided differently, but because I have fun just like figuring this out and kind of mediating. And I think if we approach the informed people, approach the uninformed with more understanding and compassion, I'm pretty sure most people will be like, oh yeah, it's better enjoyed separately. Like if you try to plug in kind of Black Knight Sonic, which is what's in the thumbnail, or SA2 Sonic or Sonic X Sonic, if you try to plug that into Prime, yeah, it's work. It's not fun to try to unite these pieces. Now, okay, I have another thing. I should probably write it down, but not give it away because it should be a surprise. But I want to, I tend to go on tangents, as you probably noticed. But I want to throw it back to you guys because I literally just read one comment and went crazy. So let's, I'm gonna scroll up intentionally. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to you guys. I'm aware. We're trying to be. Okay, I'm a Tales channel regular. Does that count? It does, Blue Blur. It does, cause like I was there for so long, and like my entire effort at Tales channel was to offset the intimidating, just straight information angle that I observed in news places, and the only reason I started working there is because I wanted to offset and make that more welcoming, because I wanted more people to be informed. You know, I have a bias. I do have intentions. I wanted more people to be informed, but I realized that there's a certain entitledness that comes with it. That plugs into what I was talking about before, right? There's an entitledness that it's a habit where when you know more, you think that's just better linearly. And that's kind of unfair. And there's exceptions, right? There are people I love in the community, and that's why I keep coming back. So I'm not overwhelmed by it or anything. But there is a trend that entitledness happens when you work hard to inform yourself, and it neglects the uninformed side. It belittles it and creates that divide, and then it spreads misinformation further because it makes those sources, those news sources, something that people don't reach out to obtain, at least not dive deep into. So all they'll get is the hyperbolic surface level titles that are designed to remove the context and nuance and get as much attention as possible. But why would anyone feel like a news source is approachable if it's just information and then the only kind of emotional interactions you've had, and to kind of just feel entitled? Like I wanted to. So you're totally irregular. I did it again. I feel like these questions are all good, and I feel like I want to. I can't. I'm over. You know what I'm overwhelmed with? The feelings I have for this community, because I'm answering them too much. I would rather answer 4 questions really well than 20 with nothing. I know it's a live stream, but like, this is not going to be a big one. So like, why would I do it differently? You know what I mean? I'm going to try to get to somebody. All right, Expo. I got to throw it to the regulars, right? You got to get something. Oh, wow. There is a spammer in the chat. Do I have any? You know what? We're going to give some moderator privileges here. I don't know what the... Sure. Great. New features. I just gave you probably way too much power, Xpool. Use it wisely. All right. Whoa. This needs to stop. Maybe just 10 seconds. Just for a warning, okay? Just to get the message across. I just did Sonic Stefan. My tangents did not overpower me. I gave you a 10-second timeout, all right? Because I have faith in you that you'll be like, oh, I didn't understand. But at this point, that's weird. I didn't even see Jonathan at all. You might be on top chat. Wait, I am too. I don't know why I saw him. Good luck, Xpool. All right. There's definitely other mod candidates that I saw active earlier, and I guess you just like pieced out. When I see you in the chat again, I will talk to you. Sonny, I think this is the Sonny that I know of. If not, oh well. I don't mind Prime Sonic being flawed, but it feels like the show makes him so incompetent that it just becomes frustrating. Yeah. It's, how are we expected, like the entire selling point of, like, think back. And again, this is for the people who follow it crazily, but think back to the promotion, right? And when we were hearing about like just getting tiny little grams of details about Sonic Prime, what they were really trying to entice us with is like, Sonic's gonna have to learn about responsibility, right? How can we expect that? How can they, the writers, expect it to be satisfying to fans if in order to do that you have to take away things that he normally has? Like, it was by design made for the people coming in, mostly, and it's done that. It has succeeded doing that, because the majority of that community that's jumping in right now is exposed to the movie. Now, when I saw the movie, it was cool because again, the context is it's separate. Like, we knew, like, it's just surface level knowledge that Hollywood adaptations are normally a different thing because there's entitlement in Hollywood. When you go, like, when you are Sega, right? Sega doesn't make the movie themselves. Everyone knows this, right? Surface level information, right? But the part of that people neglect to think is that there are egos, right? So imagine you're a filmmaker, right? And you make it all the way to the tippy top, like in Hollywood. You have like ideas about how a movie should be that aren't the same as what an anime should be or what a video game should be or what everything. And you've just learned it. You're like 60. Imagine you're like 60. It's just like the way things are. Imagine you're like your stubborn uncle, dad, whatever parent, that's just like solid in what they've learned, that's a filmmaker. And then you're Sega. You don't have the means to make a movie. So you go, all right, who makes movies? Then the entire time before they make the movie is just battling video game expectations versus movie expectations. You got just two egos just mashing together, and then you just cross your fingers. So when you know that, Sonic came out pretty okay. Like, I was just like, wow. Like, at first it was like, okay, Hollywood won, right? Like, because his design just, it was so insensitive to what the games were talking about, like any of them. Do I trust Danny with moderator? You know, I can trust, let's see here. All right, Jamo, welcome. It's me, it's you. Gotta respect artists. Art is so hard. The newest video I just posted, I'm not even talking about what I just posted on this channel. Jeez, art is hard, bro. You guys don't get it. Mardic videos require yelling. And like, I could do like a cutesier design for Sonic and Shadow and make it easier on myself for drawing, but like, I mean, we were talking about Sonic's characterization. You know I feel the same way about how he's drawn and promo art, so I'm like, ah. Like, even when it's for comedy, I'm just like, God, it's gotta look good. I can't do this. Like, that's why it's only 54 seconds. I'm trying to do everything at the same time. Like, even Lords like did the flat colors. And she's like, all right, it's done. I'm like, no, it's gotta have like a little bit of that vaporwave coloring. Like, it's gotta have some of the stuff that people like from your Twitter. Like, the standards are just too high. It's so hard to make this stuff. Like, and the reason it took me so long to come back is actually because there's so many times I tried to come back. I tried to come back so many times, okay? And something got in the way every single time. I'm sorry, is the short of it. And now, once again, being aware of the tangents, I'm gonna throw it back to the chat. Okay, I know you said a lot of things, Xpool. Let me see if I can get a gist of it. Sonic has never really had a set character. Whoa, I have to talk about that. I'm glad you said it, but whoa, do I disagree. So let's see where you go. Let's see what bro is cooking. In the classic and adventure games, he was much more of an energetic guy who loved the natural world. In the 4Kids games? Maybe it was a typo. In the 4Kids games, he was much more mellow and introspective. In the meta era, he was a funny little meme lord who loved puns. Now, in what I call the Remedy era, he's the Spider-Man hero figure. None of them are bad, but my point is that Prime being different is not really that big of a deal. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. Sorry, chat. Pause. I have to unpack this. The first thing is Sonic has never really had a set character. I need to bring out where's my image? I know you've probably seen it, Xpool. Okay, I know you've probably seen it, but I haven't talked about my graph before. Do I even have like a display capture? All right, this might look funny. Which display is this? Exactly the one I didn't want it to be. Let's see if I can switch it. Bam. All right, sweet. So, okay, this is like scuffed, but we're doing it. So like, wait, I should put my webcam over top of that or something, right? And then put it small. Like, I did not, guys, to be honest, full transparency, that's what this channel is all about, guys. Underneath, like, I am trying so hard to hide all the Tales channel assets that are still just like chilling on my computer. I do not have any mardiculous branding plans. Okay, so this characterization chart. So this, I want to use this to kind of explain what Xpool was saying. So no solid characterization is what the first thing he said is. So a lot of it is no set character is what he said. So a lot of it has to do with kind of like, imagine like a tip of a mountain, and like the project ends up just kind of falling on, like it has to fall on one side or the other. I'm aware that Heroes is in the middle. I literally had no idea where to put it. A lot of this was hard, and imagine all these pieces like kind of moving all the time, because like it's really hard to distinguishingly specifically pinpoint exactly how it works, because like I said, there's entitlement from both sides. So you'll have the Eastern and Western sides of video game expectations like clashing all the time. Obviously Sonic is always more Western, like because it's, well, not always more Western. It's supposed to be like right down the middle, which is what this graph is supposed to visualize. Jeez. Anyway, so he has had a consistent character, but there are some games where that localization, by just because of however development went. Like for example, if we look at Adventure 1, the games that have more significance, that are more sensitive to Sega as a whole, naturally get like pulled to the Western side. Like the first Sonic the Hedgehog, they were like, this is our mascot, which is why, like right at the bottom there, you've got OVA slightly to the Eastern, and then you've got the American box art slightly to the Western, because that's still like really close to the main source. They didn't really change that much because there wasn't as much to play with. But it was such an important game because it was the first one, whereas the OVA was just kind of like continuing things on. It wasn't even released in America until later on. So then the design is completely different. And it's just such a slight difference. But the closer you are to that kind of playing between those two, so Sonic Adventure 1 to Sonic Adventure 2, there's a slight more like, whoa, radical to Sonic Adventure 1 Sonic, and that was the first 3D game. So it becomes easier for Sega to get pulled to the Western market because it's America. Like that's how the world works. If we think about just the world, America just has this gravitational influence. And that's kind of what this is, just specifically with Sonic. So there is a consistent intention of the character, but at different times in history, he's more susceptible to influence depending on what kind of media it is. So for example, the movie is way over on the Western side because of what I was talking about before, right? The Hollywood has such, and Hollywood is huge, right? So it has a lot more of that gravitational pull America influence, right? It's harder to come to the debate table and be like, Sonic in Black Knight is how he should be in the movie. We should animate Black Knight as a movie. Like, the Hollywood people are gonna be like, what are you talking about? No. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, as much as Sonic fans would go crazy for Sonic's characterization from Black Knight, animated with his like Unleashed style, you know, just Marza goes crazy. It's in Sonic's world. It's canon. Hollywood is going to be like, what are you talking about? And it doesn't matter if the Sonic team can't be like, this is the true intention. That doesn't win the argument, because Sega's also in the room. And Sega's like, all right, so which one's going to, you know, allow our company to continue? Like, I don't agree that that's the way that like reality is, that you have, like, it has to be so money driven. But when you look at it as like strategically, they're two different parties. Like, this is the disagreement. People are like, why can't Movie Sonic be valid? He is. It is a valid interpretation of Sonic driven to make money in a Western market. And then Black Knight. Why isn't Black Knight the Sonic characterization valid? Like, what? Like, why did flip it over, right? The movie fans go like, oh my God, Sonic X is so boring. All he's doing is laying down all the time. And then like they yell back like, oh, Sonic fans when Sonic is Sonic. Like, the Sonic X Sonic is closer to the intention. Yes. Will the Western market en masse love him? No. Prime was specifically, we're back to Prime. Prime is right next to Movie Sonic on here. He was specifically made similar to Movie Sonic, and to go on that arc of like, I gotta learn, because that resonates with the Western Target. And then the reason that it's the glow around all the characters, look at movie Sonic and Prime Sonic. They're right next to each other. They have all that influence because it's the new fans. So there is an intention. That's why I got like a little bit like Sonic fan triggered from X-Pool's first statement. Sonic has never really had a set character. Because like there is an intention. There would be no way for Sonic to collect as many core fans as he did. Like hardcore fans. The ones that just won't leave me. There's no way that would be possible if there was not an intention. There is an intention. That's why there's so much fan projects, because everyone has an idea of what that intention was. And it has been distorted because when you come to the bargaining table, Hollywood people, they debate the same way we do. They go like, what is Sonic? Like, come on, he can be like this, he can be like that. Both are right. They have different intentions. Succeeding in a Western or Eastern, like it's either trying to be closer to the intentions, the art behind it. Like Sonic Team had an idea of what they wanted Sonic to be. That idea can be an idea that exists at the same time that it's also not a very good idea for mass US appeal. Those two things can be true. And there are times where America or American developers of all media win that argument for different pieces of media at different times, which is why this chart's all over the place. So like both sides are right. Like SatAM, SatAM's not my Sonic. However, very smart cartoon idea to make him super appealing in America. Why do I hate SatAM fans now? Like, when does that come into the picture? That's why I'm here. Like, and that's why I'm talking to you guys. I'm like, when do we just hate people? Like, when does, I never get to that step. I never get to the part where I go, I'm correct. And these guys, look at these idiots, man. I don't understand when that becomes part of the thought process. Why it can't just be like compassion and be like, oh, you really like SatAM or Prime because it was a good idea. It was, but I can also be bothered by the fact that people go, Sonic Prime Sonic is Sonic's true characterization. I'm gonna say something. I'm sorry. Like both ways, guys. Prime can be a good idea. Good idea. Good show. I enjoyed the show. Artists that made it, talented. Writers that wrote it, smart. Talented too. But if a fan of that is like, this is the true characterization, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say, I'm going to be like, no, it was, the reason it was successful is because of this. And maybe you don't like the original intention. That's okay. Maybe you want Sonic to change. That's okay. Let me bring, actually, I know I just put my camera back, but the graph, I will refer to it just like tangentially. I'll cover it later. But notice how Prime and IDW are right in the middle of those two kind of camps. The reason I put them there is because I think that's smart. Notice that those are the two that are controlled by Sega. You may be like, you know what? I don't really know if IDW is my guy. And you should keep talking about that because it can keep shifting as we kind of move forward. Like, we're going to have to find the perfect shade of pink on that graph over time, you know? But it's always going to be a tug of war. And every, hey, Lords, can you help? Like, okay, thanks. Lords, I have a backdrop. Don't worry about being on camera. All right. You like the backdrop? I know I've, what leaving Tails channel does to a bro, someone tell JMO I've always been like this. Someone tell. There's no way I'm being different. I know you're joking, but still, ain't no way. I was tagging you in my description only to find your live right now. Description? Oh, because your video's coming out. Yo, make sure to check out Sam's new video. I'm plugging it, even though I don't know if it's like coming out today. But when it does come out very soon, your boy did some art for it. And you know, I drew it right after the video I just posted on this channel. So it looks similar to the art style. I realized when I was drawing the new video that I really like it when Sonic characters, or sorry, just Sonic and Shadow, when they have big ears, like bigger, just a little bigger. Not Blaze or Tails sized, but a little bigger than usual. Anyway, IDW and Frontiers. I have IDW like slightly closer to the orange side on the western, and Frontiers. I personally really like Frontiers. I think he's closer to that eastern side. It feels a little bit familiar to me as a longtime fan, but it also incorporates some of that, like let's do it to it, right? That's similar to how Black Knight incorporated chili dogs when that wasn't a thing. Like, and yes, I know Unleashed did it too, but like Black Knight, it has it in the story. It's like animated and everything. So I give the credit to Black Knight. But it's similar, right? We should be doing stuff like that. I agree with people that are like, there's no, actually, no, I don't agree with those people that there's no compromise. What are you talking about? People who think there's no compromise are just obviously not artists. They're not creative. You got to see the lava lamp. Eventually, the goal is that we stream long enough that the lava lamp lavas. Okay? That's the goal. Maybe it's going to take forever. I haven't used this in forever. Because I put it away because it gets way too hot in the summer. And now it's time to get warm. All right. The pasta cut. Oh no, it's not that video, Xpool. He'll never release it. He won't do it. It doesn't matter what we say. He just won't admit defeat. And I get called the cheater. Danny, where are you? Sam will not release a video where he loses. He gets proven wrong. I did it all out in the open, bro, and it wasn't even me on that stream. Okay, what I'm referring to, we did a Capture the Flag, SRB2 Capture the Flag, where Sam and I streamed at the same time, and they wanted to set me up against Sam. Context, I don't play any shooters. Sam, that's his thing. He plays first-person shooters. And if you don't know SRB2, right, it's basically Sonic first-person shooter. We were playing in first-person, keyboard, mouse, same setup. The tiebreaker was supposed to be me versus Sam. And everyone was pressuring me to do it. So that was going to be a fair way to decide it. Yet I'm the cheater forever for a way to circumvent that unfair result, having Lords, someone who also plays shooters, go against Sam. You would do the same thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, the idea of chili dogs being a thing is very different from let's do it to it being a catchphrase for the main Sonic. I don't think so. I think that's the same thing because he's just saying one thing and he's just eating one food. Like, it doesn't contradict. Like, him saying let's do it to it doesn't contradict anything on the eastern side, right? It's not a complete contradiction. He would want to do it to it. He would want to go and do it. The Eastern Sonic would do that too. That's literally just a reference. So SatAM fans and like Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog fans can just be like, oh my god, like that's it. And the chili dogs, that's literally all it is. Oh my god, he does like chili dogs. All right, it's incorporating things. Like, it's just kind of like, that's why the graph makes sense to me, because I feel like an artist, like if Sega was like, all right, Evan, you got to make it the next Sonic game, there's gonna be a part of me that's like, how am I want to make people happy. I don't want to make something that pisses people off. So I'm gonna try to unite people where I can, and let's do it to it. I would do that. I would make a compromise. I don't know how to be mad about that. I don't, because the intention is obviously to make people happy. It doesn't, and where does the unhappy come from? If it would make sense to me if it contradicted something. Like, for example, if there was like a Western show where Sonic's like, I love wearing lead boots. My boots are made of lead and I love having them make me go slow, then I'd be like, hey, that's bad, and it shouldn't be part of it. Am I dropping frames? Why? Did my internet go out? What the hell? Hey, I don't know what's going on. Am I still live? Like, you guys still see me? My internet's been going out lately, so I don't know if I'm completely off air or what. I don't know why our Wi-Fi's been going down lately. I don't know if you're just staring at me not talk, or if I gotta check. Am I live? Like, I guess so. Am I still live? Oh, I guess I am. What? Am I dropping like a bunch of... What the hell? I'm gonna see... Lower the bitrate. Our internet is twice as good as it was before. I want to respond to this one thing, even if my internet sucks. Sonic eating a specific food doesn't make sense in the context of mini games. Having him eat one in a later game doesn't change much to me. They treat it like he's always said it. Yo, I don't get it. I don't get that. I don't know if Xpool, if you could, It's still going, it's just freezing and buffering every few seconds. Wow. Buzzkill. I lowered the bitrate, but I don't know how much that's gonna do because... Let's see. Huh. Oh boy. I was having so much fun too. I don't even know anything about bitrate, but I just keep lowering it and lowering it. but that's just gonna make it look like junk, isn't it? Like, it's not even worth it. Like, it's already just looking like trash. Well, if anyone can hear me, we upgraded our internet because we've been having problems. We did a speed test and everything, and it has been better, but it's still going out and doing weird stuff, and we've been talking to them multiple times. So this is just a frustrating moment. You know, we'll have to just, I mean, if it's still, I mean, it's still sucking. I can see that it still sucks. I mean, we might be sort of back, but I can see the frames dropping. It's not good for everyone. All right, well, at least I'm gonna try to figure out what Xpool was cooking, so I can maybe get back on this train of discussion. Sonic hadn't really had a highlight of eating a specific food in the game until Unleashed, which is why I think it doesn't really matter. Like, why does it matter that he eats food? I feel like this is kind of like, this is a little bit like the satire post on Twitter earlier where it was like, Sonic shouldn't play a guitar. He's free like the wind. Like, he never ate before, so why is it a problem that he likes chili dogs? So having them introduce chili dogs at that point didn't really feel jarring to me. On the complete opposite spectrum, Sonic saying let's do it to it feels much more forced is probably what you mean, as if it's something he's always said. I don't know. So you're saying that Sonic says it like Sonic is saying it like he's aware it's a catchphrase, and that's your problem? Like, I have a feeling that this is one of those situations where because you are a fan, you know it's a catchphrase, so you're going, why is Sonic saying it in the way that, because it was a catchphrase when it was used for Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, SatAM. It was a catchphrase that was repeatedly used, and now Sonic saying it, especially in Frontiers, feels like he's just, you know, adopting that habit. But that's why I'm comparing it to chili dogs, because if he starts, because I think he did do it in Dream Team too, and I again don't have a problem if he picks up habits from other, you know, Western interpretations, because it, as long as it doesn't contradict anything. Like, for example, if Sonic had a catchphrase in Eastern interpretations, and if there is one that I'm not aware of, let me know. However, I don't think he does, and if he stops saying one of his catchphrases established in a more Eastern interpretation in favor of a Western one, then that would be problematic to me. But if a character that never had a catchphrase in another spin-off cartoon, and then he just starts saying it in the bigger projects intended to split the difference between two, you know, interpretations. Again, the core intention is, let's just try to make as many people as happy as possible. Like, throw them a bone. Like, SatAM fans, I think a lot of SatAM fans know that, like, there's no way that the game Sonic is gonna be like SatAM. Like, don't lower the bitrate too far. I set my streams to about, it is super low right now, and we are still dropping frames. I think it needs to stay there. I think most of you guys are just listening to my voice, whatever. And I probably look like a blurry blob, but the set is so cool, it doesn't matter. You don't even notice it. That's why. Oh, Sam released the video. Sweet. Thanks for letting us know, Boobler. Welcome back, Danny. The stream quality dropped significantly, Danny, because my internet sucks. It should come back. It normally comes back around like 20, 30 minutes, but this could be permanent too. We got a storm coming. Who knows what happened? I don't know. I don't understand anything. Yo, what's up? Garrulous64. I'm gonna call you that so that people in the stream know who I'm talking about. But we are on a first name basis. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the let's do it to it thing. Like, the targeting compromise is not problematic to me. The IDW thing, it's tricky because, again, you can make the argument like it's a comic book and he's gonna talk a lot. But I do think it's good that people are saying that. Like, why is Sonic so preachy? Why is he so focused on being on a hero? And I do kind of like people pointing out that the whole restoration, resistance kind of thing kind of is changing the way the stories feel. I wish that's how people would articulate it. That's my version. I feel like that's what people on that side want to say when they're saying, just get rid of the restoration. I hate it. It sucks. Like, when people say that, I think what they mean is having that be the consistent place that the characters all unite and meet changes, like, in a big way, changes the story structure that Sonic fans who really love and want to see that same style iterated on. It is a fundamental change. Like, for example, it is smart. It's another one of the smart versus, like, main intentions. The original intention of all the Sonic characters always saying long time no see. The reason they were always doing that is because they're all really independent characters. Notice how in Frontiers, they're all, like, all of a sudden going on character arcs again. And they all want to do their own thing. But, like, in a weird way, it's a little bit of like a reboot, because it already felt like, for example, like in the advanced games, the adventure games, long time no see, Sonic. Like, Tails was working on that, like, plane. Like, they just did not see each other all the time. Sonic was alone when he was jumping around on those buildings and he ran into chaos. Like, Tails isn't chilling around. And they're best friends. Sonic and Knuckles barely ever saw each other. And that changes the way the stream might have gone. I don't know. But it changes the way the story plays out, because all these characters being, like, really independent and focused on their own things means that the conflict in the story reaches around the world and brings them together. The restoration makes it so that the conflict is kind of located by someone at the top, or someone who does that, right, as a job. They're like, oh, our indicators located a problem. Like, somebody on the radio said that there's someone in this city. Like, it becomes, like, very easy, which, again, this is the smart idea. IDW is like, we got to make a comic. We got to make all these stories. They got to be interesting. They got to excite the fan base as much as possible. We got to sell as many comics. Well, how do we do it? Restoration. The characters stay there. That way we can include as many fan favorite characters as frequently as possible. Right? So the fans of Vector, right? The Chaotix don't normally show up. Like, there's a couple of episodes in Sonic X where they're around and then they go away. In IDW stuff, they're around more. So the Vector fans are like, let's go. Or the, like, Charmy fans, the SPL fans are like, let's go, like, more often. So that's where it becomes a smart idea. And it's also smart because they can have Jewel or whatever find a problem through their radio system networking thing, and they can go and fix it. Sonic can just get there instantly. Like, it's a smart choice for them to get fans excited, to allow them to just write the stories and burn through them. However, it's a fair criticism. Again, this is why we need to target in between. The restoration doesn't have to, like, die, but the characters need to be more independent, so it feels similar to the stories where the characters are more independent. I know it's funny how often they said long time no see, long time no see. I'm not saying they should do that. Obviously, I don't even think purists of, like, the original interpretation are saying that. Like, it was funny. It's too much. However, it's worth noting that they said it so much. So, like, Sonic Team is, like, quadrupling down on these characters being apart and the conflict being so large that they just, like, for Knuckles gets involved because it involves the Master Emerald or the Chaos Emeralds or whatever it is. It's interesting to see why Knuckles is around. In the Sonic OVA, like, Knuckles just shows up in the middle of the story. And I think the way that they kind of explain that very loosely, they don't explain it a lot, but he's a treasure hunter. Like, he was just like, in the area, like, looking for stuff. And it makes it so that when they do unite, it's more exciting. If Sonic and Knuckles are always around, it's like, it's just less important. Like, when Vector comes in, I want Vector! Like, and like, why is he here? What? There's so much more color that can be added to the story when Vector comes from his own journey, and then he adds it to the narrative. And like, this is why the bigger conflict brought us in. And Sonic's like, oh my, like the character's like, oh, and like, this is how our journeys unite. And then we go on these two arcs together, as opposed to we are on the restoration and we found out about it around the same time. I was on another mission and, oh, this is the next mission. All right, let's do it. There's less weight. Those are the tiny things that the original intention of Sonic Team did to make their stories feel larger in scale. They were purposely pushing these characters apart to make the characters have more importance when they show up, and to add more intensity to the conflict. Right? Because they're working with limited technology, right? They have to find clever ways in a short amount of time to add excitement without utilizing resources, while Sega is like moving stuff about their games and going, this level's cut, this scene's cut. Like video game development, like it's like building on top of an earthquake, like building a deck of cards on top of an earthquake. Especially at Sega at that time. You kidding? Are we still dropping frames? Maybe I can up the bitrate. No, we're still dropping frames. I guess the internet just sucks. I hope that explains the whole, like, the graph thing. Like, I think it's the smartest to aim in the middle. Like, let's not kill the restoration, but like let Sonic make a, like, not a statement. Everybody play with that idea that Sonic's like, you know what? He's got to go his own way. Like, he says it all the time. Maybe he doesn't have to explain it. It's very easy to justify why Sonic should do his own thing. But the other characters should kind of lead by, like, follow that example. Like, find their own, spread as far as they can, make the most change in the world as possible. Like, I don't know. I was inspired by Sonic because I was seeing, like, it's the same reason why Knuckles' arc in Frontiers is so cool, because you see Knuckles learn a little bit from Sonic. And that's why Knuckles and Sonic's dynamic is my favorite in Frontiers. Seeing Knuckles be like, you know what? The huge responsibility that's always been, like, tied to my character, you know what? I think I want to, like, get out there. And I want to do stuff like Sonic does. I want to adventure around a little bit. And I feel like in the original intention, Sonic was a little less, he was more simplified, honestly, because it wasn't about him as much. It was about the impact he had on the characters. Sonic, like, when Sonic runs into chaos, he's not like, what are the implications? What are the implications of this? Like, he's not looking around at all the buildings and be like, oh my god, there's families in there. Like, that's the Spider-Man thing. Like, all the police officers I hope they get out okay. Did they drive safe? Like, it's just not in the original, which is fine. That's interesting for a Western audience that is, like, having, like, the main character kind of talk about that. Like, I love Spider-Man. I like that kind of, like, great power, great responsibility arc. That's cool. It's just not liked the Sonic it's almost like you wish you could hold Sonic down for a little bit and ask him, and you almost wish he could explain it, but you never. It's always very simple. He's like, you know, and this is my opinion, but I feel like in that kind of, like, right in the middle area, that Sonic, that's right in the middle, all those kind of games in there, it's always like Sonic never says enough. Like, if Tails is like, what do I do, right? I'm not sure. That Sonic, in my head, it would be very inspiring, but it would leave a lot to you to be like, I gotta really do a lot of this. It's about how I have to do it. like in my own way. Does that not sound Sonic-y, bro? My own way. Those words, like, I think the reason it resonated with so many Sonic fans is because we all feel a little different. And Sonic's the guy that's like, I'm different, and I'm happy. And when Sonic becomes too familiar and less distinct, it takes away from that validation. When Sonic becomes more like Spider-Man, it takes away from like, but Sonic was originally going, I'm a little different. But I don't care. I don't give a shit if I'm different. It doesn't affect me. I'm not second guessing it. I'm here. We're gonna get it done. It blew my mind. There was nothing like Sonic. No one acted like Sonic. So that's why it's like, I can respect the effective decisions of the movie to translate him into a film. But at the same time, there's a difference. And why would I rob someone of that, like, wholesome, like, wow, Sonic showed me that I can be different and I don't have to worry. I'm glad you're not noticing any drop frames. I'm becoming aware of my long tangent, but that was like one of those ones where I was like very fixated on. Sucks the bitrate had to go low. Okay, let's be honest with me. Is the picture quality trash? Like, can you even tell that I'm a human? Long time no see. Did you do that on purpose? Alex, you motherfucker. Can I not scroll in the chat anymore? Wait, my chat is bugging. Stop. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Sonic has never really had a catchphrase in the game, so trying to give him one feels jarring. I mean, okay, you can make the argument that, like, in Brawl, when they added Sonic to Brawl and Sonic went, Sonic's name speeds my game. X-Pool over here would be like, he never said that. Why? And then when he plays as Sonic in Brawl and he wins and he says it again, he says, you can't say that. You never said that before. Stop. Okay. I'm only clowning on Expo because I know that he has a very good sense of humor. There's no way that wasn't planned. That was totally planned. I'm just messing with Expo. That is genuinely, though, that is my point. I don't know if you remembered that, but in Brawl, when they introduced him and he, like, clowned on Mario, he ran by, Sonic's name speeds my game. He never said that. You're too slow. Never said that. You're really good at this character thing. I'm afraid to think you're talking about me and then have you, like, go, it wasn't about you. So I'm gonna wait till you clarify. But thanks, maybe. Weird to read it and not reply. Let's see. Being close to the middle ground is fine as long as it leans toward the eastern side slightly. It feels off each time it leans toward the western side. Again, that's why I say Sepper. I'm gonna say Sepper. That's why I say as long as it doesn't contradict anything. Right? Like, there's no, like we were talking about with X-Pool, right? Sonic didn't have catchphrases, so, like, it's open season. Like, give him some catchphrases. Why not? As long as his catchphrase isn't, I love going slow. I hate freedom. Everybody, walk. Like, as long as that's not his catchphrase, it's okay. As long as Eastern Sonic in past media, like a hidden manga somewhere, went, I hate catchphrases. Like, bro, I don't. All right. Oh, geez. Have I lifted my arm so you guys notice the hole in my shirt? Jeez, I was like, I always like, I bought like so many cheap black shirts because I like them, but like, they were cheap, so they got holes instantly, and that's why I'm like always wearing
like a sweater and I'm like way too hot on stream. And then on my channel, I'm like, I don't care. So yeah, you're gonna see the hole in my shirt, all right? I gotta buy new clothes. You're gonna see, okay. I'm trying to hold myself to this by saying this, so I'm aware that it's possible it might not come true. But you are gonna see a lot of growth from me this year. You're gonna see a lot of, I'm gonna be a better person. That's kind of what my video is about. It's a little bit me. I don't know why. I am more of a Sonic fan than I am a Shadow fan. But for some reason, when I do the Shadow voice, that's just, it feels like I want to, I don't know. I'm not angry at the fan base. He's always angry. That's why I'm like tripping over my words a bit here. Cause like, I use him to express the like, why are things like this? It's not anger. It's kind of just like, what? And I feel like Sonic being like that is just like weird. Like, why are you like, it just makes more sense for Shadow to just be like, yeah, oh, the ancients. Yeah, I love, like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Catchphrases. I love it. Like, if I went off on X-Pool like I did earlier, oh, yeah. Catchphrases were so bad. Like, in Brawl, oh, wow. Like, it's just the same energy. And that's just, for whatever reason, what I want to do is, wow, like, I just think it's so fun. It's, like, goofy how angry people get. But I don't want to hurt people when I make jokes. So that's why it becomes, like, really hard. That's why I try to, like, put a lot of effort into the visuals, too. And I want to make the visuals better. Because it's not just about the comedy. I try to make it, like, fun comedy. I don't hate the ancients. I like the ancients. The point is that, like, you know, we liked the ancients because they looked like chaos and it was cool. And I struggled for a long time thinking, I'm like, do I come back to, like, okay, real talk, real talk. I struggled for a long time if I wanted to come back to, like, doing parody Sonic and Shadow or just parody Sonic content in general. Because I was thinking, I'm like, if I'm going to put, because that's like a lot of effort. And like, if I'm going to put like that much effort, do I want it to be Sonic? Like, I want to, so this is the full transparency thing. I want to hopefully show you guys that there's, I don't know, show you guys. I hope that you guys, through this comeback, will, I obviously didn't think about how I wanted to talk to you guys about this before. It's like, I hope to someday do something original, full transparency, but I don't want to blindside you guys with something completely different. That's not what I want to do. I want to deliver what you signed up for. But my belief is that we've created something here unique, and I want to tap into what makes it unique independently from Sonic. I think it has a lot to do with how kind of, I feel like I always have something I want to say about a new Sonic thing, and it's basically me talking to myself about it in a fun, imaginative way. And I want to take that because it's a lot of effort. I'm going to get really good at drawing by drawing these characters over and over again. And I hope to make something one day that's original but appeals to the same people. Because I want to do this longer than I think you realize. Like, the reality is, I can't do this forever if it's Sonic. And there's also a certain level of growth that I'm going to hit. And I want to make as many people happy as possible. I don't want to feel like I'm limited. What are you doing?
That.
What?
That.
That?
This over here.
Why?
I can feel it.
Okay. Jeez. I realized that when we were talking about Sonic, you were probably way more invested, but this is my point, is, I've formed a lot of long-term relationships in the Sonic community. I don't want to blindside the people that have followed me for years. I want to learn about you guys, and I want to make stuff that makes you guys happy, but I want to continue to do that. And there is a certain limitation to Sonic. There's just some people who don't like Sonic, and it's because of a stigma that not everybody can get around. And I think we as a community, being my channel that is small now, but will grow, we as a community, I think, can offer more. Basically, what I'm going to say is I hope to use those same voices. I like to think that my Sonic voice is, while that very inspired by all the voices that came before it, in my parodies, I think it's a different... It's a more manic, crazy kind of thing, and I want to have that eventually. The appeal of that be tapped into a different story that I want to tell, because I have unique, like, for example, this entire discussion, like this whole graph. My main thing, guys, is media. Like, the reason I feel like I can even offer anything to this conversation. If you saw my letter why I left Tails channel on my Twitter, I could probably just pull it up right here, actually. Yeah. If you saw this letter on my Twitter about why I left Tails channel, it explains it. It's mainly just like I want to offer my skills. It makes sense that if you think, or if you feel like you have a gift, to share it. And I just knew that I had a platform because I was a goofy kid making like weird voices when I didn't know what I wanted to do. Because I have a platform that reaches Sonic fans, and there's a lot of confusion in the Sonic fan base about media, and Sonic is just a confusing piece of media in general, it would literally feel weird to not share. I really hope I don't give off the impression to you guys that I know. I don't try to give off the impression I know more than you guys. I am always a firm believer that there might be somebody in the chat more qualified than me. Like, I'm not trying to paint myself as like in that way, but I just know it's what I do for a living. So I'm always refining this. Like I'm teaching like teens and adults at a media center to help them elevate their media all the time. So it's something I have the unique opportunity, and there are other people who have that opportunity, but I'm one of those many people that have the unique opportunity to constantly help people make general media, which gives me outside context and perspective on their very niche perspective of Sonic fans, and it's also very unique. And I feel like I'm able to kind of bounce between both, which is why it's hard to kind of just like see the discourse and not say anything. That's why I want to do these streams. So if you're watching and you have a similar experience where you are able to refine that skill, and you know a lot about other media that is outside of Sonic, and it gives you a more well-rounded knowledge of how the industry works. That's why I did the series on Tails channel, like explained by professionals. I want to help. And the only reason, like, I say I don't care about numbers, but I don't in terms of monetary gain. I do in terms of it wouldn't feel like I'm helping people if I would feel like there's something I'm doing if that exposure is like reducing. It means this is not something that I think is helping people, and then it would start to make me think I might not have a appropriate grasp. Do you know what I'm saying? So numbers do impact me to an extent. I think there's a certain amount of people I hope to impact, not limitless growth. Like, I'm targeting a very like comfortable size. Yeah, let's talk about characterization again. Less about me. This is a chill stream after all, so it kind of gets off the script a bit. All right, so back to Sonic.
Prime Shadow is goated. That's a good separate subject. Oh wow, I had that segue from forever ago. I wrote down. I'm gonna do that one first and then write down this Shadow thing later. So Ian said at the end it's gonna tie in or not tie in. He didn't say that. He said it's going to explain. I think our internet's back. I might be able to put the bitrate back up because we are dropping 0 frames now. I'm not gonna mess with it for a little while though. But okay, so Ian said it's gonna explain its canonness in some way. It was a vague statement, as his statements normally are, but it was going to explain why it's canon. So people are theorizing it's gonna the only way that they can solve the weird universal distortion thing is to reset the universe, and then it's game Sonic. I don't know. I don't really like any of the kind of headcanons people came up with yet. In my opinion, there's really Prime's intention was clearly something different. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, right? It was a smart idea. They made Prime Sonic for the huge new interest in the Sonic brand. It's putting Sonic on an arc that is different, fundamentally different to his functionality in most of the games. Some of the cartoons do it too, which is why you have an argument that Sonic has done it. But then people on the consistency side have an argument of saying they're making a distinct effort now to establish canon. So it is a little bit weird when they're trying to play both sides. So yeah, Ian saying that is making everything weird because it's almost better if, in my opinion, it would be better if Sonic Official never said it was canon, and if Ian didn't say that, like it's gonna tie in, because now it's kind of like thrown gasoline onto that sensitivity. Because it's the canon, that's the part. Sega literally is like, we have a lore team, we're hiring all these new people, trust us. Like they're trying to say that while Prime is over here going blah, 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 like being a goober, like, and the Sonic brand was doing that all over the place. Valid. You're right. But they're trying to like silence that stuff, and Prime is the only goober. It's like the teacher established like new rules. No eating peanut butter, right? Because people are allergic or something. But then one kid is just allowed. All the other kids had to stop eating peanut butter, but one kid is just allowed in front of everybody. It doesn't make sense. Like, you made new rules, so it's this one thing is like, make it make sense. And then Ian saying that Ian saying that just makes it worse. It's not a smart, and which is why I made this graph. I'm sorry, that's not the graph. That's my media tab. I'm not plugging my art intentionally, but you should check it out. This is why I made the graph, because I'm like, is it different for people? Like, how much of these pieces would you move? Like, nobody made their own version. I gave you a template. I think I placed them mostly okay. Like, I'm sure, I feel like people would jig them around differently, like here and there, but mostly they're more or less in the right shade of pink, I think. And it explains why saying that, Ian, is maybe not a good idea, because you can't at the last second, like, now we have to add a separate icon for Prime Sonic at the end. Like, oh, the end of Prime, we'll put another block. Like, bro, it's gonna no other character has a separate box. What? It just reeks of damage control. Like, just, yeah, anyway. I'm gonna keep plugging my graph. My graph, check it out. I didn't make a template because I was kind of confused as to how the graph really worked when I saw. I mean, it is a confusing graph. There's probably a better way to do it. Like, I had some people commenting like, why is manga Sonic what this dude thinks is the most accurate Sonic? I was like, no. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying manga Sonic is just as distorted as movie Sonic is. It's just as distorted, but on a different angle, on a different side. And the reason I wanted to do this, and that's why I use the word perspective on the bottom left and right corner, is because it's literally a perspective. If you are Western, on the Western side, with your media experience, and then again, I'm generalizing, I have to. You're gonna see manga Sonic as more distant and weird from what you're used to. That's literally what this means. It is further away from what you are used to. And SatAM Sonic is closer to what you are used to. Star Wars, you know, like this rise against the, you know what I'm saying? Like that story fits in with the kind of similar interests, which is fine. It's a smart idea. It's a smart idea. It can be smart and not accurate at the same time, and it can exist. I just wish Sonic Official went Prime's not canon. Don't worry, guys. We're looking into making more canon cartoons. Like, why don't they say that? Oh, like they could, because they literally do that. Like the Knuckles prologue, what clearly was canon, and they talk about that the same way they talk about Prime. They're not the same. They're built different. And the reason this sucks is because there's always a group of people who are like, and these are the people who just like, it's like they're just not in the niche part of it. We gotta see the lava lamp. It hasn't lavaed yet. Dang it, I can't end the stream until it lavas. How long am I gonna be here? It's already so warm. This would be like an interesting way. I might do this more often, like purposely unplug it, let it get real cold, and like all our streams, like this is how, like you guys just keep watching. I realize the chat is gone. Sorry guys, I know some people care about that. Here, we'll let you look at the lava lamp and the chat. Why didn't I do this originally? And the one person's like, no, I can see his hand less. Now I'm gonna grab you, chat. That's, sorry, that's not, I didn't, it was different in my head and then it came out weird. That or he has a heavy influence. What's this? I think the issue is while he is a fantastic writer, let's see, I'm gonna see if I can figure out who he's talking about. He isn't the greatest fit for the leader of the lore team, in my opinion. Back in the day, we asked him to write, not manage lore. Oh, we're talking about Ian. Okay, all right. Manage lore. I mean, you know what? It's hard for any of us. We might be overstepping a little bit because like we don't really know what a lore manager does. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's clearly like the writer. You know, like we've had different writers on IDW, and he's been the lead on the comics, and that's what we were using. I'm sure in the same way that Ian looks over the games now, his role is probably pretty similar to what he's experienced in because of what we were saying, right? They just made a role for him that didn't exist that's probably similar to what he does. Like Ian's writing or not, like he doesn't strike me as somebody who's gonna have a problem responding to feedback. We just need to not be entitled assholes about it. Like just because, like, even if you are convinced that you are more informed than Ian, it doesn't matter. You're not right. The moment you're entitled, you're wrong. You're wrong. Because you're not better because you know more. That's just not how it works. Damn, what am I? Maybe we, what else we got here? Do this. All right. Let's pick up some more stuff from the chat. You guys are gonna start feeling it a bit more because I'm feeling myself. Wait, do I still have my? Oh yeah. I don't know if you. Oh no, I wasn't live at that point. I had like a granola bar when I thought I was live, or when things were going wrong. because I forgot to eat lunch. I have another one to tide me over. I feel myself losing steam, but this is good because it will work for our benefit, because I was definitely overcompensating at the beginning. I probably balanced out after the wind got taken out of my sails from the dropped frames that are continuing again. Wow. Good thing I didn't up the bitrate. Okay. Flynn leads the Lord team. I believe so. That, or he has a heavy influence. Okay. So we don't even know. You know what? I'm thinking I remember something about that not being true, actually. I don't think Flynn is the leader of the lore team, but I'm not sure. Again, I think we're overstepping, and the only reason I think that is because I don't know about it. To defend Flynn, says Percy, being the main writer means you have to know the lore of what you want to do the story justice. Yes, however, Ian is also the fall guy now for whatever Sega imposes on Ian. Because again, Sega in many areas is going to be... Oh, geez, wrong thing. Shoutouts to Melody Zone for the chill music. I should be shouting them out, so... where was my... Yeah, so that's why... Oh, no, I forgot. So Sega's going to be looking... Like, they're going to be thinking about this, because this kind of adds in the kind of financial perspective, too, right? Like, what's strategically a smarter idea for them. That's why the characters with influence have glow around them, because it gives you an indication of where Sega is probably strategically gonna aim for in terms of financial incentive. Like the fandom, it is about fandom too, right? But it's also a quantity of fandom. So you'll see things like Black Knight Sonic is kind of outshining the surrounding Sonics around him, because he does literally outshine other Sonics in discussion. But it's not as big as movie Sonic. So I factored in both things, like the amount, but also just like the passion. And so it explains why Frontiers is placed and IDW is placed where it is. And because of the success of Frontiers, it also has a large bubble. And so it's a tug of war, right? The core fans are going to be naturally pulling in the middle direction, and it's going to be a tug of war. And then the next piece of the future of Sonic is probably going to land around where Frontiers did, honestly. Like, looking at this. But you know what? I think longtime fans, the characterization will land about where Frontiers was. This is me guessing. However, the production quality is hopefully gonna go up so much that won't matter to the core fans, because the core fans will be satiated through the upgrade in quality alone. Strategically, that's what I would do. Is if I was Sega right now, I'd be like, let's not focus on the characterization, because it was mostly successful for Frontiers in the core demographic and in the demographic from the movie. Like, obviously, it's a good starting point because it didn't bother anybody that much. So let's just focus on refining this experience as much as possible, because it seemed like the main takeaway from feedback on Frontiers is just, wow, I love the kind of blueprint. Just please polish everything. Like the visuals, integrate the fun of how frequent platforming is, but integrate that visually into the world. Just integrate it somehow. Like, and no one really has the answer. I mean, some people have drawn mock-ups, but we want to be like running through the world and be like interested at the same time, interested at the architecture of the world and the unique sonicness of the world at the same time that we're running through it. And it's things like that. Like, we just need the other piece. That's what I would do. So we're talking about characterization here, but like, that's why Prime is where he is on my chart, because I think Frontiers kind of does it. Like, he can hang out with Unleashed Sonic, in my opinion, obviously, but he's still kind of close to Prime. Like, he's not too far. So I get why there are some people bothered by it. I feel like the Sonic lore is too broken to fix. I don't know. I feel like if Dragon Ball fans are still debating lore and like they're still trying to do power scaling, there's always hope. Do you know what I'm saying, Peter Griffin's brother? I'm imagining anti-Peter, like the green shirt, white pants, and like he's just angry. I think he has a canonic brother. I'm sorry, he probably does. There's so many friggin' episodes. Yeah, just because you know more doesn't mean that you're more fit for managing the lore. That's why Sega said they wanted someone familiar in the field when they were hiring, not Sonic lore nerds. Yeah, that's exactly true. You need to, like, it's about strategy. They want, that's why this graph has 2 components, actually 3, because of the glow, the influence of the community. You're gonna have Sonic Team of Japan with their opinions. They're not gonna be out of the discussion completely, and the fans are gonna be part of the discussion too. And expectations from the larger Western market are gonna be part of the discussion. Like, that's what this map is. It's a guide to the discussion. I might be able to do more stuff like this in the future, but it does kind of paint a picture of like a little bit like a war, like because you do kind of have SatAM fans defending Prime fans that are making the argument like, why can't there be different interpretations of Sonic? Like, this is fine, it's happened in the past. But the miscommunication is that they have a lore team and they are specifically setting new rules, so it only rubs core fans the wrong way because they're trying to make promises to the core fans at the same time as trying to satiate fans of the different interpretations. Like, and I like different interpretations. I literally made a whole video on how I think it's like kind of good to do that. But they're not doing that now. So it's more of a like make it make sense kind of moment. Like, please be transparent. You're making me nervous. Have you seen that like gorilla with the tight lips? Well, I gotta look it up now. Oh geez, do I have to write meme? Is it too niche? Oh yeah, there it is. It's the first one. I make this open link a new tab. Zoom in. It's this dude. Like, this is the feeling that I get when they're like, Prime Sonic is canon. I'm like, it's fine. It's just, I like the show. It's just when you say it's canon, I don't think so. And it's just funny because like the effort on their end to make it canon is that Green Hill is there and Shadow, I guess. Oh, let's just talk about, you know what? I actually can go through the first episode of season 3, right? I said I was gonna do that. I'm gonna do what I was doing with the graph, so I don't know if I'll be completely destroyed by copyright or whatever. Okay, so there were a couple things about the Prime episode that, like, what is it, Boostifer on Twitter, hilarious guy. I love his stop motions too, and his art and his Sonic voices. He's an incredibly talented guy. You should look into him. Anyway, Boostifer was saying that like Sonic Prime is written like a Sonato, like it's written by a Sonato fan. And way back in the day, I dated a Sonato fan, so I kind of know. And it's totally true. Like, there probably is a fan on there that just like ships these two so hard. And what that does, it's an exaggeration of Shadow's kind of like like masculine features and Sonic's kind of more. But it's hard for me because I am, like I said earlier, I may personify my own opinions through my like parody Shadow voice, but my Shadow voice is very different. Like, if you're gonna like pay me to do Shadow's voice in the games, what I do in the games is gonna be very different than what I do on my channel. Same for Sonic to a lesser degree, but a huge degree different for Shadow. And so, in the same way that, in the same shift that I would make, right? It would be, it's a huge shift here where Shadow is very like, I know what to do, and like, I've got it all figured out. He's not tampered with too much because Izuka's Izuka's little baby, and his shadow's got to be just right. And you know from the Boom writers, now that they've talked about it, they used Shadow so rarely because it was really hard to use him because of how protective Izuka can be with this character. Okay, now we're gonna jump on the side of where I'm too informed, and this is where I become a little bit what I think is an annoying niche Sonic fan. It's a little frustrating because Izuka's bias towards Shadow over Sonic is so obvious. I feel like because of Izuka's the tippy top, the guy that says like the final answer to everything, he does more to protect Shadow's authenticity than he does Sonic. And so and because of the movie and him being the main character of Prime, as opposed to like, well, actually, main character. I don't know if I want to get into the like who's the main character of Sonic X, but now I have to. I'm basically making the claim that Chris is kind of the main character of Sonic X because he's the one similar to Sonic in Prime. You are, from a writing perspective, let's like, if we're looking at the skeleton of the plan of Prime, right? As a creator, as a writer, I believe the intention is for you more so than in games like, you know, and in stories like Sonic X. Let's stick to Sonic X. And more so in Sonic X, you're supposed to empathize and relate to Chris more than you are Sonic in Sonic X. And you're supposed to relate to Sonic more than you are Shadow in Prime. This annoying Sonic fan part of me is saying, and again, I know I don't actually think you guys are annoying. I am that guy, but like it's me trying to be self-aware of this. It can be annoying to some people for us to be like, but that's not Sonic. Like Sonic functionally doesn't work that way. Like in the original games, that wasn't like, and even in Sonic 1, right? He breaks the fourth wall. The dude looks at you and goes, "What are you doing? Let's go." Taps his foot at you. You're not Sonic. He looks at you and goes, "Bro, you are supposed to be like, you're like, that is," and we're talking about core intention here. It can shift. It did. Lord knows I know that. It shifts. Two things can be true. The Sonic Prime can be a smart show written with the intention of you to empathize with Sonic. That's the same reason that the movie is smart too. But is he canonically Sonic? No, in my opinion. I have to say that so I don't get shot. But like, if we say that Prime Sonic is Sonic, we erase something that I think is pretty important to how Sonic functions and how I really like Sonic to function. Because Prime is hitting a little different. Prime is kind of hitting a message where like Sonic is kind of quirky and chaotic, and he's unstable, and he's got to learn to like in the beginning, right? The premise, like everyone's like, "Sonic, wait, don't just jump into it." It feels like the opposite message. Like, it's not that it's like Sonic can be reckless, but it feels like the original intention was to show people, don't worry so much about what might happen. Do your best. Like, don't doubt yourself. As long as you try your best, see, like, how do I articulate this correctly? Like, if you look at like the quotes, like those on the Japanese box arts of Sonic 1, 2, and 3, I think, and like Sonic Adventure 1's theme song, like, it doesn't matter. It feels like it's like, don't live without regrets. Like, you might have made a mistake. Don't dwell on it. Don't, like, yes, like, apologize, take accountability, but it's gonna stop you. Like, moving forward without worrying about that stuff is why Tails was like looking up to Sonic. Like, how can you not worry about every possible scenario? And it feels like Prime is trying to teach Sonic that. Do you know what I mean? And it can be a smart choice for an engaging plot at the same time as like going against something I think is really important to what Sonic was doing for me as a fan. I'm aware the music stopped. I guess that means my internet is dying too. So I realize that this is kind of a divisive topic, right? There are people who really like that journey that Prime Sonic goes through. So I want to read the chat a bit more. Shadow and Prime is almost, this is Sonny. Shadow and Prime is almost like Game Shadow, but it's weird that he has to act so much wiser. He falls in that role because, yeah, Prime Sonic written the way he is forces Shadow to be changed. Prime Sonic written the way he is. Yeah, because he kind of has to justify sticking around him when I feel like Game Shadow would eventually be like, I'm out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he would get like frustrated. But again, it's hard to kind of imagine how this would play out. Yeah, I get what you're saying though. Sonic is meant to be an idealistic character. I should inspire to be like him. Sonic has been made mistakes. Lost World did it, but how he did it compared to Prime is different. Lost World, okay. Sonny, I know, likes Lost World, and I think Sonny has a point here. I want to read the rest of your statement actually here. Sonic kicking the conch from Eggman is Sonic hating Sonic oppressing a race of beings, so it would make sense for Sonic to do that. I remember when I first, because that was the first scene they previewed of the story, I think. I enjoyed what they were cooking. Like, but this is good. This is a good point for the discussion to go to, because I think this is a really fair comparison, because we're talking about something from the meta era, which is divisive. But it is part of Sonic's character to make mistakes. But again, let me remind you of what I wanted us to be kind of thinking. Our frame of thinking is we're the writer. We're talking about tiny little shifts now, okay? There's more of an intention in Prime for you to empathize with Prime Sonic and learn the lesson because he is consistently being reminded, you had too much faith, you acted too brashly, you didn't think of the consequences. And it's drilling it in so frequently that it's obvious it's the main focus. Whereas if we do it just a little differently and we balance it out, it feels more authentic to the original intention of Sonic if more often that spontaneity, not worrying over, like, it feels like that's why Sonic's the main character, why he has the friends he has, why he met them, why they stick around. I think this is why it's such a sensitive topic, because Prime, I feels like a good show. It feels successful. It's written by people who know what will succeed and what the audience that's coming in is expecting. Yeah, my internet's sucking again. Oh boy. It's gonna kill my vibe again. All right, well, let's see. We might not get to see you, Bubble. We might not see you, Lava Lamp. But, oh, it looks like we're back. Okay, I was probably going on a tangent, and the fact that we dropped frames distracted me. So don't worry, whatever you missed, I forget too. All right. I didn't know Evan was the last remaining Stadia member. This sucks because, bro, I did so many streams before and our internet is twice as better, I promise. Twice the speed. I don't know. Okay. This is written by Bingo. I think when you go from polarizing characterizations from the meta era games to this more recent content, such as the movies, Frontiers and Prime, it naturally feels off because you're expecting a return to form, but really what they're doing is an entirely new direction. Yeah, Sonic fans, I mean, the reason that these conversations get so heated is because Sonic fans are excited that Sonic is, because like forever we want Sonic back in the spotlight. That's what it's all about, because he started in the spotlight. And like, we're always clowned about the fall from grace. So the core fans that stuck through all the like teasing and still like learned about the series, learned about, and they like, maybe they practiced their own craft to like understand it better. That's what I did. And like, why would you can't take that away from those people. They want, I think that's valid, which is why I think it, but I also think that like there are people who grew up with Sat AM, and like I don't think it's a problem if he says let's do it to it and he has some chili dogs. However, the Sat AM, like the Sat AM thing is different. Well, actually no, it's not, because the comics like continued that. So actually it's a pretty good comparison. There's a very like passionate niche community of people that made a lot of like fan content, and yeah, if he says let's do it to it and eat some chili dogs, whatever. You know, like, I don't know if Sally can be incorporated into the main canon in a way that it will satisfy anyone. I wouldn't do that if I, like, on this graph, it just doesn't fit. Like, oh, she's, I was gonna look through that episode, wasn't I? Sally is, it's just not gonna work. I think that would be something that contradicts stuff. Because like, Sally, it contradicts stuff on both sides. That's, I think, why it's impossible. Because Sonic and Sally, I think, have to know each other for a long time, and Sally needs a huge prominent role. And Sally also, like, Sally's entire story is tied to how Eggman is completely different. There's too many contradictions. But Sonic's characterization, we can put let's do it to it, and Chili Dog's like, it's obvious to me that those things don't contradict each other. That's what this stream is for. Like, if you have a Sat AM fan, bring him in here. Does he hate me? Bring him in here. I will only time someone out if they're obviously using like language that's like incredibly inappropriate and offensive and spamming. But if like if it's a comment that disagrees with me, but just respectfully and like constructively, then like let's talk about it. I don't want an echo chamber. I know that that's what the algorithm does, but I'm gonna tell you I don't want that. I personally don't think. Yeah, let's bring it back to Lost World. Nate Sabs. Got animal hair in my mouth. I personally don't think Sonic kicked the conch to help the Deadly Six from Eggman's oppression. He did it just to stop his evil plans and rub it in his face. Oh yeah, he literally says that, I think. He's like, oh yeah, Eggman's shell thing is gone. Like, I feel like if his intention was like seeing someone like wait, he didn't see them do that. Oh wait, he did see them do that. He blows the conch, right? Eggman blows the conch. It clearly hurts them. Yeah, you can make an argument either way. I think I'd have to see the scene. If I'm gonna watch Prime, I better look that scene up, right? Let's see. It was Lost World conch Sonic Lost World Sonic kicks conch. The mistake. Yeah, here we go. All right, I'm not gonna like play. Actually, no, you gotta play the whole thing. I really like the chill music though. Okay. I don't like the story, but we're gonna watch the cutscene. Okay. So.
I hone your abilities. I equip you with the most powerful mechs I can create. I even give you a giant sandwich, and you still disappoint me.
Yeah, he sees it. Yeah, he can see that.
I'm a compassionate man.
That shell looks like trouble.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's acknowledging it's like.
Sonic, I think that thing in Eggman's hand is...
Eggman's shell is gone.
That was a mistake.
Whatever. When is it a mistake to take your toys away?
When it's the only thing keeping 6 angry Zeti from controlling my mechs, you moronic hedgehog.
So yeah, like Honestly, I am with, like, I do not like the Deadly Six. I would like the Deadly Six if there was actually like a race. Like I feel like they were supposed to be like wasps or like a bee, something kind of like that. It didn't have that. Like there's potential. I like their design, sort of. It's hard for me to separate their designs from the world aesthetic of the Lost Hex. I just really don't like how similar to Mario it is. And we've been going, and actually this fits into our discussion because the fact that it's similar to Mario is why I don't like it. Because I'm obviously advocating for, I'm on the side of the fan base who has been sticking with it forever, and so we want a certain amount of authenticity from the original intention as Sonic expands globally with the movies and everything. But as long as we don't approach that from an entitled standpoint, right? Like, I mean, I might be a little entitled because a certain entitlement comes from being around for a while. But it crosses a line when people say, like Xpool. Honestly, that's the perfect, Xpool, I'm glad you're here. I remember when you expressed this take in more detail in a thread I had on Twitter or something. You also got some heat for it. This is what this call is for, or this stream is for. When you said Sonic has no consistent characterization, I don't agree with that, and I think that gives a little too much ammunition to the side of, like, just let him do whatever. Like, let anyone who writes Sonic do whatever they want. But that contradicts what they're clearly trying to do, right? When they said that the IDW comics are canon, and when they're and the way that they directed the Frontier story shows their intentions. Prime contradicts those new established intentions. Remember the rule of the teacher being like, sorry guys, no more peanut butter sandwiches at lunch because someone's allergic, and then they just let one kid eat peanut butter in the classroom with everybody. Like, you can do it though. Like, that's Prime. It's just confusing. It's a confusing, like, there's an explanation needed. You just need to talk to the teacher, Sega in this case, and be like, why? And then they'll be like, they can only eat peanut butter. I don't know. Like, oh, sorry, we'll put them in another room. Like, I don't know. There's something needs to be explained. That's what I'm trying to explain here. Okay. Let's read chat more. Let's see. Let's read from somebody I haven't read from before. Hilarity. What upsets me is when the newer, younger fans try to ridicule longtime veteran fans for wanting Sonic's character to be written like pre-2010s and not like a hyperactive, inexperienced kid. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you know my stance, but again, everybody could be coming in at different times. I think that's nice SRB2 art in your icon. Okay, I have two different opinions. The Sonic fan in me, and you could probably tell, like the most biased version of me that, like, if I'm like reacting to a new Sonic piece of content and what will get me out of my seat and make me punch the wall with joy, because people do that for some reason, what will get that crazy reaction out of me is that hilarity. I agree. The media side of my brain, strategically, and like what I actually think they should do to make people happy for the brand and just because of the circumstance we're in, is, again, target what I've been talking about, which is what I think Frontiers does. I can't move my cam. Everything is messed up. It's target that middle area, similar to where Frontiers kind of is a little bit. So to plug it into specifically what you're talking about with the hyperactive thing, he can be hyperactive. But the inexperienced part is the part that's contradictory. Like, we can incorporate hyperactive because I know that Sonic is chill, and he can still chill, but it's possible to do both. It's the context that matters, right? I don't think, like, for example, I don't think the new fans that you're talking about, the newer, younger fans, hilarity, I don't think the new fans would have a problem with Sonic being chill in a context where someone should be chill. Like in Sonic X, when he sees that field of flowers and he's like, this is a beautiful spot. And I think he ends up wanting to take Helen there. Like, he can lay down in the flowers and like chill. Like that's why he adventures around. He finds a cool spot. But he can also be hyperactive in the same way that he was in Sonic 1, where he, within no time at all, taps his foot and looks at you like, what the heck? He can get a little upset. The contradiction part is the inexperienced. Because that is the contradiction. Because he's not inexperienced. Functionally, in the story, characters go, what's Sonic gonna do? Even Knuckles is like, just wait, Sonic's gonna do the thing. Like, there's a faith. And he is somebody who technically is older than him. The ages don't really play a factor into this experienced part. It's natural for the Western audience to hyperfixate on the fact that Sonic is 16 and go, whoa, we can tell a story of a kid learning. Like, they just go there. Like, it's just so common. On the Eastern perspective, it's not as common. They don't focus on that, for better or for worse. It's a different thing. It's a poetic example of how not having regrets and not worrying about all the focusing on the bigger picture. Sonic, that's what it is. Sonic knows something. He has the secret that the characters never have, and that's why IDW oversteps for some people, because it's supposed to feel like Sonic has the secret. And even friends that kind of haven't really known him, have known him for a long time, are always like, man, that guy, like, and I know I agree simultaneously with people who find Sonic X boring and find Sonic X goated. Who is with me? Sonic X sucks and is awesome at the same time. Who's with me? Is anyone with me? Please, can I get a show of hands? Please. It sucks and is awesome at the same time. Please, somebody. The chat is not moving. I'm scared. Did I die? Does everyone hate me? Did I get canceled instantly? I'm gonna ignore the fact that I said that and just read Hilarity's comment again. Well, of course, I don't think Sonic should be extremely laid back either. In fact, I love certain moments where he can't keep still, right? Compromise. Context matters, right? Like the episode of Sonic X when he's trapped on a cruise ship. Exactly. And this is why the stream is here. People on either end think Sonic is hyperactive because they're thinking of the examples they're familiar with that's fresh in their mind from a Western perspective. They're the new fans. They're thinking of the movie. So they're coupling in hyperactive kid. But the kid part is not as exaggerated on an Eastern side. So you can still get the joy of hyperactive. Just take out the kid, bring it to the middle. I got all the agreements later. Okay, so we got a little bit of a delay. No, I agree. Love. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Right. I wish Twitter worked like this. You can't really, I mean, I could post a tweet like Sonic X is the best and worst Sonic cartoon at the same time. I probably could. But then people will be like confused. You guys only get it because you've been here listening to me like go off. Now let me explain why. I mean, you guys obviously know, so I don't have to explain it too much. But like X just did not have, it got messed up by strategic decisions too. Chris is there. I bet you Chris is the boil that formed as the Western marketing side tried to like get something that will make the kids buy in to the show. It feels very much like Sonic Team is the one, like, sorry, Chris is the like compromise, like how they figured out how to keep Sonic the way he is, but have a character for the Western audience to kind of plug into. So like Sonic X isn't free from that stuff. And like Chris going to school and stuff, like the core Sonic fans, there are very few of us who care about Chris going to school. That wasn't for us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, what was for us is the cruise ship. The cruise ship was for us. The adaptation of SA2 was for us. Like, even X plays both sides. I just think that it does it a little better. I would rather Sonic X's world be animated with Prime's team. Even if it means we have Chris. I'm sorry. But that's why X is the best and worst at the same time, because even though there are moments with animation, it is not enough. You can get... It sucks because in order to appreciate the characterization, so many people need animation to find it worth watching. So what we have is Prime, a show worth watching because its animation is beautiful. And so many people will watch it and love it because it has a character arc that they can plug into. It's so accessible. It's fun to watch. It's just a visual marvel. And it's naturally going to be frustrating because people with X are like, oh, the only example of a cartoon that just focuses on like the characterization doesn't have the animation to make anyone give a shit. You can look at some GIFs of Sonic X on a Tumblr page and get all of the best animation by scrolling for a minute. Maybe not, maybe, I don't, I'm sure if someone compiled all of the, you know what I'm talking about, the scenes from Sonic X, the ones made by the guy that does it. You know what I'm talking about. If you compiled all of them, I swear it's like maybe 8 minutes. And that is just not okay. It's just not okay. Like, there are some episodes that are like, okay, but this is the reality, okay? Sega needed to compete with the tippy top when they made Sonic. They raised their bar so high because when they were making Sonic, they were like, we need nothing in our way from making the best thing ever. They made the bar too high. It's hard to animate a character that has this agility, that has an iconic silhouette, that like you need to shift the dude's mouth all over the place, for God's sakes. He's got stylized eyes that don't make any sense in 3D, but it's more convenient to animate him in 3D because he friggin' moves around so much. So you get things like in Sonic X where they draw 3 quills. And like me as a visual artist that just made the video I made that's only 54 seconds and took me like 3 straight days of doing nothing but drawing. That makes sense to me why they would only draw 3 quills. I'm like, yeah, because movement matters more than drawing every quill. Like, it's Sonic. What takes priority? Drawing every last detail or making him move around cool? The choice is obvious. Prime tries to do everything, but there are 2D parts of his design. You can't. There's a design. The back of his head is designed for 3D, and the front of his head is designed for 2D. We're not even factoring in the fact that he moves around like he does. The one thing I will say that makes Sonic easy to animate is that he can just be ball. But you can't do that forever. He needs to be more than just a ball at some point. And then, again, we didn't even talk about how his hands are so big. They can't, like, that's why mocap looks so bad in Sonic 06 and SA2. Their proportions don't make sense. Other games can just use mocap. They can just use mocap. Are you guys on? Like, we need to give ourselves more credit. We like something that can be amazing. And like, and that's why there's so much complaining, and that's why it's like, it sucks when people lower the bar, because it's like, bro, it's part of it. Sonic's bar is way too high. Again, it's another one of those things where 2 things can be true at the same time. First truth. the Sonic's bar can be way too high. Like, they shouldn't have done that. It's too late. They shouldn't have done that. However, too late. Bar is way too high. And then the other thing that's true is that Sonic's got to meet that. Like, I think that should be true. It's too high. However, that's what he is, in my opinion. So I kind of feel like Sega is sometimes it's like, oh my god, like, why did we do this? And the reason I think that is because that's why they changed him so much. That's why they're so eager to do Sonic Boom. Give the guy shoulders and a neck. Why do they do that? Because they're like, oh my god, why did we do this? Like, why did we make him like this? And they cooked so hard when they were trying to, in my opinion, it's bias, I'm a Sonic fan, but in my opinion, they cooked so hard trying to beat Mario, they were not thinking of sustainability. Hardcore fans bought into it. They bought into that promise. Like, we were like, yes, actually, he is better than the King of Gaming, and I can see it. Sign me up. I don't think Sega knew what they were committing to. The reason the discussion is cool now, and the reason why Frontiers is exciting, is because, again, that brings us to Prime. I know, it's connected. The people going, I don't get it. There's so many different interpretations of Sonic. Does it make sense now? They cooked too hard. They were pulling back. They were like, we actually kind of like want him to be easier to animate for us. We don't want it to be stylized. We don't like, we are limited by how distinct he was. Like, having Sonic go on a, like, have the Sonic that I'm talking about, like I talked about earlier, where he's like, I'm a little bit like different, and like the characters just kind of have to like work around me, and I'm so committed to the way that I am, I just kind of like don't have no regrets, be yourself kind of message. That's harder to write, because like, how do you train a new writer? Especially at the time of Adventure, like they're trying to figure out how these characters talk, but it's like a unique thing. It's like it's easier for Sonic to not be unique. So it's natural for Sega to be like, where can we get away with changing things? Frontiers is exciting because it seems to be, along with IDW, seems to be making promises that align. Like Kishimoto going like, we want to rival Mario and Kirby again. That's why that mattered so much. You know? Like, that's why people just coming in are kind of, I think they're just kind of seeing it in passing. They don't know why. And you can't appreciate the weight of statements like that until you followed all the other statements and noticed the distinct difference. And if you're from the outside looking in, you're looking at Prime, it's like not that different. Like SatAM was way more different, you know? So you look at Prime and you're like, what's the big deal? It's a big deal, I think. So basically what I'm saying is Prime is best enjoyed separately. Like I watch every episode. I'm gonna watch it as soon as it comes out. I'm gonna be excited. I'm gonna, oh, you missed it. We are getting lava-ing. But it's not like lava. That looks like something else. I wonder, because I was scheduled to go till 5. That was like my plan. But like, I wonder if it'll get there. I don't know. I also like dropped a bunch of times, so maybe I'll stick around longer. I don't know. Sonic is already too iconic, so it is natural for people to expect Sega to do something worthy for such an iconic character. Well, see, I don't think they agreed with that until the movie, like, right? Like, the movie was like a weird time, right? It really felt like it could have gone either way. Sonic could have faded into obscurity and died off. But the, like, whole design shift thing, like, was interesting. I made a video on it on Tails' channel, but, like, that's when, because it wasn't the core audience. Like, sometimes Sonic fans pat ourselves on the back for getting that design shift, but that's not, there's not enough of us. There's not enough of us. What happened was they didn't expect the casual demographic to care as much about what is authentically Sonic. They thought that the image of what Sonic was already so distorted that there was not a consistent thing, kind of similar to what Expo sort of seemed to be saying at the beginning, like there is no consistent character to Sonic. But the surprise, what made the shift, what made us, what I think, put us in the good timeline where we have Sonic movies that are a little bit more accurate. Like, Sonic Movie 2 would be completely different, in my opinion, if things didn't plan out the way that they did, but they did. So anyway, it's because a surprising majority of casual audience members cared about what defined Sonic compared to how many different Sonics Western audiences were exposed to. Like, the exposure of the games in the middle of this graph, I guess, were larger than they anticipated on the Hollywood Western side. And that shifted everything back to, like, what I was talking about is, like, I think is a pretty good idea where we're in right in the middle. And not in the middle of this graph, but in the middle of the two clumps. And, like, the goal should be to make as many people as happy as possible. And as long as they don't contradict the original intention of the art behind Sonic, I think it's good. Like, Sonic was, like, if you look at the graph again, I know I showed it all the time, but, like, their original intention was to appeal to a Western audience. So Sonic will naturally, like, as history goes on, will kind of shift Western. But as long as it stems, and that's why the canon thing is so important, because it's implying a stem and a root that we didn't really have before. So we can have, like, a progression that could sort of shift. Like, if we find authentic ways for Sonic to go on arcs that respond well in a Western demographic, that's how we can satiate both the audiences, right? We have a huge Hollywood film now, so Sonic will get pulled that way. That's fine until we get the big animated one. And if we get a big animated movie that's right down in the middle of that graph, right? Like, say it's like Sonic Unleashed, Marza, entirely done by, you know, the main Sonic team, it'll shift the, like, depending on its success and influence, of course, it'll shift back a little bit. Like, that's just, but it's all because, like, you can see the vast majority of Sonic stuff is Western, so it pulls everything in that direction. And as long as it's incremental and tied to and doesn't contradict any original intentions, then it feels authentic. It becomes a believable story. That is an appropriate way to analyze media. Because, like, you want, like, if you're hired, like, hello, I am trying to get the job at working at Sonic, you know, land, world, people. That's an indication of, like, did they hire somebody who, you know, is again, it's hard though, because there is corporate meddling, and unfortunately the creatives end up being the fall guys. But that creates a really weird gray area, because that gives creatives a never-ending excuse of, like, oh, it was corporate meddling, it wasn't my fault. And then it gives execs a perfect excuse of being like, it wasn't me, that creative, he wrote it. That's by design. Nobody wants to take the hate. Everybody wants to hide behind, I was just, like, paid to do the thing. So the only thing we can do is compare it to the franchise. And when we start saying things like there's no consistent way Sonic looks, there's no consistent way that Sonic acts, we're essentially saying there's no art to Sonic, and it's always gonna piss people off. That is, if somebody says what you like has no basis, there's no way to define it, it's gonna piss you off. It's like telling somebody, a fan of football, going, there's no rules, everyone just runs around. It's just running. Everyone's just running around with a ball. Like, they're gonna get pissed off at you. People are gonna be like, what are you talking about? Like, shut up. So, I mean, Just don't frame it that way. Let's see. Sonic Box says, not sure what the conversation is here, but in terms of animation, the modern design has all the potential to look incredible. It's just in the games, all the animation seems to be done in-house. Yeah, we're not really... We were talking about animation a while ago. We talked about how, like, X is the best and the worst at the same time. And it was mostly just because of animation, because, like, really what I think is pretty authentic characterization for all the characters is locked behind something that is not engaging animation-wise for the most part, which is... It means it's not going to have any reach. So it makes this discussion kind of, like, hard. Now, I'm not saying Sonic X is perfect. Like, there is some merit to Sonic is, like, always sleeping all the time. I think that has a lot to do with the budget. Like, it would be more noticeable than it already is that Sonic X didn't have the budget it needed if Sonic wasn't sleeping as often as he was. But it is authentic. Like, that is a way where you can look at the budget you have as an artist and then think about how Sonic is as a character and make a compromise. Sonic was sleeping a lot, but it's clearly because of the budget, because that impacts other scenes where they're trying to do action. Like, they couldn't escape it. They tried to have Sonic wait around as long as he could. And in fact, if we compile all the good animation from Sonic X, I bet you Sonic's in every single one of them. Maybe, like, you know what? There's a couple with Shadow in it, but, like, hello, the second most popular character? Okay. Not surprising. Like, Sonic's in all of them, and yet the complaint is, oh, Sonic's always sleeping. But, like, the only budget these guys got, they put it into Sonic. Or Shadow, the other character that moves around fast and needs the action scenes. Like, it's obvious they did not have the money to do what they were trying to do. So in the context of just characterization, X, I think, is a good example, but the conversation gets muddied because people they think of how often he sleeps and go, oh yeah, goated Sonic characterization. He just sleeps all day. And this is why Twitter is not the place to be for this, because everyone's just trying to be funny. And that is funny. That's funny. Like, you can have an entire tweet going, I just love the way Sonic X is and I love the way Sonic is in Sonic X. He's just, and you can, like, list out all these examples and it just be so authentic and wholesome and just sharing your love. And that can be valid. But at the same time, it's also funny when someone quote tweets you and goes, oh yeah, he sleeps all the time. Like, that's why Twitter doesn't make any sense. Because both people are right. Both people win. Actually, no. One person wins, the guy who said, like, one sentence and was being funny. And then that poor person who just loves Sonic X for, like, and they only go back and watch the scenes they like. That poor person's like, well, I guess what I like sucks. And I don't even think the person that was joking meant that. But just to see that many numbers, that feels bad. That feels bad. Would you say the awful redesign was the single most important thing to happen to Sonic in the past decade? Probably. Yeah, I guess it's gotta be. It felt like, because you gotta think about how much influence Hollywood has, full stop. Like, Hollywood has influence. Like, just, you can say that. Just think about how true that is. Then think about how true this is. Sonic doesn't really have that much influence. So that's a pretty good way of gauging, like, the two most polar opposite things. Sonic is niche, right? Not a lot of influence at the time. Right, at the time. Hollywood does have influence. Somehow, Sonic won in one area. So the weird what the fuck nature of that naturally makes people go, like, the effect that it had on people was this. Like, because how? Like, why? Why does Sonic get this? because a surprising amount of casual people cared about what Sonic looked like. And I think it's because, like, Sonic used to be an icon. Like, Sonic has an exclusive longevity. And I think Hollywood didn't understand that because Sonic was dying at the time. Like, so they were probably thinking it's like making a Crash Bandicoot movie. They're like, yeah, like, whatever, like probably a little better than making a Crash Bandicoot movie. They're like, and before Crash 4, okay? Even now, though, Crash is kind of like, it's kind of hard to keep going, like, you know what I mean? But before Crash 4, right? It's kind of like making a Crash movie. They're like, yeah, like, you know, we're gonna try to do something with it. But then, like, people that don't care, or they thought wouldn't care, were just like, no, that's not Sonic. You can't do that. And I think it's because of they underestimated the initial impact, which is why the new wave of fans, be careful. There's a silent majority of fans that were exposed to Sonic when he was an icon. And they don't say anything until it's too much. Like, and that was an example where just like these people come out of nowhere. Like, and they're here. Like, there are people, the silent majority, and they came out of nowhere and just like fucked the original Sonic movie up. Like, they just, the Hollywood did not get its way. Nope. And that cost them money. Not a cheap thing. And yeah, and everyone's like, oh, Sonic's so dead. He won't last after this game, after this game, and he just keeps coming back. Someone's buying the games. Someone's buying the toys. Like, there's something going on. And it's the same reason Sega's like, oh, God, right? And why they were trying to change them all over the place. Why the graph is so weird. I try to organize it chronologically, too. A little bit. I couldn't do it perfectly, but, like, the newer stuff is kind of at the top. Because I think as we go forward, we're going to keep trying to... That's why the red line kind of goes that way, too, is because, like, I think that's the kind of direction it's going to go. Not that far, because that implies it's going to become like movie Sonic. I think it needs to stem. That's why the line is a stem. It literally branches out two ways. The heated debates, because it should stem from the original target. This is probably why the graph was so hard to read. It's fine. I'm here to explain it now. Okay. Not an accessible graph, but it's a nuanced topic. It's a confusing thing. Modern design is probably the most consistent, but they can tweak it a little bit. It's getting dull at this point. Absolutely agree. Now, the bias in me is saying, get rid of that model. I'm so tired of it. But that's bias, because I was originally a Ryan Drummond fan, so when we got the model that we have now, I know they tweak it a little bit, like Frontier's model has been tweaked, but it's more or less the same kind of thing. And yes, they tweaked it for Forces, but I still consider it the same thing. More or less the same thing, because it's really just his quills, guys, like, and his mouth a little bit, or tiny little things, but it's more or less the same design all the way through. Jason comes on. Now, I like Jason now. I want to talk about this, actually, because this is another one of those situations where I kind of have both perspectives. Initially, when I was young, when Jason came on, I was feeling like Sonic became too chill, was not as hyperactive as he normally is. Like, I felt like he had more energy. Not too much, like, you know, movie Sonic, but more when it was Ryan Drummond. Just a little bit, like, sparky, kind of energized. Jason was a little bit more like, he's still cool, and he can still get, like, I mean, the cruise episode is still there. Like, he's like, oh, get me out of this place. Like, I gotta go somewhere. But mostly, he was just really, like, comfortable in his freedom. Here's the new perspective I have just from time, which is why you guys got to realize your opinions on Sonic will change a lot as time goes on. Okay. You probably have noticed that I've been around the community for a long time. I'm 30, okay? So, yes, I'm 30. So this was like 15 years ago, but a lot can change in time. And that might happen to you too. So originally I was excited for Roger to start. I liked Roger's take. My opinion on Jason is so interesting because as time went on, I agree with Jason fans now because it seems like the consensus is that one of Jason's best performances was Black Knight. And when I was not a Jason fan, I liked him in Black Knight. Like, in the moment. I know we were just talking about like time, 15 years and everything, but I'm talking about like it was interesting because in the moment, I liked Jason instantly. There was a huge shift, in my opinion, a huge shift. I think the same thing applies to Sonic and the Secret Rings, I should say. And Secret Rings was recorded around the same time as like 06. And I really didn't like him in 06. But then I heard things like they had to re-record many times. And then when you factor in the troubled development and how important 06 was, and you factor in the graph, right? Localization becomes more prominent in bigger games. 06 was supposed to launch on Christmas. It was a launch title of 360. Huge launch. The corporate meddling must have been insane. That impacted probably the script. We have like unused lines from Jason that paint an entirely different story. Now, I haven't recently looked at those voice clips, but I wouldn't be surprised if I liked them better, and I feel like there was something going on with Jason's performance in 06 specifically. And because of how big of a game and an impression 06 had, it painted the narrative for Jason's portrayal of the character. In Shadow the Hedgehog, when he started, I didn't really have a problem with it. I noticed something a little bit, but I didn't really have a problem with it. But in 06, there's something wrong, and I don't think it's his fault. So when I became more informed, I started to like Jason more. Now let's talk about why I think Secret Rings and Black Knight. This is something I might have said in previous streams, but I gotta say it every time because I don't hear people talk about this. I took a class in video game voiceover specifically. And now the way it differs from anime and cartoons usually animate to the actor because it's made in one language. Cartoons in the context like American cartoons, and that's just an American thing. You know, America has that gravitational pull, so they do that. They don't have to think of global production scale or bringing it to overseas and stuff. So anime has static lip flaps, so they can make some edits if they need to go over. So that's why I think Jason, I think Jason was pretty strong in X for the most part, but that's a lot of work. So it's a lot of work consistently. So it's gonna vary. There's gonna be some episodes better than others. That was his bread and butter. Video games is different because not only do you have those constant changes, the lip flaps might already be animated to a Japanese voice, and they might be trying to match the best they can the English dialogue to offload work on the animators because of how spread thin they are. And that's very true for something like 06. So let me paint this picture for you. Wouldn't it make sense that they would just offload that stress onto the actor and be like, you can you're an actor, you can like make it, like you do that for anime, right? You kind of try to like match the lip flaps. Can you just like kind of try to match how the lip flaps are already animated so we don't have to like do anything? And that's where you get the, it looks like we need to work together, right? Looks like we need to, and then the entire narrative is Jason talks like that. Because the dude is looking at the mouth and going, we need to work together. Doesn't that make sense? And it also makes sense because Secret Rings is just a PNG of Sonic going, so Jason can just do whatever he wants. And that's probably what they were doing in adventure games too, which is why, look out, you're gonna crash. Ah. Now I will say, it was Jason's first video game. Shadow the Hedgehog was Jason's first video game. I think Ryan Drummond was somebody who had done like acting since he was a kid. So I studied acting, so this is my stance on like the actors of Sonic. Here we go. The reason I initially liked the shift from Jason to Roger is that I got the impression, this is Colors, okay? This is gonna be a little divisive because, you know, Colors Love aged a little differently. Roger, I think, was a stronger actor. His focus was a natural sound. So he didn't have that kind of, he wasn't trying to match those lip flaps as much. He was kind of just like going, and also it's really hard because we just talked about how Jason's probably trying to match the lip flaps, but we're also talking about characterization. And yeah, like 06 is closer to the middle there, and then Colors is way over there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually just let Roger do the lines, because they already made the distinct effort to let the Western side control the story more. Which is why I thought as a kid, oh, Roger's so much better. It sounds so much natural, more natural. But then Black Knight, like, can you imagine what it would be like if the storybook games just didn't exist? Anyway, so initially with Colors, I think, like, if you compare 06, like, Jason fans, level with me here. Acting wise, you don't even need to be an actor to know this. Jason's output in the final release of 06 is not good acting compared to just Roger in Colors. Like, say what you will about the scripts, but like, Roger's reads are just like less like robotic and more, there's more going on. Now, I like the 06 story way more. This is where the story gets confusing. This is where the opinions get complicated, okay? Because I like how the stories are presented in 06, but I think the performance is struggling from Jason in 06 specifically, but I genuinely think Jason was like about to lose his mind. Like, I think they like probably called him in a bunch of times. We're doing something with his pay. Actors are not treated really well, and I'm sorry, but Sega doesn't really have the greatest reputation, especially at that time, with other companies. Especially, you know, like how Ryan talked about how things ended off. Like, it just does, there's not a good recipe for a lot of respect to go on between Jason and Sega at the time. It was probably not easy. So it would make sense they would offload that stress onto Jason. Just try to match the lip flaps. Like, you know, you're Sonic, figure it out. And also, okay, so we aren't really going to use those lines. So because we're not using them, we're going to pay you this much. See what I'm saying? That would have an impact on how much effort Jason's going to put into the lines. I have, and you know what? Now that Jason is hanging out with the community and stuff, and you get to kind of see his character, I would not be surprised. There's a lot of I would not be surprised. I am guessing so much here, guys, okay? But I'm trying to add context the best I can. We're never going to get the true answer to this stuff, okay? But Jason strikes me as someone who'd be like, fine, I'm gonna give you, like, he doesn't give a shit, like, badass kind of mentality. Like, he's like, if that's how much you're gonna pay me, that's how much I'm gonna give you. And that's respectful. I respect that. I respect it. Again, two things can be true. Jason can be a good Sonic, and he can suck in Sonic 06. Tell me where the anger comes from. This is why this stream exists. This is why I'm still in the community. Because if I made at least just one of you feel less angry about being a Sonic fan, that's it. That's why I did it. At least like a couple of you guys. I mean, ideally it would be all of you, but I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. Because I constantly, like, I see tweets of like, I just can't stand this community. Like, it just feels like we're always like fighting, and I feel like I see that so much, even on YouTube too, right? Like, Sonic fans can't agree with anything. Like, I just hear that so much, and I don't experience that so much that every time I see that, I'm like, oh, can I just like talk to you? Like, what don't you get? What, like, it just, Sega set the bar too high, right? We're gonna recap a little bit. Sega set the bar way too high. They kind of regret it, but we signed up. You know, like, we signed up for the Sonic's better than Mario. Let's go all the way to the top, baby. It doesn't matter how unrealistic it is. And it sucks for Sega how much that aligns with who Sonic is. Like, no regrets. Don't worry about what's realistic. Like, just shoot for the stars, kind of. That's what the stories we're trying to tell you. Like, it's written on the box art. And I guarantee you Sega's like, oh my God, why did we do this? Why didn't we just stay humble? Why didn't we just, like, why did we have to make fun of all the other game franchises and invite bullying to us? Like, I bet you they regret that so hard. But we signed up. It's too late. So the side of the fence that's going like, why can't Sonic be undefinable? Why can't he be so many different things? Because the fans of that original intention only get nervous when it contradicts that original aspiration to just, because that's what it's about, baby. That's why we like Sonic, because he could be the best, not because he settles for something else, or, you know, like, he can settle for something else for now. You know, we can step in the right direction, fine. But it matters that there's a direction. And when somebody... fans stuck around for a reason. If there was no definable Sonic that kept us around, that we wouldn't be here. It's there. The proof is right here. So to deny it, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's like, there is clearly something we all agree on. We are all here. There are influencers that people agree with en masse. Like, there is something we can agree on. I do not subscribe to the narrative. There's no way to make compromise. I do not subscribe to, like, we will always be at war with each other. Nope, 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 nope. Do I agree that we're in a tricky situation? Yes. But I feel like it's fundamentally against Sonic to be like, there's no point. There's no point. We can't do it, guys. There's no way. No one will ever understand. Sonic would look at you and be like, come on, like, really? Like, I feel like he wouldn't be around you long. You know, and I think that's why, like, kind of when Sonic gets down in the dumps in Prime, he gets, like, really down on himself. It kind of hits a little different. It's like, bro, you gotta live freely. You gotta, like, don't lose that. And maybe the end will, like, the story might, maybe Sonic was right, you know? I don't know how they're gonna spin the story that way, right? Like, yes, it was right that Sonic temporarily destroyed everything that he knows. I don't know how they're gonna, like, it's pretty clear that they're maybe they're trying to do a twist ending. I just don't. And if I'm blindsided by a twist ending and it doesn't contradict anything that they've established, but it gets nerve-wracking when they say it's going to explain the canon part of it. Because if it was a separate thing, the twist ending could be anything, as long as it plugged into its own universe. Like, that's easier for the writers to do, right? Like, and it's clear that that's what they were trying to do, like try to make something where they can, like, make a world where they can write it in the way they want. But then when Ian goes, don't worry, by the end, the canonness will make sense. That sounds to me like there was a show the writers wanted to write, and don't you worry, all of a sudden, a Sonic official gets power at the end because we're expected to take the brand further after this point. Like, that's what I think is going to go on. It's going to feel really weird. And unfortunately, they have to be really careful about how they do it because they have this new audience that is excited by Prime and likes that world and that interpretation, and they run the risk of making both sides unhappy when Ian says stuff like that. Like, because clearly the people that like Prime now like that arc. They want to see, they have been excited by it. And I like when I'm watching shows, I normally can kind of anticipate more or less what's gonna happen next, especially with like Sonic stuff, because like it doesn't normally have the budget to take big creative risks like that. The safeness of it ultimately makes it predictable, and that's something I think. I mean, I'm you know what, actually I want to add a little bit, because I think the majority of the reason why I'm like that is because I am a Western fan. So when things are more westernized, like for example, the Sonic movie 2's plot to me is going to be a little bit more predictable, right? The fact that there was a post-credit scene revealing Shadow, I could have guessed that because of the influence of the MCU. Like, that's a good example. It's like I can anticipate that kind of ending because, like, you know, who's the most popular character now that, like, and who can they introduce after Tails and Knuckles? It's gotta be Shadow. You know, it made sense. And the same thing, kind of, Prime fits into the same kind of category, right? Because we know it has that influence. They're trying to do things that will appeal to a Western market, which is good. But that's what makes the ending really confusing, because it's like, if you're gonna make it canon, that's gonna surprise those people, and the people that like the main continuity, what they believe is canon, and what Sega is not agreeing and not explaining right now, I think it's gonna make both sides a little bit like, what the heck? Like, now Prime gets to sit with the canon stuff, but like for most of the show he's not. And then on the Prime fan side, they're like, wait a minute, the entire arc you established didn't mean anything? Like, it's very, like, Sonic's making a mistake. Like, I don't know how they're gonna spin that Sonic did the right thing by destroying everything that they know and love. And how is 9 gonna exist? Like, he has to kill 9, doesn't he? Like, 9 has a point. Like, when 9 says to Sonic, you only used me to get what you want, he's kind of right. Like, Sonic keeps calling him Tails, and 9's like, I'm 9. Shadow's like, he's not Tails, he's 9. And Sonic's like, we're friends, remember? I just feel like 9 is right. 9 is like, you made a mistake. Your world's gone. I exist now. you confess to me that the world that made me who I am, miserable, is not the way it should be. I see no way of bringing your world back. And he would have no incentive, especially since this guy's using him. Like, 9 makes sense. 9 is me right now. Like, and Sonic's argument, like, I guess it's time for me to finally, like, actually, like, play something from the clip. Sonic's argument is, like, nothing. Like, he has no argument. Let me see, what does he say? I gotta turn off the music. What is this? I don't know if I'm at the right part, honestly.
Whoa. Who or what is that?
I think...
It's you. It's ours.
Isn't he do it in here?
This isn't you, Nine. We're friends. We can still figure out how to bring back Green Hill and stabilize the shatter spaces together.
You are only using me to get what you
Let's see what he says.
That's not true.
What? That's not true. What? The problem... Okay, well, I'm not doing this right. Where am I? Here I am. The problem I have with this is one of those things where I, like, my immersion is taken out, and this is one of those things where, like, most kids aren't going to be like this. I'm 30. I'm 30, okay? I'm outside of the target demographic. I'm aware of this. Sonic will say something to this question eventually, but he can't say it now because the fight would end. But I don't know what he's gonna say. This could be an indication of, like, a really surprising plot development. Like, if Sonic might say something really cool. I don't know what it's gonna be, and because I've watched the entire show, I enjoy it. I feel like I know what they're cooking. And I just don't, I just don't know if Sonic's really gonna have an answer. I think it's gonna just kind of work out for Sonic. Not because Sonic always knew something, or just because it worked out, and he'll be like, see, you know, faith. You know, see, you know, just, you gotta believe. But, like, in that thing, like, in what I anticipate, right, you gotta believe, who is he saying that, see, you gotta believe? 9 would be gone. And if he's not gone, 9 and Tails just exist in the same world, that diminishes Tails' functionality in the story. Does it not? You can't win. 9 has to die. Especially if you're saying it's canon. If it wasn't canon, 9 could live. 9 could be right. Like, this doesn't make sense, guys. Like, I don't know how this works.
Sorry, old friend. You've been replaced.
Like, I liked 9 and Sonic's dynamic. I liked
Or what is that?
what Sonic was teaching 9. I liked seeing a world where Tails didn't have Sonic. I like seeing Tails, a Tails that didn't have Sonic, slowly become the Tails we recognize because of Sonic's influence. But Sonic is wrong. And 9 is right. Guys, what is there anyone that disagrees with me? Like, I need a Prime fan to explain this to me. Like, how this is gonna be canon. I feel like even Prime fans don't want Prime to be canon, because, like, rationalizing this is so hard. Mind if someone gives me a source of someone saying this is canon? That is a good question. Who said it? Was it on a Sonic live stream? I know it was from an official source, because this is like, unfortunately, like, because this came out when I was at Tails channel, I'm aware of like what's verified, but because I'm only on the like video production side of Tails channel, I'm aware of what's verified because of people through trust. Because I am more of a it's the same thing I'm doing here with you guys, right? Like I meet people. I know who to trust and knew who to trust on the Tails channel news team because of my relationship with them. Not because I'm doing the homework myself. However, I still have those connections, so there's just so much knowledge. So this is one of those things where it's like, I know it is... Oh, the writers themselves, I think when the promotions were coming out, they were talking about their intentions on... And again, there's incentive on their part to say that, even if it's not that true. You know what I mean? Like, it's canon enough where you're, you know, they're not lying. Like, it's got, you know, it's using the modern models as a base, a different rig, but their designs are mostly unchanged. So when you look at Boom, you're like, okay, it's more canon than Boom. And then Green Hill is there, so like, you know, that is a level from the games. They don't only hang out there, but so they said it. It's another one of those things where it's like, when fans know you were kind of playing them, they're gonna say something. And this is one of those instances where they said it. And to expect us to not remember, they're hoping we don't, and also hoping the people who don't follow Sonic, you know, intensely, will defend the choice for being like, it's not that big of a deal. Again, because Sega's like, oh my god, why did we set the bar so high? Because, for example, Sonic being a character that doesn't typically go on these like arcs about his youth and like growing up, these kind of things, makes you want like, Sonic is the character that sells toys, that glues the kids' eyes to the screen. But him being a character that has a bit of a secret, doesn't explain everything, has that epic action moment, he's got to show up at like the right time, it's got to be like poetic about how he does it. Like, that's annoying for people who especially like don't understand. That's harder to write, and they're especially coming at it from when Sonic is not big. So when these Prime writers were hired, because they had to get ready in anticipation of the movie. So even if they're hiring after the movie, because I think they did actually hire after the first movie, so it's kind of as Sonic is growing, so there's not, it's from the movie, right? So there's not that much respect for Sonic specifically. It's like the brand. So they want to put Sonic on this journey because that's the safe direction, because it's the Sonic movie. It's not the Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Shadow, Rouge, and Big movie. It's not the Sonic series movie. It's the Sonic movie, and he's the one that's got to be the main character, and that's why he's being put on this like arc that is typical of Western media. But the reason it's so sensitive to core Sonic fans is because it sucks, but that it is a hard thing to write that they chose to do with Sonic, okay? And that's why the stories are hard. It's challenging, but I don't want to, but nobody wants to erase what made Sonic unique. And I think there is a level of entitlement that is deserved. Just don't be like a jerk to people who are coming in from an outside perspective, because like, they don't know what they're saying with marketing. They're not paying attention like we are to like how Sega's going, we have a lore team now, and we are gonna, and like IDW is canon, and like they're not paying attention to that. So like, just don't approach it with understanding and empathy. Be like, okay, yeah, Sonic was a lot of different things, but like, they are making a distinct effort now to kind of make things fit, and doing that with Prime is less fun than it and more frustrating. And you don't even have to it's not even an argument. You could just say, like, the fact that this discussion exists, the fact that Sonic Prime's characterization is in question so frequently means there's something happened. Somebody did something. Like, it's so weird to me that people can think, like, I think a way and it's true, even though there's a lot of people saying something. I don't hear it. I don't know why that has to happen. Why can't it be like, I believe something, and then you hear a bunch of people saying something, and you go, and you explore it. Like, this is what I do, obviously. I'm biased, but, like, I try to, like, understand it. I'm like, oh. And then in trying to find where the contradictions are, and then when you see that there isn't any, be like, hey, maybe people should know about this. Like, the same thing that we were talking about earlier with hilarity. Like, the new fans want a hyperactive kind of like kid like Sonic, but he can still be hyperactive. He's just not inexperienced. Like, the first bio ever written was like street smart. Like, he's older brother to like the Tails' little brother, so he's got wisdom. And again, the player isn't even supposed to be Sonic. He is supposed to kind of have that experience through Amy admiring Sonic, through Tails admiring Sonic, through Knuckles admiring Sonic. Right? Like, even Knuckles, right? We all get like a little frustrated and like, oh, like, why don't things like, and we get a little like mystified by like the world, and we don't really quite understand it. We're more naive. Like, Sonic's flaw, it's supposed to be, and he has a flaw. Sometimes his recklessness makes the problem, it makes the problem worse. I think this is the compromise. We are staying on topic, even though it doesn't feel like it. Like, a lot of people on the Prime side are going like, why can't Sonic be flawed? Like, I hate how he's so perfect, right? These people who say he's a static character, right? Why does he have to be so perfect? Again, this is where I don't see a contradiction. Sonic can be a static character with flaws that do cause problems, while it's not taking away from the message overall being, trust your gut, don't worry about regrets, move forward. It just can't be the majority of the driving force of the story, which Prime is. The entire thing is like the amount of times they replayed Sonic's mistake. Tails going, Sonic, wait! And Sonic's like not listening. And they just keep playing it, they keep playing it. And it's why everything happened. And Sonic's always like, oh man, why did I like it? That's why it's really hard to like say, is this canon? Because it feels kind of like Sonic doesn't want to be him anymore. Like, that's what the writers want to be, is like, Sonic goes on the journey of learning that he sucks. Sonic goes on the journey of learning why Sonic sucks. Like, why it sucks to be him. The idea is that being reckless causes problems, but overall being true to who you are, even if that is reckless, is your own way. It is Sonic's own way to be that way, but he has his friends to help him. He doesn't have to change who he is. It's about self-love. It's you don't have to have all the answers yourself. You don't have to struggle with like, and this is like, your mistake made you alone. Oh my god. I don't know. There was like, this is the thing, is like, sometimes a group of writers can have a really good idea for a story, for a cartoon that will get a lot of people excited, and initiate a lot of action sequences and make for beautiful concept art and unique worlds, but fundamentally causes problems with the core intention of the series. And that's kind of what's happening. And I get it. I get stressful. But that's what's happening. Which is why I always want to talk about it. Because I think it's interesting. Prime is good. But I think we need to give it to Prime fans. Like, it's good. We love how it looks. Like, let's let it be good for what it looks. I would love it for action sequences in the games to start looking like Prime. It just sucks because it's one of those like, it's one of those things like it's like Sonic X, right? Like, can you imagine? It's honestly, it is like Sonic X, because if you go, I love Sonic X, wow, like we all paraded around how cool Sonic X was. There would be some people being like, so you want Chris? So you want him to sleep all the time? So you want bad animation? Oh, you suck. Your opinion sucks. The same thing with Prime, right? People that enjoy Prime just want to be like, I love Prime. And people are like, oh, so you like his characterization to be fundamentally against who he is? No, I don't think they're saying that. I think there's a compromise. I don't think Sonic X fans want all of what Sonic X is cooking. And I don't think Prime fans want all of what Prime is cooking. You know, like... But in the only way we're gonna get to the best cartoon is if people are loud and talk about what they don't like. Just don't talk to people. And on Twitter, people are gonna have to be hyperbolic, whatever. But when people question you about your joke, just let them know it's not that serious. De-escalate. Let them know, you know what, I get your side. I just feel differently. Just compassion. Like, we can tell jokes, we can be hyperbolic, we can, like, you have to. It seems like it's the only way you get heard. And that's just, it sucks, but like it's in the same way that Sega has to play for money, we're in the position where we have to play to be heard. Because we don't have that money to have influence. We only have our words, so we get to be hyperbolic. And the price we pay is getting dogpiled on. But we can control how we respond to the reaction. I've seen people tell jokes on Twitter that are very hot takes, but they can control the narrative of where it goes because of how they respond to it. Talk to people, not at people. Absolutely, Dion. Because, like, really, your intention should be to get more people on your side. Compromise. I constantly talk about how the bias fan in me would want this, but the artist in me wants this. Because the artist is looking at the audience as it is now. But it's also looking at the original intentions of the piece. Because I tell you, like, how do you think teachers critique any artist that goes to any college? How do you think it works? Right? It's not like, oh, it's subjective, everybody gets an A. No, they are challenging you with specific skills they want you to practice. There's a rubric just like anything else. In the same way that Wild Brain will have stipulations of what Sega wants the cartoon to be, and they're going to constantly be in meetings about what it's going to be. And that comes with the cartooning bias, right? Wild Brain is a cartooning company from Canada. They have preconceived notions of how they make cartoons, so there's going to be tons of meetings before they make the agreement on what the cartoon's going to look like. Compromises are made there. We need to do the same thing as fans, because if we're not doing the same thing, it's not realistic. Like, you immediately diffuse your point, because realistically, nobody is going to the meeting table and being like, I think Sonic should be like this and you will listen to me. like when people go like, put me in there, I will fix it. No, you won't. You'll talk to the same people that Ian is. You're talking to the same people. It's not different people. You're gonna go to Wild Brain. They're gonna have opinions about cartoons. You're gonna have opinions, and then it's gonna be a compromise. So the fact that when fans don't do that and they're not trying to compromise with the people who disagree with them, it's almost not even worth listening, because like obviously it's not trying to create a realistic solution. They're just talking at you, like Dion's trying to say. They're just talking at you and not, so then you just disengage. Like, do you want to create a solution, or do you just want to talk about what you like? We can talk about what you like. That would be way more fun. But you're like angry. Do you want to talk about what you like? Make a video about what you like. Like, make a thread about what you like. You know what I'm saying? Opal gets it. Opal like gets passionate about Sonic opinions, and when she disagrees with me, she starts barking. As someone who likes Prime, this will be good. Ryan says, the show would be better if it just took place in New York. Oh my gosh, every time he's in New York, why is that world so much more interesting? All the other, I think it's because all the other worlds are like missing Eggman. Like, I don't know. If all the worlds were just as interesting as New York, it's intentionally supposed to be a shard of their real reality. So in a weird way, like, it fits into their intention that the worlds are kind of barren in a different way. So you got the jungle world. There's not a lot of civilization. And I think the only reason that Sonic's friends seem to be like the only people on there is because they were in proximity to the explosion. Eggman was really close. I think Sonic got there first, which is why he got the energy. Eggman got split into a bunch of different people because he was like right behind Sonic, and Sonic came at it this way, and I think it like radiated the crap out of Eggman and split him into a bunch of different versions of himself. The same thing, the same reality. So he went all to New York because he's closer to the radius of the explosion. Because the other ones were further away, they're kind of pushed into fragments of their world. So, but what sucks is it may fit into their intention because of the structure of the story being like, this episode Sonic's in this world, this episode Sonic's in this world in the first season. It made it really hard to watch the first season. It was almost like by design. The first couple episodes are really exciting, and then whenever they wanted to engage you, they brought back New York or Shadow. Like, they knew early on that these worlds would be really not as interesting. Like, that was the budget part. Like, it felt like that was where they had to, but it's so weird because when it's a 3D show, it's like I can't help but think about what you're saying. Right? Like, it would just make sense if it was just in New York. Like, that it doesn't cost more money to use that map again, like that world. So why did they have to go to a new original location with like new original designs for all these characters when they could have just focused? But then maybe it's the writing angle. Like, from a writing angle, sending Sonic to a new world. Yep. Now I'm figuring it out. So if you look at it from a writing perspective, having different episodes take place on different worlds gives you more, like, that's why it was a little bit frustrating to watch as an audience member, because Sonic is meeting his friends over and over again, but they're slightly different. So it gives new characters for the writers to introduce, so they can have Sonic discover the world, discover the rules, discover how his new friends are different. And you get a little bit of fatigue from Sonic introducing himself to his supporting cast over and over again, but that's easier to write through and make it feel like less like filler. It still felt like filler because you get fatigue from, but it was disguised filler because you're meeting new characters, so it feels important. But when you have the bigger picture, we're almost at season 3 now, those characters felt less tied to the overarching story than the characters from New York. That's why New York is more interesting, because though it feels like the actual story is happening there, because 9 is a mainstay, all the Eggman are there, like. So yeah, I think it's actually for the writers so that they could fill in that first season. And now they're trying their best to make those other characters important, but the reality is they are actually like disconnected from the larger story. Like there was a point in the first episode where I thought like Shadow was talking about how he's like, your friends from the original world are gone. Think about your real friends. I thought he was talking about his new friends in his other worlds, which would have been cool. But I think he was talking about like, they're not the holograms in front of you, they're somewhere else. Like, let's actually bring them back. But I thought Shadow was going like, that's done. Move on. You have real friends in this new reality that need you. And again, that's going in my mind because I want it to not be canon. So it'd be cool if Sonic just gets over that. Like, it's way too dark because like the main cast dies. I get it. But again, it's because I can't figure out how the story ends. So it was cool for Shadow because originally he didn't care. Like, those aren't your real friends. They're alternate realities. But I thought because 9 took the shard and they thought it was, he completely took it, took all the shards, and he thought it was over. Shadow was moving on in the sense of like, let's focus on saving these other realities. Again, which is, and the reason I'm thinking of that is because I'm thinking about the 9 thing, right? Like, I just, it feels weird to kill 9 or keep 9 alive. You don't want to diminish the real Tails, but you also don't want to kill 9 because 9 is right. It's like, feels weird to do either one. So that's why my brain keeps going to like, oh, okay, he's going to be like, you know what, 9, you're right. I got to focus on who's here right now trying to help me. Like, I have friends right now. And I made a mistake. I'm not going to worry about my, like, can you imagine that as soon as Sonic, like, maybe this is it. Maybe I just figured it out. Maybe because he has like the biggest piece, the biggest shard, like he has the soul, the heart of the Paradox Prism. I don't know. Because he has the heart of the Paradox Prism, it's the controller that unifies the Paradox Prism. And it was only because he was shattered in his mind that it manifested that way. And as soon as he came to accept his friends, I know it's cheesy, but like, this is the only way I could see it working. As soon as he came to accept his friends, even if they were different, that they could become who they are. That's the only way I can see it making sense. So 9 and Tails are one. And it's because of Sonic not being sure of himself that it couldn't, his friends wouldn't manifest. And then at the moment it's a mental shift, it all kind of something like that. They can't see you, bro. No, you don't know. You don't know because you're hanging matzo over the backdrop like they can see.
I was trying to see. I can hear,
You like the fact that you could hide, don't you? That's why I put it up. It gets way too hot in here if I close the door. So. Sonic's mentality has always been rooted in focus on the now and that's what I feel. Again, am I not cooking? I don't know. Again, I discover things from talking to you guys. That again, another reason why I'm here. Like, I feel like there's more discovery if there's more people, more minds to kind of bounce it off of. There will be a time where I go on a tangent and I'm not cooking and I have to go like, actually, I don't think that. I really love how petty and selfish 9 is. I don't know. I mean, like, but I still feel like 9 is right. Nate Sabs. Like, I don't think he's like petty. Like, Sonic hasn't said anything to make him believe he's not just using him. So he is being petty, but like Sonic is not explaining anything. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not explaining how that's not true. He's just going, that's not true. Like, I as the viewer, I'm genuinely like, 9 will probably get erased when your world comes back. Why would he want that? He's spiteful of the world that treated him like crap. And why does Sonic deserve that? Especially this guy that's using him. You're kind of like my friend. He keeps calling him the wrong name. 9's gonna be like, he doesn't respect me. He respects who he thinks he is. He respects who he thinks I am. Like, I know Sonic, like, it's probably not thinking that deep, but like, it's still, 9 is still entitled to be bothered by that. Weren't they literally holograms though? In that one episode, 9 placed the shards in a way where they woke up. I don't think they were, I think they're, like, I think you're right. Like, I was describing them as holograms for that reason, but I think they're holograms generated by the Paradox Prism, like, sort of bringing them back into existence. So, my guess is that they are holograms, but they're from the, like, they're not literal holograms from a device. They appear as holograms because their essence is temporarily being reestablished, but it can't complete itself, so they're like stuck in like a loop. And as 9 was building them, they spawned in because it was gonna bring reality back, but only if Sonic added his prism energy in the same spot. But if 9 sets up all the prism energy in the Grim, everything aligns around that. So, I honestly think they're gonna do that thing where all the characters fuse together. Like, I think like, for example, Amy's gonna remember everything Sonic did in every universe. Amy's gonna have the memories of all the different Amy's, and Knuckles is gonna have memories of all the different Knuckleses. Like, Tails is gonna appreciate and remember being different, like being 9, and being Tails himself too. I'm actually 100% confident that's what's gonna happen now. It is the only thing that makes sense. So it'll be like one of those things, like, I almost guarantee you there's gonna be a scene near the end, very close to the end, where you can see like a little like semi-transparent 9 doing the same facial expression Tails is, like, as if you're seeing it from Sonic's perspective, like he can see them both in him. I see it as the only way, because you can't kill 9, but you also can't diminish 9's or Tails's service in the greater lore, and they're totally gonna try to still ride that it's canon by the end. So they can't do 9 and Tails exist in the same world. No, it can't happen. What, 9's always gonna be chilling somewhere else? We never see him again? What a great message to send. We're friends. I'll never see you again. And then if they do see him again, what, there's 2 characters that almost look the same, that have the same skill set and function similarly, but one's a little bit more edgy? Guys, come find me when that is the ending of Prime. But that's... And in fact, I'll go further and I'm almost positive that he's gonna get all the shards, and it's gonna be him that reshapes... I'm gonna save everyone. Like, it's not gonna be the same as it was before. It's gonna be everything. Like, it's gonna be a mix of all the worlds together. Which means, I guess, New Yoke will be like an Eggman base or something. Like, because I think there's in the teaser for season 3, like, Eggman's like helping. So I have a feeling like that's kind of the way it's gonna pan out. I just think there will be a multiverse. So like, oh, so the 9 will just always be chilling in by himself in New Yoke, back to, without his friend, with no friends. I guess he could become friends with like Knuckles and Dreads or Dread. Nux. It's Nux in New Yoke. Nux and Rouge has a different name, right? Anyway, Rouge. Yeah, I guess 9 could become friends with them. And just, I don't know, but it would just feel weird. Like they're always missing someone. I don't know. It's very clear that like the story they're trying to establish is like they're meant to be friends. Like even across universes, they still connect. Like Rouge and Knuckles are still doing stuff together and they're all still on that pirate ship together. Like that's kind of what they're implying. So it'd feel weird if they do the multiverse thing where it's just like, all right, 9 is like in that universe. Also, it feels like 9 can't continue to exist while Tails does. I don't know how, because everything, it's all because of the paradox prism, right? That's like a limited amount of energy. And it's shattered, which is why there's multiple, because like New Yoke is not ideal. It's like an apocalyptic world. It's because it's not the full paradox, like reality prism. It's a shard of reality, which is why it can't be its full potential. So that world just continuing to exist would imply that there's a piece of the shard missing always, which means there's always a piece of Sonic missing. Like, and also that is like the Eggman in New Yoke, that is Eggman. Like you have to put them all together to make Eggman again. But that is like all of them together are Eggman. So take the Eggmen, the Chaos Council out of New Yoke, and then what is New Yoke? Like it's not, it doesn't work. Like no matter what you, I'm telling you, this is, they're fusing them together. I will call it. I'm calling it. This is why I'm telling you, when I'm watching this stuff, especially when it's Sonic, it's because when you have the context of like what they're trying to do and how many people they're trying to appeal to and the compromises they're trying to make, it becomes pretty easy how they're going to move forward, because especially when Ian says it's going to be canon, yeah, they're going to fuse them together and it'll make, and that's probably why, my God, that's probably why they're always just like Green Hill, Green Hill, Green Hill. Oh my God, it's just Green Hill in our world. Because at the end, it's probably going to be like, we got Green Hill, we got New Yoke, we got an ocean with like some pirate stuff going on in here. Like, there, I don't know, some other pirates are going to be there or something. Like a big ocean that has the same island he was on. Like, I think, and then there'll be a jungle where there's like bigger flickies. And then like the actual Amy, can you imagine? Yeah, it's totally going to happen. It's totally gonna happen. The actual Amy is gonna ride like an actual flicky in the main universe once it's all fused together. Like, and you know what? I don't know if that's gonna translate into the games. I'm not saying that Amy's gonna have a big bird in the games. I'm just saying that's probably gonna happen in Prime. Like she's gonna meet the bigger flicky and be like, oh my God, like that's cool. But it just fits too well. Like there's just way too much focus on Green Hill. Like that's all any of them knew, which makes it, from a writing standpoint, once again, it sets yourself up for an easier time showing your audience, look how much we gained from this experience. Sonic has learned a lot. The world is now more colorful. Like maybe it was worth it. And that'll make you feel good. Like most people feel okay. Like, okay, all right. We came out at a net positive. You know, all the characters remember everything, and then the world is like, that's it. Like, I've honestly, hey, didn't that guy try to kill us all? Sure, but he's dancing with us now. It's all good. What are you talking about? Wait, the Disney ending would be every version of every character joining up to break out into a big dance. I wouldn't, you know what? I don't know if we'll get a dance number. We might get like a party. Like he might do that picnic thing again with all his friends. So maybe a party, but I don't know about a dance party. But yes, that would be the Disney way of doing it. Utopian and dystopian are two ideals, not reality. It would just be a universe without Sonic. I don't know. I mean, like, but it implies that 9 is like Nine needs to kind of be like helped. It feels weird to leave him alone, especially when he's that prominent in the story. It feel weird. Like you want, when you have a character that prominent, like the main characters in the show are Sonic, Nine, Shadow, Chaos Council, so Eggman. That's really it. Those are the ones moving the story. And all of those characters need, like, because of how prominent, like Nine is the outlier, right? Because you can more or less, like Shadow, Sonic, and Eggman, you can kind of anticipate, like, they have to normalize, like they're gonna, like you can see the path of Canon. Well, not so much with Sonic because of how he's characterized. We just spent forever talking about that. But they are, Nine is the outlier among the characters driving the story. And it's gonna feel weird if they kind of just like ditch him, because he's not irredeemable. The way he's functioning as a villain, at least in this first episode, he's not, like, you can tell when writers make a character irredeemably evil, where they start doing things where it's like, all right, there's no way these writers are gonna be able to I'll redeem these characters. I'll reintegrate them as a hero, because it's going to be too hard to make the audience believe that he's not a shitty person. And Nine hasn't done any of that yet. Nine, you know what I mean? He had, like, like the fact that he says, you were just trying to use me to get what you wanted. The part he's not saying is, so I'm just going to use you to get what I want. He's what he believes he's doing is playing by Sonic's rules. And he's right. Right? I'm going to use you to get what I want, because that's all it seems like you're doing. So I don't understand why you think you're right when you were the one that made this happen. So Nine actually has more evidence as to why he's right. Like, Nine's like, I'm just dealing with the circumstance you put me in, and I have all the information I need. So why would I not just do that? Like, prove to me that there's a different way. And the only way to prove Nine that there's another way is if it's true that he will still exist and be happy and feel better. So, like, and he's gonna be merged with the real Tails. He's gonna get sucked right in. I come up with an idea that makes more sense if you don't think that's gonna happen, but, like, sorry if I ruined Prime for you. Man, now I'm gonna really pog when I'm watching. I don't know how close the end is. Is season 3 the end? He's being influenced by Sonic, but in a negative way, unlike Tails, who was in a positive way. Right, because he's not all of him. He's not all of me, like I am. Sepher, nah, he is still redeemable, but he is going to redeem himself. Wait, what? Nah, he is still redeemable, but he is going to redeem himself, if that makes any sense. He'll get to a dead end because of his actions. I think, like, for example, Nine has to be smart, so it kind of has to be his assessment. Like, they're using Nine as the one that kind of explains things to the audience, like how they're going to combine the Paradox Prism. So when Tails says stuff like, okay, all I'm missing is Sonic's energy, that has to be true. So with like, he'll get to a dead end because of his actions. When you say that, Sapphire, when you say that, I don't know. I think it's gonna have to be like, this is me guessing again. I think intelligence tends to beat Sonic, and the only reason Sonic wins against Eggman is because he has diverse friends that have different life experiences. But Sonic's free-going nature is vulnerable to controlling intellect like Eggman and Tails, which is why he makes such a good antagonist for Sonic, because it's such the antithesis the calculated kind of like thinking through things and planning everything is the antithesis to Sonic. And it makes sense for 9 to like, that's why I love like the episode of Sonic Boom where Tails is trying to like catch Sonic. That's like really cool. I love that episode. And that's why I really like 9 being a villain, because the idea is that 9 would probably be better than Eggman as a villain. Like, because Tails doesn't have the same kind of pride and showmanship. Like, he doesn't want to win in the same way. So 9 should... That's why 9 is threatening, because 9 has emotional reason. He's got experience with Sonic. He literally is a fragment of the real Tails, so he's just got... No, I know Ian wrote that episode, and I really liked it, and I was aware of that while watching it. But it was a good idea for an episode. I don't know if he came up with the idea. He might have, but he was cooking. He probably knew the type of thing fans wanted to see, and chose something safe. I mean, they were gonna like run around. Ian wrote this one. Like, that was like, I think one of the first times he jumped to a different type of media, right? Like, other than just comics for Sonic. So it's a pretty big deal. So I wouldn't be surprised if some thought went into like specifically what would happen in that episode. But it was a smart idea because it's very interesting, just like 9 is, which is why 9 is very important. Like, 9 is the secret to how this story is going to end. I really do think it's true, because 9 is right. 9 is going to be redeemed, has to be. I don't think the multiverse thing is going to work. Like, 9, it has to feel nice for 9. 9 is hurt, and 9 is a tragic character. He hasn't done anything like entirely irredeemable yet. And I honestly think, to get back to like the answer to your question, Sapphire, I think he's gonna get... I think he will be capable of ending everything. I think he's gonna have Sonic. He's gonna have the energy he needs with the prism. Like, think about just think about like how the Prime writers are writing this. Sonic is gonna get caught by 9 because he's not like Eggman. Like, Eggman is the perfect villain for Sonic because he's completely different but similar in some areas. And the reason Eggman can never win is because Sonic knows the showmanship and stuff. So he just knows how to play him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because Sonic is more about the kind of like charisma thing. And Eggman has the charisma too, which is why it's so fun to watch them like go back and forth and talk. But it's also why Eggman loses in that, because Sonic always has the like moral... because he sees bigger picture, and that's why the message makes sense. Like, don't worry about so many details. Like, that's why someone smart like Tails looks up to Sonic, even though Sonic has this weird wisdom. Like, that's what they're trying to communicate to you. It's like, you can be book smart, but you hit a wall. You hit a wall with book smart. Ideally, Sonic and Tails would fuse, and like that's what you want to be. Which is what Tails is trying to be. And Sonic, that's why Sonic and Tails are paired together, and why Sonic is like, yo, you're way to go. Like, they're trying to show you balance. Anyway, so Prime, 9 is the secret, because 9 is a version of Tails that doesn't admire Sonic. And that scene that I was painting, sorry, it makes so much sense for these Prime writers to have Sonic be in a position where he has to explain that thing he didn't explain. That's why they're not explaining it, right? You were only using me to get what you wanted. 9 saying that to Sonic. The reason Sonic's response was so lackluster is because the story would end if Sonic gave him a good answer. And they can't end it yet. They need to draw it out a bit more. So Sonic has to say something like he wasn't able to quite get it out yet. And they can defend that right now at this point in the story. You know, like, oh, okay, Sonic didn't think of the right thing to say. Fine. I guarantee you Sonic will say the right thing right when 9 is about to win. Like, it's gonna be 9 that chooses to not take Sonic's energy. That's what I think is gonna happen. Sonic is by himself. 9 has the Paradox Prism. It's so much power. Sonic and Shadow confronted him. They got rocked. Like, I don't know if you've seen the first episode of season 3. I'm spoiling it for you, but this is what happened. They literally, like, tried to take him on. They got wrecked. All 9 needs is to capture Sonic. He's got clones of all the other Sonic characters. They're going to do something interesting with how 9 captures Sonic, and they're going to play with that a little bit. They're going to draw out Sonic and 9's conflict. But the main thing that Sonic needs to say, I feel like it's going to come out right when 9 can make the choice. I think that's going to happen. So 9 is ultimately going to win after Sonic puts up a pretty good fight, kind of running away into different universes, and you know, he's going to try to get his other friends to join the battle and help him and stuff. But 9 is going to overpower him, and then he's going to have like a choice. And Sonic, and this would make sense that Sonic, it'd be a good way to kind of, I think it would be a good way to kind of make, once again, Sonic's impact on people around him. They're trying to do it, right? Shadow said in this episode, like, if knowing you, what is it? Let me show you. Knowing you has taught me anything, there's always another way. Right? I think I'm going to pull it up. Because I realize not everybody is, like, crazy about this stuff like I am.
Where the gateway is. Of course. Meant?
Oh, yeah.
Hill is gone.
Energy that powers the city.
The shards are gone.
Here we go.
If knowing you has taught me anything, there's always another way.
Wait, was that a compliment?
9 is out there.
So this is where it's like gets weird, because it's like this is Game Shadow, and it feels like he's talking about the game Sonic that we know, that is so sure there's another way that it doesn't get to him. You know what I mean? He's using Game Sonic as an example to what is supposed to be also Game Sonic. He's basically going like, wow, if knowing you has taught me anything, you're not like you right now. Did you see how I know it doesn't ring that way for people that are, you know, on the outside of this, but from the inside, it's very much like, Shadow, you're complimenting Sonic for something he's not displaying in this show at all. Sonic he's not been going, there's always another way. He's going like, he's more like, I hope there's another way. Oh God, like what? It just feels a little bit more like he's not so sure of that. And now Shadow's over here being the one like, there's always another way. Don't worry, Sonic. Be positive. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? It feels like Shadow should be frustrated, like, but I don't know, bro. I did like the fact that they find another way. Sonic finds another way, like right after. I can't go through portals.
We're here. The Grim.
I can't pass through gateways.
There's always another way.
But see, using it like that doesn't imply... It's so weird. Shadow is using Sonic as an example of somebody who doesn't doubt that things will, you know, work out for the best. But I don't believe it that much. Like, I don't know. I don't think I see it enough. And it's because of the skeleton of the story being framed around Sonic's mistake. I think that's why. The gateway thing is extremely lazy, though. In what way? Like the fact that Shadow just can't go through? It's possible. Isn't that a gateway as well? So, the way they're doing this is Sonic has been the only one that can pass through. Like, for example, if you remember, 9 had to make a specific device so that the Chaos Council could go to different shatter spaces. So I think they needed that because they had to explain that, like, why isn't the Chaos Council just immediately, you know, going to all the other shadow spaces and taking them all over? There needed to be some obstacle, because I remember there was a time in one of the seasons where they were like, oh gosh, like 9 is like captured and he is being forced to build this technology that he built. Like it simultaneously showed how smart 9 was, because it gave 9 a purpose, because it allowed Sonic to traverse with a vehicle and somebody else to other shadow spaces. It gave 9's whole premise with the Grim and allowed him to find that world so he can start thinking about his own path forward, his own way. Which is why it's like, Tails should be trying to find his own way. He should be trying to make the best out of the situation. And he's trying to. He doesn't have the answer to fix Sonic's world yet. So, I mean, it's lavaing. It's lavaing. So the stream will almost end because it's lavaing. I've been an hour over schedule anyway, and I got to feed my cats. So, so I get why, you know, because the shadow spaces are, and this makes sense. Again, they're doing a lot of things that make things easier for them to write, because it allows them to literally control which characters can come into the story when, and allows them to wait. It allows them to, for example, Shadow couldn't go to the Grim before, but now he can because it's unstable. Which means, like, when they were planning the story, they're like, okay, if we're dealing with, like, let's make the rules of the shadow space so that when they become unstable, everybody can come in, so that our final battle can be climactic, because it's just everybody coming in from everywhere, and it becomes naturally less predictable, which will give the viewer the sensation of, like, things are ramping up, stakes are getting higher because anything can happen, which makes the story less predictable. And so you're controlling the gauge of excitement. They're being smart, like, but I can see how the word lazy would come out. Like, okay, let's read what Nick Knock is saying. It's lazy in execution, in my opinion, at least. I appreciate that. Shadow can't go through the equivalent of the front door, but he can go through the equivalent of a side door. I would agree with you if these side doors were literally just side doors, like, all the time, but it's because, like, it's right now. Like, these cracks in the world are visible inside the world.
What are you doing? We have.
And they've only been visible inside the world now because of what's happening now in all the spaces. So it's just a device, a narrative device to ramp things up as things get to the end game, which is fine. Like, this is one of those decisions where it's like, it's smart, but it's one of those things where Prime can be a satisfying and enjoyable series for reasons that have nothing to do with what is Sonic, which is fine. Like, it can be a good show. And it like, these writers are using techniques that make stories interesting, and like changing the locales and introducing new characters. The reason it's boring for us is because we want to see the main cast. And the reason that New York is more interesting to us is because New York is similar to things that we've seen in the Sonic franchise before, right? Like Eggman taking over, and like you can see all the other Mobians there kind of being over. It's just similar to like Forces or Sat AM. Our palette is primed and ready for that kind of thing, right? So it's natural that Sonic fans are going to be more interested, especially since Eggman is there, right? Like, it just fits right in, and it was designed for us. But there's an outside perspective. The variety is just going to work, right? And meeting new characters, like, they're not, the outside perspective doesn't care about the main cast as much as we do. So meeting a jungle version of Amy, cool. It's different, so it's going to keep them watching. So it's like, the divide is by design. Like, no one, like, if you are a Prime fan and you're like, you're hurting their feelings. No, you're not. They knew. They know. They know what parts the fans are going to be excited about, and they know what parts the fans are not going to be excited about. And there are parts designed for you to enjoy, and there are parts that are designed for you to not enjoy. And the parts where he goes to the pirate island and the jungle place, not really for us. Like, there's something to be enjoyed there. Like, I actually liked the scene where I forget, Thorn Rose, like, Sonic was talking about Amy, like Amy would do something like this, or Amy would say something like this, and then the Thorn Rose says, like, she sounds pretty great, and Sonic just says she is. Do you see how, like, little he says? That felt very, like, because I don't know, I don't know. It's a simple thing. You know how people describe, like, they use the word elegance with, like, simplicity? The way Sonic gives advice is kind of like that. It's not, he won't explain, like, kind of like how I spend, like, hours explaining everything to you guys. Sonic's not going to do this. Sonic's not going to do, like, a couple hour live streams explaining to you all this stuff like I am. He's not going to try to be a mediator and explain, everybody, this is what you guys are thinking. But that's what he's doing in the jungle. He's, like, trying to be the mediator. He's like, normally Amy does this, I'm going to try to do it. He does it badly, which is funny. And I like that idea. I'm more so talking about the IDW interpretation when I talk about, like, long-winded speech and the, like, over-focus on being, like, heroic. So yeah, I'm kind of bouncing around all over the place. Probably a sign that I should end pretty soon. I'm gonna play the music again though, because I kind of wanna throw it to you guys one last time before I head out on any last things that, because I went on so many tangents. We talked about so many things, but I want to give you guys a chance to, like, go, oh, I was thinking about this one thing and I didn't really get a chance to talk about it. And there's a chance that it's so interesting that I stay longer. I mean, you know, I can't control these tangents. When you put it that way, the comics are an excellent resource for wanting to see our Sonic characters thrive, while this show allows for more creative freedom in how people could write a Sonic story. Yeah, and there is some debate on the IDW interpretations. Like, I think they can have Sonic talk a little less. I think I described it pretty well. I get that a comic needs words, but other people can use the majority of words. Do you know what I'm saying? I think the way I described it is Sonic always feels like there's a little bit of a secret. Like, there's not... He can't... And I don't know if secret's the best way to describe it, because he wouldn't want to explain it. Because the more words he uses, that's his way. He wants to go his own way, and he wants everyone to go their own way too. And the more you explain your way, the more it reads as, why would you need to explain it if you don't want to convince me? You know what I mean? Like, if you truly feel like, yeah, I'm just gonna do my own thing. Like, I'm not really debating it. I don't feel bad about it. I don't have regrets about it. You're not really gonna say a lot. Do you know what I mean? You don't really feel like you have to explain it as much. And if you're gonna let everyone else go their own way, you also don't have incentive to kind of... So I think that's why the Surge thing kind of hit people weird. I really love Imposter Syndrome. Like, overall, Imposter Syndrome had me so excited, but I do agree that one moment is a little bit... They overall do it, in my opinion. I read IDW, and depending on, like, the story, I find that my enjoyment of Sonic as a character in IDW is very dependent on the actual just story, like whatever he's facing. He sets him up for more success, and therefore I enjoy him more. But that one specific, because they're exploring Sonic's morality specifically with Sonic versus Surge, and I think it opened up an issue. I mean, like, Ian's not going to be perfect, so I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Ian's like, you know what, I think I might have Sonic say less. That's fine. I think Ian is to me somebody who would be like, you know what, I'll give it a shot, you know, like whatever. Yeah, that's why would he be attached to him preaching? It's not contradicting anything. But yeah, if you truly want everyone to go their own way, and you like, just think about what that would do to you, right? Like, you want to go your own way. You love seeing Tails go his own way, even if it's not your way. You love, like, and he doesn't capture Eggman. Eggman just does his thing. What's going on? Are you knocking on the... Am I hitting my own backdrop? I guess I am. Okay, yeah, and I get it. Like, some people are a little bit weird about how Sonic doesn't, like, capture Eggman. Like, all right, Tails, invent an invention that grabs Eggman's Eggmobile, magnetizes him, sticks him in a Chaos Emerald portal he can never escape. Like, there's a reason he doesn't do that. Like, and Eggman's bad. And, like, it gets political. It does get... And I won't go there. Like, I'm gonna end the stream at the, like... at 6, but like it gets political, and that's where the Eastern Western thing comes in. Like, it, you know, there are people who are like, no, Eggman needs to go to jail. It is wrong that Sonic won't put him in jail. And like, that's an opinion. It's an opinion. It's not one that I share, but it gets kind of like, the discussion of justice isn't the focus of Sonic, in my opinion. It's about that, you know, have no regrets, don't doubt yourself, be your weird self, don't doubt it, go your own way. Which is why it's important what Eggman's doing, right? If you do something too bad, it's like, whoa, Sonic. Do you think Eggman could be rehabilitated? No. Honestly, I think it's a genuinely interesting question. I'm gonna be honest, because Eggman does things that are awful, and Sonic just letting him go away and do this thing over and over and over again. I want to say it's an interesting thing, but it's what makes Sonic interesting. Sonic is not just a good guy. There is this, and I get it. There's an argument that can be made that Sonic has a huge influence. The bigger he is, especially in America now with the movie, we don't want to. We want it to be very clear for children that to do what is right. And it gets kind of like, it's, you know, like parents get nervous. You don't want to deter parents from buying stuff, right? So if you kind of let like Sonic just like be this ambiguous not, I am good, it can cause some problems. And I get that, but I do think, again, this is one of those things where Sega's like, oh my god, why didn't we just make Sonic like just a good guy? Like, why didn't we just make him a good guy? We should have done that. Why didn't we do that? No, they made him ambiguous. They made him interesting and not exactly clear as to where he aligns, which is why people liked him. So, I mean, yes, I'm doing this a lot today. It's like, do you want what made Sonic distinct? Or do you want... it's a compromise. You gotta do a compromise. Sonic has to be effective to a certain degree in a Western audience. You gotta be careful about the crimes that Eggman's committing. Because obviously, you know, Sonic didn't lock up Eggman at the end of Frontiers, and that still did well. Oh my god. Opal wants me to end this stream right this second. Just good guys weren't cool in the 90s. That's a bold statement. Cool. Yeah, I see the argument you're trying to make is like, it depends on what your target audience is. The target audience is going to change a lot when Sonic is a video game character in the 90s on what is considered niche at the time, right? In the 90s, video games were more niche. They're not comparable to like movies and things like that in the 90s. so they don't have to appeal to such a mass market, right? So what was cool to like niche teens that are gamers, that was a smart choice at that time to make him ambiguous, right? But now it's not smart because video games are huge, comparable to movies now. So then you get that same kind of like family friendly, like we gotta, what is Sonic's moral reasoning? Like let him explain that. I wouldn't be surprised if like the whole Sonic being more aligned with traditional superheroes is an intentional kind of push for Western appeal. And again, that's why I keep referring to this thing, because like Sonic can do a little bit of that, and I think he does need to, because Sonic does need to be successful in a Western target audience. So that's why I have IDW kind of hanging out with the Black Sonic and Secret Rings kind of Sonic, kinda, but he's in the middle there, kind of like Prime Sonic 2. And I think that's the way to go. But we still need to talk about, like, we still need to express, like, he's a little too preachy. He can still more morally align with good and be less ambiguous. Like, I know the JP purists, the Eastern purists are gonna get on, would be upset with me saying this, because that take is like, he just needs to go back to what he is, and that's it. But that's too much like my Sonic for me, you know? And I just like, you know, he's got to evolve, like, as long as there's no contradictions to the original intentions. Let's let it stem. Let's take what was appealing about him being static, right, and being an inspiration to the characters around him. Let's take the appeal of him, like, empowering people to go their own way, but we can channel that into a little bit of heroism. Like, he can, you know, he can do a little bit of, like, maybe he doesn't put Eggman in jail, but I don't know. Like, I don't exactly know how you're gonna deal with Eggman. You need the reoccurring bad guy. They can, I'm sure they can find some way where, I mean, maybe they can try to, like, you know what, Eggman? Too much. Like, maybe they have a plot in IDW where Eggman's just like, you know what? I got endless ideas. You know, the moment one plan ends and you foil it, I'll just make the next one and the next one. Like, maybe he has a plot generating machine. He's like, I programmed all my previous plots into an AI generator, and all I have to do is press this button, and I don't even have to think of it myself. I'll just create the plot instantly 1,000,000 times until I tire you out from exhaustion. Maybe that's his plan, right? And so Sonic's like, crap, the only way is to just lock this dude up. The only way. We have to just lock him up. And they try to do it. Like, Tails is like, all right, we're gonna, like, invent a prison that can hold Eggman. And they just can't do it. And Eggman just keeps breaking free. Like, they just can't contain him. And then it's like, all right, well, there you go. That's it. I mean, they can't, then that conversation's over. It's like, all right, even if Gunn came back and there was jail, and Sonic was like, you're going to jail, they can't do it. They can't lock him up. They can, and that'd be fine. Then the American audience would be like, okay, so Sonic is on the side of American justice. Good. My kids can buy the Sonic game. It's a real thing, so whatever. So yeah, it's Sonic. Hey, it's Noah Copeland. Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit dev. I'm at the end of this stream. Can you tell? I didn't mean to incorrectly pronounce your game. I have nothing to add right now. I just want to say you're cool and nice, Lava Lamp. Thank you. The stream went on for as long as it took to lava. And a little bit. We got a little bit of lavaing. That's gonna be my thing now on live streams, is we're gonna watch it slowly become not gross looking. So, I mean, what else? I mean, it is 6, but I can't leave you. I can't. The only thing, literally, I gotta feed my cats and I gotta eat. Food or Sonic? Oh, wait, why isn't Dion a mod? Dion's gotta be a mod, come on. We're gonna since I'm gonna be streaming more often, let's throw some moderator perms out. What did Dion say here? Spicy words. As we've established, Sonic isn't a stranger to adapting to the current times or current trends in media. Yeah, and that's fine. Oh, thank you, Lords. I was about to do that. Thank you. I can hear Lords feeding the cats. Yeah, and I think a certain level of flexibility can be preserved. This chart, like, every single new piece of Sonic media, imagine like a new square would get placed. Like, it's gonna bounce around. It's gonna bounce around. And I don't think it should ever go, like, obviously there was a problem with how Prime did it for it to be considered canon anyway. I think if you're going to consider things canon, it shouldn't really go any further than IDW is on here. You're just going to start to get some problems, like, but I think it's fine if it bounces around. Again, like, they're trying to make Sonic big in Japan too, so like we don't know how it's going to pan out, you know. I don't know, Sonic, maybe an anime will come out and I'll have a square right on the other side. Because I mean, Frontiers did really well in Japan too, so like, and we don't know about that. Is there anyone from Japan in here? We don't know anything about that. So I mean, it's possible. I mean, that we don't know where this is gonna go, but America, just because it's had the most different interpretations doesn't mean that's the way Sonic's gotta be. That's why I made this graph. He's got, as long as he's pink, not actually pink, but like in the pink area, I think it's fine. But again, if they're saying canon, then it can't be. It has to be a very specific shade of pink. No further past this IDW block. I think it's got to be like in that area. If you're calling it canon, like, come on, it's getting kind of tricky. I love Spin Dash Manga Sonic being there. Such a crazy guy. Such a little fella. I wanted to put him there because I wanted to, because we didn't have enough examples of Eastern kind of distortion of the characterization, but it was good we had at least one to indicate that that same thing could happen, and it also gives the Western perspective an idea of what it might look like to someone from, sorry, gives somebody from the Western perspective an idea of what SatAM might look like from the Eastern perspective. I don't know, I'm trying to promote this kind of like, meet these arguments with compassion and understanding, but I might have just made a graph that's too confusing to read. Okay. Let's see, I just want to see. Why does Connect cost so much money? I don't know. I don't think it costs so much money anymore, though. The joke is dead. Blue Blur says, I'm so glad you're streaming. I was afraid we wouldn't have these discussions anymore since you don't stream at Tails channel anymore. Yeah, right. And then the first video I upload, Blue Blur, it's like, is a parody. No, I want to do it. I want to do this still. What I don't want to do is the like Sonic Prime episode 1 of season 3 just came out. Like, and like I have to upload like within a couple days, or like my live reaction. I just don't want to. I mean, if there's something that's like me, like if another thing like Knuckles Prologue comes out, it's gonna make me cry or something, yeah, I'll react to it. If I have a reason to believe I'm gonna like, but it just sucked reacting to things like I wasn't as excited about, because like I never once faked a reaction, guys, and that just meant that, well, actually no, I once did, but that was because it was the first time I ever helped with a trailer, an official Sonic trailer, and it was the Sonic Origins one, like one of them. And I actually helped with one of the trailers that was being shown. I don't remember if it was during a Sonic Central. I think it was. So I was reacting to everything in the Sonic Central. Yeah, it was a Sonic Central. I was reacting to everything in the Sonic Central genuinely. But then, like, the trailer that I helped with played. And I knew that was a possibility. So what I told myself is I was going to let the trailer play and then tell people, hey, you know that trailer? Yeah, I helped with that one. That's what I decided to do. But if you actually like try to go back and look, I just don't do anything. Like I'm just kind of like, I couldn't bring myself to go like, whoa, like I can't do it. I can't do that, guys. If you're looking for the guy who's gonna be like, what the basic Sonic thing I expected? I'm sorry. I can't. That's why I think it was so special when the Knuckles prologue animation came out, because I was like that. I was like, and it was real. And I years refused to fake because I knew one day Sonic will genuinely make me lose my mind, and I want it to be important when it does. And it was. I love that video. Is no edits, and it's one of my favorites. That's why I love YouTube, because it doesn't, you can't create that. You can try, but people, that's what we wanted as fans. We want that moment. Like, we don't want the, like, everything that I expected. Whoa. You want to feel like it's actually Sonic, which is what this whole discussion was about, right? Prime is exciting, but it's exciting for different reasons. We want to be excited like, that's my guy. That's my guy. Which is why Frontiers was so exciting, which is why the prologue was so exciting. That's what we want. That's what we want. My guy. And you guys are here with me. You guys know. And that's why we're not really in it for the numbers. Like, I do want to get the core Sonic audience, because I feel like, I do kind of feel like the toxicity is in the community is our responsibility, because we're the informed ones. The people coming from the outside, it's kind of our responsibility to change the stereotype. We're gonna be the only ones aware of what people on the outside are saying about us, so we're gonna be the only ones able to appropriately address the problem, right? We can't expect people from the outside to just like fix it. Like, what? If we did that, we'd be like, all right, we just need so many people in here that like we completely silence all the old fans. No, we don't want to do that. Like, no, like people, angry, entitled Sonic fans that have stuck around for so long, they're bitter and angry, and it's wrong how they're dealing with it. But there's probably something in there if they're here still, and they love something about Sonic still, and they're obviously here for a reason. So what I want to do is make content for somebody like that, to be like, I want to be like, you are angry. I see it. I know why. I just don't understand how it turns to anger in you because XYZ. That's what I hope to do. So that's why what I was talking about earlier about like numbers, like there's a certain amount of numbers. I want to feel like this is like, all right, core Sonic fans, how can we kind of like navigate this next step? All right, Sonic family. But what it'd be really cool too if we get some of those new fans in here too, because we don't want an echo chamber either. And I think that'll naturally happen. What I really want to see is like a symbiotic relationship between core fans and then the fans coming in, new young fans coming in from the movie, because that is happening, right? There are people because of the movie that are going back and going like, what was Sonic the Fighters about? Like, why does everyone hate Sonic the Fighters? Are you guys like seeing the love of Sonic Fighters coming out? Like, it's been the past couple of years, but like, there are games that people just wrote off as bad, but there are some people that are looking at the old Sonic games that we wrote off, and because of the love from the Sonic movie, even though they're different, they're loving the other Sonic too. And how wonderful would it be if we can create somewhere where it feels like both of those people can kind of exist and understand each other? Like, I think everyone's so focused on being like appealing to as many Sonic fans as possible by being excited about Sonic that like they miss what Sonic fans want to talk about. Like, we're all hoping to get along and enjoy the same thing and understand so that we can talk to Sega and get the best Sonic we possibly can. And all I can do is to keep explaining why I do this, what these streams are for, why they're chill, like acknowledge the regulars as often as I can. Coam, I saw you join in. Jark, I should actually start doing that since it's nearing the end. I can't leave you guys, bro. People just keep joining. Like Noah joined, like, and Robo Flying. Oh, jeez, I can't pronounce your name, but I recognize you because that iconic logo. Robo Flavin. I want to read what you said, so let's do this. I joined late, but I've loved what I've been hearing. Has it been discussed yet whether Sonic Prime should be canon? I keep feeling like I'd enjoy it more if it was its own thing. Watch the stream archive, but we did a lot of that. The short answer is, yeah, it should not be canon. It is way more enjoyable if it's just its own thing. Like, it's just work to rationalize it as canon, and it's supposed to be fun putting pieces together when something is said it is canon. It should be fun to kind of fit it all together and go, whoa. But like, doing that with Prime is just like, like, it's just like, why is Shadow and why is, like, we looked at scenes where Shadow's like, if knowing you has taught me anything, there's always another way. Meanwhile, the dude is always like, oh man, why did I do the thing I do? Why am I the way I am? And Shadow's going, man, you're not acting like the way that you are right now. Like, it's just, you can't play both sides. It's like, you don't have to watch from the beginning. This has been so long. Maybe on high speed mode, but I talk fast. Can you imagine me on a high speed mode? Jesus. You don't have to watch all of it, though. That might be the only way. These live streams, you gotta be here, bro. You could, you know what? You could try to watch all however many hours this is. When did we start? 2. Oh God. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Over 4 hours. Though I think my other chill stream was like 5 hours. When it's chill, I can, you remember I used to only stream for 2 hours on Tails channel. My mentality was different. It was like, I mean, there was more responsibility. There's more people. I don't know. High-speed rap artist. I admire you. If you watch the whole thing, wow. Please comment your thoughts. I respect your insight as well. You're one of those people that I know have been in the community about as long as I have, and I'm kind of like, respect. I get a little bit of imposter syndrome when I see people like you in the chat. I'm kind of like, am I that guy? Am I that guy? Am I him? Dion. I've known people who have dropped Sonic because of his movie counterpart and have gotten way into the series because of the same movie counterpart. Yep. Dropped Sonic because of the movie counterpart. Weird. How do they feel about Frontiers? Weird to drop him. Like, if movie Sonic impacted the game Sonic, like if Frontiers Sonic was like Prime Sonic, I'd probably be like really upset too. I forgot who Sonic is. Can someone please explain? That should be the title of this. Oh, that would be such a good title for the stream, Gemma. That's so funny. Wow. I gotta play that gibberish at 2x speed after this. No way. It's gonna sound so awful. I'll definitely be tuning into more of these live discussions. My plan is that, I mean, because of the nature of Twitter, it generates these polarizing discussions, which is why I stay on the platform. Because again, I do think the hyperbolic comments are kind of funny, and it's nice to see who deals with the backlash really intelligently. Because Twitter is a space in where you're almost always in an argument, because the posting is like kind of like, it's seen as like a podium. Like people kind of go like, you better have something good to say. Which is unfortunate because some people just use that, what is seen as a podium, to just be like, I love Sonic Prime, he's so cute. But because people see it as a podium, they're like, shut up, bro. What, are you gonna run for Sonic Prime president? Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's not a podium. It's just posting. It's just someone saying something. But it's treated like a podium. And because of that, it's why I stick around. Because of the podium-like stances that people take and make and say. It skips us right to the like, where's all the friction? Which allows me to kind of start a live stream and be like, all right, where are we at? It gives me the opportunity to feel like I'm kind of unraveling something. And I feel like if Twitter didn't exist, for all the reasons people hate it, I mean, the reasons people hate it is why Twitter is good. Twitter, we need to be better. Twitter enables the worst in us. It really does. But it also allows us to see who can deal with that ethically. Like, that's kind of how life is. Like life, you know, there are people who have privileges that probably shouldn't. But we're plugging it into Sonic's message, right? This freedom, right? Like we all have it. Not everybody should have it, but they have it. And it allows us to truly appreciate the people who use it to spread joy. Oh God, I almost have to end it because that makes so much sense. All right, guys, I'm hungry. Probably gonna eat my dinner because that made so much sense. That feels like it tied everything together, right? That's what I feel like Sonic is trying to say as a series. So when so much of Prime's story feels like it's talking about Sonic regretting going his own way, like it'd be fine if this thing happens. This story can happen but if it's the main lesson, if it's the main plot, that's where it's like, bruh, I don't know. I don't know if it should be the main focus. Lost World focuses on Sonic's mistake, but not as much. I don't love Lost World or anything, but like, it focuses on a lot less. So basically what I'm trying to say is next time, this Sonic characterization discussion has been like the only polarizing thing that's been going on Twitter for like ever. I was kind of waiting for the next thing to come up, but it just keeps coming back up. So that's why I did this one. So hopefully someone brings up something else. We'll see what people really want to talk about, especially now that there's not as much Sonic content coming out. And if a polarizing piece of Sonic content does come out, and because sometimes that's what starts the discussion, then that's what the stream will be on. And the reason I tell you guys this is because I want, this is kind of social, it's conversational. So there might be times where I'm busy or I forget. So like letting me know, like, hey, this is a thing that people are talking about. Like I might miss it. It's like, let me know. Like this stream popped into my brain because I got a comment on the last chill stream I did after I uploaded for the first time in forever. And when somebody just said like streams like this would be awesome. And I said, thank you for the feedback. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to stream this weekend. Somebody said they wanted it and I kind of want to do it. So I mean, yeah, I'm still live. Did you go live? I'm so proud. Oh, you know, I normally stream short. I'm about to end though, but these guys, I just can't leave these guys. I literally just said I was gonna end it like twice. This is the second ending. And now you're here. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. But I'm hungry. Wait. But I have, okay. Wait. I have a protein bar. But that's not dinner. Where is it? I have a protein bar. But what? Somebody give me something good to talk about, bro. Like, if there's something good to talk about, it's on you. I took a nap and everything. Oh, bro. I already broke my promise. I was supposed to end the stream when this starts lavaing. When it starts doing the thing that lava lamps do. Sonic's characterization is a very addicting topic. I mean, yeah, when you're a Sonic fan, of course it is. Oh, cattail. Ah, my God. Oh, we should probably show the cat, huh? The cats are like hard to... No, but the immersion of my backdrop. Wonder if I can... Yeah, there we go. We got it. But she's never gonna look at the camera. So all you get is the back of a cat. That's Mello. I don't know if you guys actually met Mello yet. You know of Matza and Opal from Tails channel stuff. I don't know if we ever did, like, we weren't doing live streams when we got Mello. Mello's the same type of cat as Matza, Ragdoll. Her coat looks like a Siamese though, like a darker, long-haired Siamese. She behaves very differently than Matza though. Can we talk about both of these? These are not good topics. You know, I'm gonna see what quality topics I can get from longtime fans like Roboflavin. One thing I've been thinking about lately is where the Sonic story will be like 20 years. Wait, oh, sorry. Where the Sonic story will be in like 20 years. Especially now that they're taking it so much more seriously. It's got me thinking. It's probably gonna get a couple more minutes out of me. Let's see here. So in 20 years, I did say on Twitter I wanted to talk about where you guys see him going in the future, right? I don't really read superhero comics, but I figure they have to deal with stories that last for like 50 plus years. I never know how they do it. I think superhero comics expand the universe and do a lot of reboots. There's been a ton of reboots I know for like Spider-Man. And they do, yeah, they just expand the universe and it ends up just kind of getting like a little too big to the point where they have to reboot. And that would... I don't know if Sonic would run into the same problem. In 20 years, there might be a reboot necessary. Like that's 20 years is a long time. So yeah, I guess if we're comparing it to, especially since like, for example, we are already like, for example, every boss in Frontiers being supersonic, that's already a problem. You guys know that, right? Like, and they already went halfway on Supersonic 2. Like, he is powered up Supersonic. They're already pushing the boundaries. So yeah, I think, you know, it's pretty safe to say that like some sort of reboot or universe expansion will be necessary on a 20-year scale. Absolutely. That doesn't mean that things will be entirely erased. They could retread like how, like for example, there's a couple retellings on how Sonic and Tails met, but they're kind of generally the same thing. Imagine that, but like, what if they really establish the lore and things become a little bit more solidified, and then they do a reboot where they can kind of just more, again, 20 years, technology is going to be different, where there's going to be limitations that we just don't know about. Right? We might even be due for a reboot soon. For example, like, there's a certain level of predictability of Sonic's 3D model that is necessary for kids to just recognize him. Like, they want him to be recognizable. That's why they only like iterate on him a little bit. However, he stylistically like looks strange. The ambition of Frontiers and what they wanted to say about Sonic moving forward went like contradicted what his model says about him, which is why his model looked out of place. Like, there's a reason that the early leaks of Frontiers were describing it like it looks like Sonic in that Unreal Engine demo, because it kind of is that. Sega did not have the resources to make Sonic look like he's from a game that looks like that. They did what they could to integrate it, but stylistically, it's like an artist would not choose to do that. Like, that is a compromise. Like, if an artist just had their way, they'd be like, hey, you know what? I think we're gonna integrate the Sonic into this world a little bit. Like, that is a natural art thing to do. Nobody wanted Sonic to, there's no way. That's like, okay, there's probably somebody that wanted Sonic to look like that in Sonic Frontiers. There's plenty of people that think he looks fine. But I think a big part of that is because there isn't a, like, if we could go like Portal, and we had one Portal where it's like, all right, this is the Frontiers that we know in this world, and we're looking at him. But this Portal is the same game, but just if Sega decided to invest in updating his model. I'm pretty confident that fans that like the 3D model now, if they saw what obviously would just cost more money, they would just fundamentally know. Because even though a lot of people are disillusioned by the creative process, people have a pretty good understanding, since things are so money driven, on what a bigger budget looks like. So this debate about like Sonic's model needing to be updated and it not being, it's kind of like, it's another one of those things where it's like, if we could open this portal into new model with more money put into it, or the same model with barely any money put into it, I'm pretty sure most people would be like, can I have some of this? Can I have some of the one that costs more money? Because they can just kind of tell that Sonic just looks more updated. Like, it's, this is one of those things where I was like, I don't think people disagree. Like, I think an artist could go in there, make Sonic look fresh and new, and he's still modern Sonic, but just, you know, freshen him up, change the shapes, just make him look, and like, it's things like technical improvements, right? Like, you saw Dream Team trying to animate Sonic's eyelids more, but it's bugging out a bit. Like, they're trying to push this model and to do things it's not built to do yet. And that needs to happen en masse with all kinds of things. Sonic's ears need to be animated way more for it to be convincing that he's an animal when he hears something, like twitching it. Like, you see, when you see that for the brief moments that you do in X, it's like, what the heck? Like, and for example, do you remember that Sonic's quills emoted? Not just in Sonic Adventure. I think a little bit in Sonic Adventure 2. It's most exaggerated in Sonic Adventure, but even in Brawl and Smash Bros, he can flex his quills. Those, they can move. Did you know that? Can you imagine, like, when he like, what the, and they all go like out? There's so much you can do with this character. It's so distinct and like in your face, but it's another one of those moments where Sega's like, oh my god, why did we do that? Why did we animate his quills? Why didn't we just treat them like hair, so we can have his hair like just have computer simulations just simulate gravity and have them just, which they do a lot, but like they used to, in the original character sheets drawn by Naoto Oshima, he made them bounce out because he's like he's thinking, all he's thinking about is like, this is gonna look cool. And all Sega's thinking about when they were commissioning, like trying to get a new character that looked cooler, they're thinking it's got to beat Mario, it's got to beat the very best. So they did not limit themselves, they just did everything that was cool. And now they're like, oh my god, why? And this is what I was saying at the beginning, that's why I'm saying it again. We signed up for the overcommitment, and Sega regrets it, which is why they did so many weird different things like Sonic Boom, giving him shoulders, giving him scarf, because they're like, please, they didn't want to commit to what they originally promised to, because they're like, I don't know if we can do this, bro. And now we're in a position where they can. So it's scary when they start. That's why Prime is this thing. I know, Robbo, you weren't here earlier, Rybo. you weren't here earlier, but I described it like Prime shouldn't be canon thing like this. Like Sonic has had many different interpretations, so and Prime does kind of fit just right in with those different interpretations, like, but they've made, if you're following it closely, if you're following the news closely, you know that Sega has hired a lore team and is making a distinct effort to make a canon where things can kind of fit together. Rainbow, okay, Rainbow. So where things can fit together, they're doing that intentionally. So it's kind of like a classroom teacher saying like, okay, someone's allergic to peanut butter in our class, no one can have peanut butter, and then one kid's allowed. Like Prime is that one kid that's just allowed to be canon, but it's not. They can't play both sides. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. You know, they want hardcore fans to be like, yeah, it's canon, and they want the writers from the Western side to be able to do all they want to have the most flexibility writing whatever it is they want. And that was the compromise they made. I'm sure there's more compromises than that. I'm not in the planning room, but like that's the struggle. And it's why Prime is targeted now, because if it was just like, if they just didn't say it's canon, then it's just like the other Sonic cartoons where it's like, it's not canon. All right, let's just kind of throw it into the mix. Riboflavin. Oh, okay. Flavin? Oh, wait. Flavin. It's Flavin. Riboflavin. Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds right. Riboflavin. All right. What was my canon event? I'm implying that the canon event would be like what set me on the journey that is this. Like what I'm doing now. I don't think there was ever one thing. I think what I wanted to be in the Sonic community. He just keeps telling me how to pronounce it. Rye like fly. Riboflavin. Riboflavin. I've been streaming for a while, okay? No, it's fine. I know it's because I keep trying to pronounce it. Because I know there's somebody if somebody mispronounced my name, even, or like people call me like Ethan or like Ryan, like, because there's just so many like white guy names that are kind of similar. I get like I'm trying to. You're still no. Okay, I'm gonna read the thing you actually said. Yeah, I think it's okay for not everything to be canon. I definitely want the lore to continue and be expanded on, but I think stuff like Prime can definitely be its own thing. Yeah, and I think they should just own it, especially when I was talking a little bit about how like Hollywood has preconceived notions about how movies should be. So when Paramount and Sega are meeting, like it's a battle. Like there's compromises, and we as fans got to do something similar with people who disagree with us, because like that's what's realistic. If we're actually trying to help, we got to show people how it's done, how the compromise can be made. And movie Sonic doesn't claim to be canon, and so Prime was clearly something like that, where they had to meet with the cartoon company at Wildbrain that had preconceived notions of what cartoons should be and what will be effective for them to sustain themselves, to make enough money, whatever it is, right? And Prime is what came out of those debates. The problem with those debates I have is that they wanted to walk around during the early marketing and get hardcore fans excited about it being canon. You don't get to say that. You can't be on, you can't do both. I don't know. It's just you pick a side and focus. So if it's mostly like they should have just said like there are canon elements, but it's mostly its own arc for Sonic. I just wish, but again, that's being honest, and they might not have been allowed to, right? It might have been the marketing strategy agreed upon by powers way above the writers. The writers become the fall people. They have to take responsibility for the creative direction that ultimately the story went in, because they're credited as writers. But the reality is that the creative process, I wish it worked that way. Actually, no, I don't. The compromise is necessary in every creative process. But there's no way to write down how, like, what everybody did. Like, we try. Credits are is the best we can do. We try to attribute everybody for what they did, but the reality is that everybody's role is kind of the best pieces of art. Everyone's role is ambiguous, because when everybody on the team truly cares, they'll do whatever they can. I have a lot of fun with Movie Sonic because he's allowed to be his own thing. Definitely embrace it. Yep, and I also do. Another case of Sonic Team overcorrecting, I guess. They heard people want the lore to be respected, so they think, okay, everything is canon now. I mean, they got some learning to do. I mean, if everything that's canon is a joke, I think was a joke when they didn't even want to try, but now they need bravery. They need to be brave. They need to be, I think Prime coming out when it did, because they were all saying the like lore team stuff, they were afraid that like if they said, okay, I know we said this stuff's all canon now, like the comics and this stuff, we have a lore team, we're trying to make it all make sense. This also is not canon. I think that would take away from the promise they're trying to make. So I think they're trying to skirt it along, you know, like it's canon. Not everything pans out the way everybody wants, right? So there's probably some people on Sega who don't necessarily agree with that either. It's just the way it ended up. But see, this is the thing. People under Sega, in Sega, might not agree either. So that's why when you just express your opinion, I don't think this should be canon. I don't get why that offends people. Like, don't be mean to the creators. We're not being mean. The creators know that it's not all completely the original intention of Sonic. Artists need a job. They just want to do what they love for a living, and they're at a disadvantage. They don't get to pick if there are Sonic fans working on Prime, they just want to keep the job. It's not worth it being like, Sonic isn't acting like himself for them to lose their job. No, they're gonna say, yeah, this is canon if they have to. It sucks, but artists are not in a position where they can be like, where they can speak out like that and then just continue. Sonic the brand is flexible for a reason. Let's see. If I was in charge of writing an official Sonic story, I feel like I'd be hesitant to plug it into the current canon. Plug what into the current canon? With the knowledge of what Sonic canon means. I like the freedom to do what I can with Sonic without being tied to, oh, Amy did this already, or why isn't Knuckles here, etc. The Sonic brand is that flexible for a reason. It isn't Dragon Ball, and even then, Dragon Ball had a bunch of fun, non-canon movies just to have crazy fights. Yeah, you know what? That's a good comparison. You know how, like, what is it? I think it's the first Broly movie. How, like, yeah, I think it's the first Broly movie. I know not everyone's a Dragon Ball fan like Dion and I are, so I'm gonna explain it a bit. But the Broly movie, one of the biggest non-canon movies, and I'm not talking about the like one that became canon. I'm talking about the one that made it into canon because of how big it was. This movie, the original Broly movie, took place at a point in the canon that is impossible to exist. Like, it's one of those tiny things that only hardcore fans would know, but like Trunks has like long hair, which implies, and he only got long hair when he was training with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber. And then Trunks, as soon as Trunks and Vegeta come out, Goku and Gohan go in. And then as soon as Goku and Gohan come out, they're waiting for the Cell games to start. So it makes no sense that like Broly just shows up and Cell's just like, yep, like it just doesn't do anything. Like he's just sitting there with his eyes closed. Like it doesn't make sense, but no one cared. Like, it didn't matter. Like, it just came out and it wasn't canon and it was fine. Just not canon. Why can't that be Prime? Like, and you know what? It sucks because, like, Prime being a multiverse story can easily just do that. Like, they could easily never touch the Sonic canon ever, but imply it's there. Easily could have done it. Even easier than the Broly thing. They don't have to do the mental gymnastics of, like, where is Cell? Why is he just, like, chilling there? Why wouldn't he do, like... Cell wants to challenge powerful fighters. That's why he set up the Cell games. He's like, I want to gather all the powerful fighters. And then you're telling me he doesn't just know that there's, like, a giant... Like, Goku in the same movie is like, wow, I can sense him from, like, across the universe. And Cell's like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't make sense. But the difference is, nobody's saying it's canon. And if you give the writers that creative freedom to experiment, like Dion's talking about, where they can play with the characters, then you get the opportunity of the canon incorporating it in its own natural way. Broly is a beautiful example because Broly became canon and was introduced into the canon in a way that fits, but took the appeal of Broly, what worked creatively, without contradicting the canon. You can get, so that same freedom that the Western writers wanted for Prime, they could have gotten without the hardcore fans being mad at them. But I honestly think it was Sega being worried that their promise to lore and consistency would get muddied if they didn't say that. And I think whatever this ties into what I think is going to happen at the ending of Prime, where and you're going to have to go back in the stream because I explained it why it's pretty much going to be this way, but it makes I'm pretty sure all the versions of the characters are going to be like merged together. Even the different worlds are going to like merge together. All the memories are going to come together. And the reason I think that is because like that's the only way they can still kind of be like, it's still kind of canon. I guess. Like, it's just as much canon as it was at the beginning. Like, I don't know. Because, like, yeah, 9 can't die. 9 can't exist at the same time as Tails. And 9 being in his own separate universe alone all the time is not going to work either. They've written the story in a way where there's only so many outcomes. That's my guess. And again, it'll be surprising enough because the target demographic is clear. It's the big new wave of Sonic fans. So this story of them kind of all merging together will be surprising to that audience. It will be, because they don't know of the like mental gymnastics I'm doing right now, where it's like they can't diminish the appeal of Tails if not. They're just not thinking about all that weird stuff. That's just us. That's just but that's really... I zoned out. What are we talking about? It's because I'm repeating myself. I'm explaining things for people who joined later. It makes total sense. Jamo, you were here earlier. You already heard this, so it's fine. I'm about to shift topics. I'm obviously not leaving, so I'm going to have this energy bar. I guess I'll just have the leftover... What was leftovers? I don't know. Protein bars are hard to swallow quickly. Hold on. Riboflavin's like, Evan, you're wrong. Sonic's gonna have 2 versions of Tails going everywhere with him from now on. That's basically what I was saying earlier, is like, It doesn't work, and it has to feel satisfying. And 9 is one of the most prominent characters in the show, so it has to feel satisfying. And as an antagonist, he hasn't done anything irredeemable. And it would just be so weird even if he did. Like, it's another version of Tails. No one wants to see him, like, die and, like, become irredeemable and bitter. Like, it's not a satisfying way for the story to go. Oh my god. There's not enough water on the planet Earth after one bite of a protein bar. Guys, I'm streaming longer because Sam said he was proud of me. I want Sam to be proud of me. Do I make you proud, Sam? I can't believe... Is it gonna end? Is Prime supposed to end after season 3? They probably have something where Sonic can easily travel through the shadow spaces to C9 occasionally or something. How do they make the canon argument that the shadow spaces are just like always accessible to him all the time? What? I don't know. No, why would the shadow spaces always be? Why? No, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see it. It opens the world up too much, and then the games almost have to acknowledge that. Like, that's like a huge ability. Oh yeah, I just have the ability to go to different fucking universes. I don't know, like nothing else. Like, I mean, you can keep trying to cook like different ways that Prime can end, but it doesn't make sense. Like, when you think about it just as a writer that needs a satisfying conclusion to the story, and then you look at the prominent characters that need a satisfying conclusion, it's just... And again, that's why the whole characterization thing comes into play, because it feels like the whole story is leading to Sonic being like, wow, I shouldn't go my own way. I should listen to other people. Which, like, he should. But then that's why he's so sure of himself. Because that's why he loves his friends. We're all going our own way, and when the time really calls for it, if we all go our own way and we all want what is good, it will just happen. Sonic shouldn't be expected to like be like thoughtful like Tails while he's also being like free spirit. Like, it's weird, but I feel like that's what the story of Prime wants Sonic to be like. Like, he wants to, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, the shoe doesn't fit for me if it's canon. If it's a different thing, then it's like, whatever, it's a different, and it's literally, that's why it's so frustrating, because like, it would have been so easy if this was just another version of Sonic. There's other versions of other characters in this show, and the entire debate of the show is like, oh, I don't know if Sonic is really like himself. So maybe he's not. Maybe that's what you do in the beginning of the story. Maybe he's not the normal Sonic, so you can tell the story you want to tell. And then if Sonic going through that arc truly is more interesting, like, for example, Broly, the whole Broly comparison, if years passed by, Broly was still like popular, years and years and years. It wasn't canon. The Super was going on, and like Super was popular, but Broly was still popular. Like, in the games, like they were still selling tons of toys. So that non-canon, different writer than Toriyama had such a good idea and proved it, not ever needing to claim it's canon, but integrating it into a point of the canon, like playing with the canon a little. Similar to what Prime does, it plays with the canon a little bit, you know. Shadow's not completely inaccurate, but like, you can play with the canon and just make it not canon, and then if it's good enough and the writing cooks hard, then you have a chance to influence the main canon, so it's fine. But now it's like robbed of that experience. Now it's gonna be remembered as like, all we're gonna remember is like the new fans like wanting to love Prime, but then that making the core fans like frustrated because they're like, but it's not canon, like he's not him. And then the Prime fans are like, but I love, like, how dare you say that like a Sonic I really love is not Sonic? Like, that hurts my feelings to hear that what I love is not Sonic. That hurts their feelings. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have made it canon so the people that like it just know that. They just go like, oh, I like this, and I hope to see Sonic do something like this maybe one day. And you can talk about what was effective in Prime, because like no piece of media will have everything. We brought up X earlier, right? We were saying X is like the best and the worst at the same time. Like, if we imagine we got Prime writing, the Prime world with Sonic X animation. Wow. I would, wow. But imagine we got X characterization with Prime animation. And it'd be cool, like, if Prime was something separate, and we go like a couple years down the line, right? And Prime stayed as separate. We can spend the time analyzing what made it special. And it probably would be more special if the writers weren't trying to like battle the canon thing. And then we can add what worked with it. The reason Broly was cool is because it was cool to see another Saiyan, like full-blooded Saiyan, but also someone that has even more potential, like just ridiculous. And we also didn't have like a brute, like a kind of Incredible Hulk kind of Saiyan, just a complete brute side of the Saiyan race. And they like tie it into the canon, right? It used to be like Legendary Super Saiyan, and then that kind of diminished Goku's original canon Super Saiyan transformation, which is why it was hard to incorporate that original Broly straight into the canon, because there was some mistakes. Like, and that was by design, but it allowed that writer to do something crazy, like just the shackles off. Like, let's see what it's like. And then, because we saw it play out, we can go, okay, so how do we incorporate the benefits into the benefits of both? Again, if we meet who we disagree with compassion and understanding, that's how we get that kind of stuff. We can do, like, Sonic needs to evolve, and Sonic, that's why, like, I think it's fine if Sonic says let's do it to it. That's why it's fine if he holds chili dogs. Sonic is evolving to include more of us. And as long as it doesn't contradict something else that Sonic has done in the past, it's got a stem, right? That's why I made this thing. The original target is at the bottom. I tried to organize them chronologically. This graph is trying to do like more than I'm able to kind of articulate, but I tried to kind of organize them chronologically so you can see that like they start at the bottom and it kind of like piles up and it goes towards the western side. It's gonna be, and that you can see the heated debates red line kind of branch out in two different ways. If you zoom in, it's probably like tiny little lines that go in further, tiny little directions that are not as heated, but tiny little micro issues. But as long as the new piece of Sonic media has a stem from the start, which just requires an awareness, which is why the lore team thing is exciting, but it's why Prime is frustrating, because the lore team, hiring a lore team implies that they're trying to make a stem. They're trying to make a root. And it's fine if it roots from the core and then evolves kind of more Western, but it will only stem from the original intent if it doesn't contradict anything. You create a new tree, so to speak, right? Like if I was going to draw a tree on this graph, I would start drawing another kind of stem from another target point on the bottom of this kind of like gradient thing, like in the orange side. And it shouldn't be like that. We shouldn't be starting a new stem. It should be a tree that kind of gets more full as it grows up. And that's what we want the Sonic franchise to be, so if he picks up chili dogs and he picks up some catchphrases from Sat AM, that's okay. I think that's totally fine. as long as it doesn't contradict anything, right? That's why Sally is tricky, because like Sally's functional purpose in SatAM as a narrative is very tied to like what is going on in that world. So that's not stemming, it's a different tree, which is why you have a little bit of this like separation. There's a little bit of different camps, and they work better if they're a separate tree. The branch will be weak if it's leaning too far off and it's got like too much weight on the side, the branch breaks. Like, I guess that imagery is kind of working, I don't know. Man, I need like, I don't know if you guys, and the bitrate is so low you probably can't tell, but like, I only had one bite of this bar. I should probably get more. What is going on with that dog? Oh, okay.
Okay. I fixed Opal. Not in that way. Oh, you know what? Ugh. Wait. I think there's like part of the protein bar like in my throat. Ugh, hold on. Oh God. The protein bar wants me to end the stream, but I said no. Bro. Okay. Jesus, the piece still in there? Ugh. That's what happens when I talk and try to eat a protein bar. I mean, that's too much. Sometimes I wonder where the lore would be today if Shade was kept around. Yeah, they like unlocked so much lore for Chronicles and then everything. You know what? That's actually a good thing to bring up, because I think what was going on, I think a Broly-like thing was going on with Chronicles. I think they were trying to incorporate some ideas established in Archie, right? Because I think they had swap bots in that game too. Yeah. So they were trying to incorporate ideas from SatAM into Sonic. But then Ken Penders like makes it a legal problem. Yeah, it's a good thing to wonder. Like it kind of was a legal problem, but it was inspiration. Like it's a gray area. Like you have a point, but like, oh my God. Jeez. Yeah, I do wonder that all the time, because honestly, the story of Chronicles wasn't so bad. I didn't love the game. Every single time I saw Sonic's face, I was like, oh my God. Like his model just did not, like, whenever he did his like victory animation, like, because normally the battle's like behind and he went like, yeah, and I was like, ah, God, don't look at me, like turn back around. Jeez Louise. You know what he looked like? He looked like the original Sonic Adventure figurine where his like pupils are just way too big. Like he's like, Tails, these edibles aren't shoo. Oh God, this is the part where I figure out something's in my teeth on stream. Jeez. Evan, you need to go get real dinner. There will be more streams. It's a good point. I'll end at some point. I'm just not hungry yet. Well, obviously I was hungry. I had a protein bar. But now I had a protein bar, so it's going to hold me over for a little bit longer. I'm just now planning on eating dinner later. Yeah, the Rizaros, I don't know how to pronounce that. Rizars, I was avoiding saying that word. Yes, I just read it this time. Anyway. Yeah, that adventure figurine, the one Dion's talking about, Rizars. What if Shade being kept was the gateway to Sally and Freedom Fighters in canon? Oh, I am now remembering that at the end of Chronicles, while Sonic and friends were away, and I don't remember what the other dimension was, but it was another dimension where the other Echidna tribe was imprisoned. When they came back, Eggman took over the world. So that's a good point, Rye. It might have been... that might have been Sally's inn. That might have been it. Wow. That makes Ken Penders' lawsuit hit a little bit harder for SatAM fans anyways. I'm not really attached to the, Archie Sonic SatAM, but I'm sitting here going, that's probably the opportunity to do it. Like if I could go back in time and I was going, how do I incorporate, like if I'm trying to like make the lore make sense, which remember at that time, like it kind of did make sense, right? We had the weird like Sonic cartoons, right? But like the games kind of fit. They're still kind of fitting. It was pre-2010s, right? So Chronicles was kind of like trying to double down, like explain more stuff. It's an RPG. That's like the first thing. They're like, we're gonna embellish on lore, explain some things. Like it's mostly text and narrative, so they have to do that. So yeah, the thought of Sega even doing an RPG to begin with had to have come with some intention
of establishing lore to make it satisfying to go through the RPG. And they're probably going, where is a big fan base for stories in our community already? Archie. It makes so much sense. It wouldn't have been Sally, I don't think, but it might have been a Sally type. Are you kidding? Sonic Chronicles 2, right? It's a sequel. They could totally get away with marketing a new character that Sonic meets. That, you know what I mean? That had her own story, backstory develop while they were away. And then we learn about it when we see this world overrun by Eggman, like, and it gives... And Sally's story feels like it has place to be explained in a game like an RPG. The Sadam story fits in the RPG world. Like that Sonic Sadam story fits in the RPG world, especially when you explain how Eggman had the opportunity to take over the world because Sonic was gone. Right? In Sadam, it was because he was too young and he had to like grow into it. Like it was a different explanation. But to incorporate it into the main canon, that was like really smart, and it makes sense why they did that. Wow. Wow. And they technically had another opportunity with Forces, I guess you could say. But I think at that point they had already decided that they're because of the lawsuit, so that it just wasn't an option. It's just not an option anymore. They're like, we might as well do something closer to what we were already doing, like our own thing, because of the legal troubles that caused us when we tried to, right? Because Sega's probably thinking like, wow, well, we don't want another Ken Penders to come out of nowhere and be like, those were my ideas and you're trying to incorporate. Do you see the designer of Broly didn't do that? What the heck? You can't just do that. He just went, oh, awesome. Like, what? Ugh, this makes that, wow. I mean, I'm glad I streamed longer at least. Bye, Jammo. Thanks for sticking around as long as you did. The Freedom Fighters aren't locked because of the lawsuit. I know that Sega still owns them, but they have zero incentive to even go near there because they're like, all right. They could have easily done Sally in the group without Ken getting involved. I am aware of that, but again, see how we're painting the picture of how it takes steps to incorporate Sally and the Freedom Fighters. Like Sally has such a large functional purpose inside Am's story that she can't just be plopped in at a whim. It requires an appropriate amount of setup, especially if you're going to incorporate it into the main Sonic canon, where she hasn't been mentioned yet, at all. So it takes a bit more than that, and because of the tape that was placed around characters that they already went to the trouble of kind of like doing this whole other Echidna tribe, all these kind of things that would. Because it's not worth it for Sega if they can't bring more than just one thing from Archie. Does that make sense? So that's why that all made sense. Like there was a lot of interest in Knuckles' lineage that was pioneered by Ken in the Archie comics, and Sega knew of the interest and wanted to capitalize on it, which is why Ken has a point, but it's for the detriment of Sonic. It's him being selfish, in my opinion, because the result is a net negative for the franchise and what he was writing for. And there's probably stuff I don't know about it, but in just this context we have, it paints a picture that he was being a little bit selfish. But I don't know what he was paid. Maybe his agreement sucked. Maybe he was not paid enough. Maybe he was getting like practically robbed and this was the only way he could make ends meet. I don't know. But it makes so much sense why Sonic fans are mad at him. I will say that. I would have loved to see Freedom Fighters introduced in Forces. Yeah, but again, they don't have it's less enticing for Sega unless they can do all of the appealing things, like the majority of the appealing things that SatAM gave us. And a big part of that is like the lore that it added to Knuckles. All the really interesting things, because again, it was just unexplored in the games, but it was lightly implied, and Ken just ran with that. And Sega was so lax with their IP that it created the perfect environment where Ken could just spread his wings. And this is why the Broly thing is such a good comparison, because Sega wanted to do the same thing. They were like, all right, great. This separate non-canon thing found its own legs. It found its own fandom. So now we know it's going to be exciting when we incorporate it into the main canon. And it was. It felt cool. Like, I wasn't really a big into Archie. I wasn't. I was a little bit alienated by them. It felt too different from the games. I will tell you, Chronicles story, now that, like, thinking about it as like a primer for integrating SatAM elements, it got me. It would sell me. It has enough of that. It stems from the original intention. I'm so glad we brought this game up. Thank you so much, Rye. This is why we do this. This is why I'm still here. Wow. Anyway, but that was selling me. Like, they were using the Sonic X art style, like, mostly for like the in-game character art. Like, it just looked like Sonic X, but it was made by a Western studio, right? BioWare? I think it was made in Canada, actually. Not exactly sure though. But there was respect for, like, clearly you can see them like looking at the anime art. They could have looked at SatAM, right? They didn't. So that's why this chart makes, like, the creators are doing this. I swear that they're thinking about it. Like, if they want to genuinely have it feel like it's canon, they're gonna stem it from the sauce and then see where the tug of war ends up in the negotiation room. How much the gaming Western market can pull it to its side, right? Like, the Western part of Sega, how enticed they get, or how important the game is, right? That we were talking about earlier in the stream, where games that had more significance to Sega as a company get more pulled to the Western side of influence when it comes to localization, because it's more tense. It matters more that it succeeds. Well, yeah, that would have been, that's I feel like that's a huge, like, moral discovery for me. I mean, none of this is confirmed, guys, but again, we will never know, like, half of this stuff. This is just for Sonic fans to try to, like, rationalize why there are people behind these games that really care. They're trying to compromise. It's because Sonic is so weird and different that it's hard to make these games. We don't have to feel so, like, down about it. Like, the games, a lot of them suck because, like, the idea of a Sonic game is, like, the bar is so high. The bar is so high up. Like, for example, the boost formula, we're getting into gameplay. The boost formula is really great at making the Sonic spectacle accessible. Like, you can enjoy the feeling of being Sonic with less of a learning curve than something like the adventure games. But it ages worse. Boost games in their design there are less variables. Like, there are less outcomes, which is fine. You can you're speed running. You can speed run, and there are like glitch skips that are interesting and exploits. Those are from most games, but when we talk about, like, what makes Sonic really unique, it is a streamlined version of what makes him unique, designed to be accessible. But because of the lack of variables, the same thing that makes it accessible makes it age poorly. This is an exclusive issue to Sonic. And I just wish more people would be like, oh, like, when they come to that realization, I wish more people were like, that's why I love him. instead of being like, "Far!" You know, like, I don't know why it gets like, what the fuck? Why? You know what I mean? Like, it's Sega that's angry. They put their bar too high, and we keep holding them to it. Because, like, that's the reality. They made the bar way too high, but too late. It's too bad. It's too bad. They cooked too hard. The boost makes you feel like Sonic the first time. But you won't, it's not obviously simulating truly Sonic if you can't. And there's always gonna be a level of kind of, you know what's ironic is the first kind of main series 3D Sonic game that uses the boost formula is Unleashed, but they kind of actually leash Sonic. They do kind of like, and that's the reason I thought of that is because I'm like, there's always going to be like a limitation, even with adventure. There is a certain linearity to it by design. Because I know people talk about this like flow state in Sonic all the time. Flow state exists in like other games too, but I feel like Sonic's that game where it's like that's like in the same way that Prime has made it its main thing for some reason that like Sonic needs to learn about his mistake. Sonic's like the game's main thing. It feels like it's about embracing that, like, reduce all the hesitations, be alert, go with like your first gut reaction and just let's see where it goes. And boost lets you do that a little less, and too much of a significant degree, in my opinion. Boost is one of those things that is a very smart decision in the context of when they introduced it, but then using it as long as they did. And it almost felt like they knew that, right? With Generations, they were like, all right, Lost World. And everyone was like, what? But like, I feel like they were like, I feel like we can't really outdo Generations. Like with this formula, they just didn't really, like, how do we do better than this? And the reality is they didn't. I should talk about Forces. So I have some feeling about Forces, all right? Now, you're probably anticipating, oh, I hate Forces. Now, I'm talking about something different. Obviously, the reason Forces rubbed me the wrong way is because of the way that like it was marketed. Because again, with the context of this entire freaking stream, story is obviously like really important to me, especially the way that it's presented. And when you again, it's all about how they market these freaking things. Because when they were marketing Forces, like, I get why people who liked Forces are like, I don't get why everyone hates it. You need context. Because when they were marketing Forces, they were like, why is Shadow on the bad team? Figure out why in the story. And then you play it, and the explanation is a fake? You can't entice the hardcore fans and then smack them in the face and then expect them to be like, thank you, Sega. Thank you. Like, that just felt very much like, come on and check it out. There's a reason Shadow's on the bad team. And you get real close and go, what's the secret? And they go, ksh, why the fuck did you want that, bitch? Get back over there. It's like, what the hell? Now, I'm exaggerating for comedic effect, but like, it felt very like, hello? Okay. And then it was like, Chaos is back. Whoa! And then no boss fight. He's just in a cutscene. What was the point? What was the point? Like, you're clearly trying to compromise. Like, they're all like trying to be like, we wanted to make a Sonic game for as many Sonic fans as possible. So we threw in Classic Sonic. And then we threw in Chaos and didn't do anything with him. And then we threw in Shadow and enticed people with a reason, like an interesting story, but then we didn't explain it. Just, people are gonna be pissed off. And that is annoying behavior. That's annoying behavior. So funny. I'm noticing a pattern here. When marketing for Sonic games come out, don't trust them. Don't trust them. Because, bro, like even Frontiers, the first trailer, we were all like, huh? the guy like recording the gameplay is like, you know what? Let's walk as Sonic. Let's walk. What? Who's marketing? This is why I think things are gonna be better moving forward, because this is why you need people like Katie and Justin and the social team. I'm pretty sure they're the ones, like, again, there's a bargaining table, so it's not like Katie's fault or anything that like there was walking in that gameplay. Unfortunately, Katie's one of the people who becomes a fall person, or Justin. But the reality is they were probably in there being like, you gotta like run. You gotta run around as Sonic. What are you doing? Like they're there trying to do, like, I don't know if they did that, but like I would imagine they would be, because they know, like, that's so obvious. Like the one look at that, they'd be like, what are you doing? Dude, make it look fun. Sonic games are not the games where you go, wow, look at the graphics, and certainly not Frontiers. Like, it's pretty, but like all it did was draw attention to the pop-in. Like, let's slowly look at how the graphics can't register properly. Why would you do that? I just don't. And you know, there are people who understand in there, so you got to be careful. Like, just focus on what your problem is. That's what I hope to make my parodies moving forward. That's what I want to do. I don't want to. It's inevitable. I know. Like, when you're trying to be funny, you can't. Something in my teeth. You can't over explain a joke, right? It's not funny. There needs to be a little bit of like, I get it. Like, there needs to be a little bit of like, but because of that, there's gonna be people who like interpret my jokes differently. Like, I'm almost waiting for like the one angry comment on the video I just uploaded. Shadow remakes himself into a better person for the new year. Someone's gonna be like, what do you mean? What's wrong with the ancients? Like, they're really cool. It's a good idea. What are you talking about? I love how they added to the look. Like, they're just gonna go crazy. Like, why do you hate Frontiers? Why do you hate Frontiers and all the people who made it? It's gonna happen. I don't know. But this is where it's up to, honestly, it's up to you guys. Cause like, I can't respond to every comment. I trust you guys. You guys know like the vibe that I want. Don't, like, be honest. Like, that's where, like, I can't answer all these people. Someone's gonna be like, you know, he's not like that, right? Like, it's somebody, not all of you. Like, if you see someone else do it, go ahead, just like whatever, like, move on. But that's where I count on you guys. Cause like, for example, the internet, you know how the way the internet is, and stuff can get like, yeah, I'm still going, X-Pool. You can get stuff like taken out of context all the time. Someone can like snip this stream and probably make me out to be a jerk. And I'm one person. I'm one guy. So like, I just hope if that ever happens to me, God, please save me. Like, please save me, bro. I've tried to, I try to be so friggin' real. I don't know. What do you guys want to know? We're still streaming here. How long is it? What the frig is going on? You know what I think I'm like subconsciously doing? What did people say on that poll? Yeah, some people, like, there was 21% of you that said you guys were gonna be around till 8 p.m. So it was like a pretty even spread. So I'm not tired of streaming. I'm not hungry. It's good. I'm just whatever. Oh wait, why am I getting tweeted at? What's going on? Came back just to die instantly. Any last words? Yo, being funny on Twitter is way more fun, but it won't be fun until I get taken out of context. Have I not been? Have I not been taken out of context yet? Under 50 minutes until Sonic Twitter kills me instantly. Yeah, absolute menace. What have you done? No, Evan, stop. You can't have an opinion. No, I think you gotta be careful about how you just do it. I like to think that people know my intentions. I don't know. I have not been dragged to a severe degree yet, so we'll just wait. When I get dogpiled on Twitter one of these days, because I've been pretty like, I'm tame on Twitter because I feel like my humor doesn't really work unless you can like hear me say it. I can't do like even texting people like Twitter. I don't know. I have a hard time doing humor through text. Even like posting like an image or like someone, and I don't want to like record. Like, I mean, imagine all my responses are voice clips. Like, I can't do that either. Like, Twitter is a text platform, so I do what I think I can do well on text, which is just like articulate something well enough where it'll mediate a problem. But I realize that like when you look at all my tweets and then you like meet me here, like that's not how my tweets read. Like, I'm very like, you rot your point to the core the moment you generalize the other side. Like, I worry I come across that way, but like, I'm afraid to do humor on Twitter because I just don't think it works. At least my humor on Twitter. I feel like I very much want to be like, I want to say something so wrong, but because of my tone, you know, I'm like exaggerating. Like, there were a couple times where I was saying like I'm the annoying like Sonic fan that like cares about this thing, but annoying is me. We're like, it means that you're all annoying too because you're here. I obviously don't think that's true. I'm being the person that thinks we're annoying at the same time, and that's the joke. And because you can see my face when I say it, like, I'm gonna be the annoying Sonic fan now, like, but if I type that, someone's gonna tweet like, what do you mean annoying Sonic fans? You want to fight me in real life? I'm gonna find you, docs. Like, I'll get a death threat. Oops. All right. Oh God. Okay. Responsibilities being neglected for Sonic. And in fairness, I am annoying. See, I know you don't mean it though. We love you. There's no way. But like, there's the reason I use that as a joke is because we all, to a degree, kind of feel a little bit annoying with like how much we like Sonic. We gotta. Like, we're on the internet and we're looking for other people to talk about Sonic. Obviously, because there's, if we could just go down the street and do that, we would do that. But annoying isn't a fair way of describing it, right? But we all feel a little self-conscious, so I tell that joke to be like, aha, I also feel that way. So it's a joke that's like, but I don't think that works through Twitter. You have to like know me, I feel like. I don't know. I also, you can make the argument that I'm just being a little like bitch. Like, I should just like go my own way, have no regrets. Man, I wish I was like Sonic. That's why I like Sonic. I wish I could just have no regrets and tweet on Twitter like a. That's probably why Sonic Twitter is the way it is, because they're all going no regrets, as they tweet and cause a shitstorm on Twitter. And that's why it would be hypocritical for us as Sonic fans to hate that, because let them do it. Let them do it. Whatever. It's freedom. That's what it's all about. You gotta let the people be like, I love Sonic Prime, and say nothing, and you gotta let people be like, I fucking hate Sonic Prime, it's stupid as shit. You gotta let both people do those things. But like, when they start saying like, the people, I don't get why people love it, they're stupid. Or like, I don't know why everyone's gassing this up. Like, I don't understand why anyone would gas this up. Like, this stuff is like mid at best. Like, those comments, what is your goal to, Like, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna post something that only succeeds in making someone else feel bad. And now I feel good. Yes, I don't get that. I don't, how, are those people bots? Are those people bots? Like, where does that thought process come from? Can anyone explain that? I'm going to send out anger. Like, you can send out anger, but most of us kind of go like, I'm angry, but I want people to like understand why. So I'm gonna explain it in a way that someone that doesn't agree would understand, right? Like, so that I can figure out what's going on. That makes sense. But what's fuck this thing, it sucks. Like, what the hell? People are stupid for liking it. Why are you so angry? Why? You drew Sonic wrong. He looks like... Let them do that. They drew it. You didn't. I don't understand. And like, I feel like the silent majority is people like that, you know, like, I'm angry and I want to like articulate it. You know, that's the silent majority. But most people like that write the tweet, look at it, and go, no one will care because it's not like that viral tweet I'm staring at right now that says poo funny or something stupid. You know what I mean? Like a shit post, like, or like one sentence, or a hyperbolic like shitting on something, or like mid for real. Like, so you have this like typed out statement explaining like why you're like frustrated, and then you're looking at this like stupid tweet that like everyone's like, oh wow, they're just like gassing it up, and you're just like, I don't want to post it. Like, I'm afraid of somebody just like doing that to me, like quote tweeting me and making a joke out of what I care about. So then you delete the tweet. And then Sonic discussion goes, which is why I don't give a shit. Like, I'll just tweet something that's so nerdy, and it'll get, and I hope, because it's the same, like around 80 or just 100 people, it grows every time. Like, I look at numbers differently. Like, I'm not looking at the tweet that blew up and went like, why is my numbers not like, I'm more going like, when I tweet what I want about stuff that I think is really helpful, not strategically beneficial for like Twitter or my brand, the small amount of people that like it every time just keeps increasing. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Because like, in a weird way, I don't want to do a gaming stream. I don't want to do a gaming stream. I genuinely don't. I can play Sonic games sometimes, but I guarantee you my main focus will always be you and talking to you. Which is why I always sucked at the game so much. I mean, I do suck in general. Like, I wish you guys could just see me playing when I'm not focusing on chat. It's impossible, because if you could see me, I would know you're there, and then I wouldn't focus on the game. But if you did, yeah, I'm like a little better than I am on live stream, but like, I just don't game that often. I don't speed run Sonic games. Like, I like the appeal of trying to improve my own time and refine my own kind of run. But I'm not trying to like get so good I can post a clip or anything like that. Like, I just enjoy the games as a whole piece of media, and whenever I want to go back to a certain part in SA2, I'll skip to that part in the chapter, or a certain part in SA1, or whatever game I want to. I almost wish I could kind of do that with any game. Like, there are certain moments in Sonic Battle I wish I could watch again and then like play the fight right after. That's kind of like, it's weird. I remember experiences, and if I had a way to select any chapter of Sonic's moment, like at any point in any like save state of any game, I would be bouncing all over the place all the time. Oh, I like this, so I like some of this. Oh, I want to remember this. Like, that's kind of how I am. So the gaming live streams, it's a little hard for me, because like, I want to have a free-flowing Sonic discussion kind of like this, But then when the game's on screen, I feel a little bit bad when we're playing SA1 or whatever it is, and that's the stream, right? And that's what it's marketed around, like playthrough SA1, and like the thumbnail looks like that, the title, like it's different because then you want to kind of like talk about the game, but I don't always have something new to say about the game. So then I start to feel bad about kind of going off topic because then there's a game going on. And like there are people like there are people there for the game, like, because this is what I'm supposed to do. I will say it's not always gonna be, I want to gamify it in a way. Remember perfect redesigns? Like that. Like I like to give myself a platform to discuss things, but gamify it in a different way. The Sonic debates that I did, that Sam was on, and we had Twip on. I wanted to get so many more people on those, and now I can. Now I can, in the same way I can say fuck. No, I shouldn't. I don't like to rely on it for humor. Which is why I like Tails channel never imposed that on me. I should make it very clear. That was a decision I made, and it's because I wanted to be funny. Because I was definitely noticing in myself that I was just leaning on it too much. I think it's something you guys, everybody, should work to avoid leaning on too much, but not completely like eliminate. But I think everyone should practice censoring that. When it becomes part of your like regular vernacular and it like slips out and stuff, that's bad, you know? Time and place. I miss Twip a lot too. I didn't always agree with Twip. Like, I don't have to agree with how people make their content. That's what makes us different. Like, I don't run Twip's channel. He sometimes had hyperbolic titles that I didn't agree with. I don't agree with the fact that Premi uses AI art, but I talked to him about it. This is not a behind the back thing. You tell Premi that I said this on the stream, and he'll be like, oh yeah. And the point is, I talked to him about it more than I'm talking to you about it. That's it. You just don't bring it up without talking to them about it. So I always just told Twip and Premi like how I felt about their thumbnails and stuff, and I just disagreed with it. But that doesn't mean that it can't exist. Like it works. And I just decide to go my own way. Oh, I'm a Sonic fan, okay? But this is why this characterization discussion seems so strangely important to people just coming in, because like it was such a main point and lesson of the series. So who would you want to see on a Sonic debate? What are some content creators that you would want to see? It doesn't have, again, like what are some mashups you want to see? Two people you want to see debate. I'll throw out some names that I kind of talked to, so you kind of know what we're, because again, I'm limited by my network. I can't just go up to any random person. I can eventually, but I think I would feel more comfortable going up to random people that I don't know, if I had an established series, so that I could show them like, hey, we do this, and like I can show them examples, so they're not going into it blind. Because I think a debate environment can be hostile, but I think the way we set it up was very smart. We wanted to lean into the chaotic nature, but the main theme was to kind of show people that like it's all fun, like we can disagree and still I was trying to literally lead by example and show people what I've been trying to describe here on this stream, which is just a lot of like with compassion. I purposely matched people up that I knew each other. I didn't want to do people that didn't know each other, because we wanted to, it's supposed to be in good spirits. Because the idea is when you see debate, you think, oh, like, and we kind of play into that a little bit, but it has to have the underlying love and respect for each other. I wasn't trying to go like, and it could have very easily been that, but we're not trying to point a camera at what we already see on Twitter. Like, that's not what we were trying to do, is kind of direct Twitter's aggression and siphon that anger into something constructive, right? The debate format is like versus, like two different opinions come together. It entices that kind of hyperbolic Twitter energy that people want to see. Oh, I want to see Chowmix just completely decimate Matt Has No Cuts in this debate. Like, I hate this game. I can't wait to see, like, it's so much better. Like, we wanted to take that because I felt like I was equipped to handle it. The original proposal was that I wanted to be the mediator, like the moderator. But the first one I wanted to do, I had to do one against Sam. The problem is, I can do both. I can do the kind of like debate thing if I want to. Like, both are equally as enticing to me for the debate. Like, being the mediator and kind of like muting people, or like making sure, polling questions that are interesting and covering as many different kind of subject materials as possible. That's enticing, but also being the just stuck in the mud, like, as a character, would be fun. All right, so let's see the suggestions you guys got. A lot of these are basically within my power. It's a matter of mashing up people that I think would capture that spirit I just spent so long describing to you guys. So yeah, Fidel versus Sam would be really smart. We got what is it? Chowmix, of course. We already had Chowmix on one, but we would definitely do it again. Same with Sam. Premi, I wanted to get Premi on there. I definitely did. I want to put Premi on there. Of course, I wanted to do Premi versus Twip. But who knows where Twip is. I don't know who I would match up against Premi, because the reality is I don't know what Premi's network is. To be honest, it's been kind of... the last time I spoke to him was that AI art thing. So... And I mean, we didn't like go, fuck you. Like, we didn't like end it like angry or anything. It was just kind of very much like, all right, well, if you don't think it's possible to do this, then all right, I guess you're just gonna go your own way. X-Pool versus Evan. I would like to get some X-Pool in there. It's not necessarily the size of the Sonic content creator. I think it's, I was looking at anyone who was clearly taking it seriously. Because there was a recent wave, I think, near or a little bit after the first Sonic movie. There was a notable wave from the first Sonic movie, and I believe I might be coupling you in with people inappropriately, X-Pool. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in my brain, and keep in mind it's Sonic fan boomer brain, so I'm trying to like a longer timeline for me. I think you came on X-Pool along with like Matt Has No Cuts, and in that first wave, like Jaden XD, I don't remember which one it is. And then Sonic Star. I'm pretty sure that like you're all like different times, but like, and you guys like started grinding like at different times, but like really like providing content for the Sonic community so frequently, and responding to things that people were talking about at such a high degree that you just immediately became on my radar. It didn't matter. Yeah, it didn't matter about growth, because I think I was I think subscribers don't really mean anything anymore. Anybody can attain like a random banger video, and then everybody can get a stinker. It's like, that's why the content has all become kind of like focused on, whoa, I've discovered the thing that you need, because everyone is kind of in this desperation mode, and one of the many reasons why it took me so long to come back is I had to really decide, like, because I realized that the content I made when I was a kid, so that I didn't have a job, and I want to outdo that, but I always put a lot of effort, even when I was a kid, and obviously I'm better than I was when I was a kid, but I have way more responsibilities as an adult. and I wanted to be able to sustain it, and I honestly had to think about like, okay, I could get flagged as made for kids. I'm working in a legal gray area when it comes to using Sonic characters, so I can't offset something that might, like, if I put too much time into the animatics on Mardiculus and it takes away from my job, I can't lean on that financially. I have to want to do it for fun, like from the very beginning, like recording, drawing. That's why the video is 54 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's literally me going, I love you guys. Thank you for supporting me, for like being subscribed for like some of you 15 years. And I think I struggled to figure out if I could do that in a way that I felt was worth it. Like I didn't want that like hello to feel tired. You know, like I wanted it to feel elated, and yeah, and I wanted to, yeah, I don't know. And it took a while for me to figure out. That's why the video addresses like a little bit of like, you did that 10 years ago. Like it's me talking to myself. Like it's me trying to like explain like, oh my God, like how are you making a new you if you're doing what you did forever ago? But this fits in with the Sonic characterization, guys. When I was a kid, I resonated with Sonic. Remember how I said I'm like 30 now, right? I didn't initially like Jason, but we talked about, it's from hours ago, so some of you are probably, a lot of you were not here. I can't explain it again because it's just too much, and if I go on a tangent, I'm gonna forget what I'm talking about. I didn't like Jason at first. I came around over time. I became more aware of the original intentions as I got older, because as you get older, you just naturally become more worldly, like more aware and exposed to the outside world. So you gain that kind of third eye, so to speak, of kind of the Eastern perspective as you just collect more information. I'm not saying I know the Eastern perspective. I didn't study it or anything, but you just become, with time, you just collect that worldly knowledge because you exist on planet Earth. And so I was more impacted as a kid by Americanization, like localization, USification, whatever you want to call it. I'm more prone to that as a kid because my bubble is smaller of information. So I, like SA1 Sonic, whoa, like a little bit more 90s and like, whoa, like radical. I was a little bit more like, yeah, like the Ryan Drummond, like reeks of, like dripping with 90s attitude, kind of just like full of that 90s cheese. I was entirely like, I ate that up. I love Spider-Man. I loved the Spider-Man cartoons in the 90s too. The quippy nature, like just so many quips, like too many almost, like jokes all over the place. So when Colors came around, I was the demographic that kind of ate that up. With time, I now go, you know, Colors hits different now. I don't like it. But at the time, I did. So let me connect it because I totally said I was going to forget, but I think I remember. So me, as a kid, right? Initially, my worldview was smaller. And so you actually, you get, because you become more worldly, you understand the deeper, it sucks, but like the reason that I gotta bring up, I've shown this graph way too many times, but I don't care. You become more aware of why the middle, like right in the smackdown middle, right? Wait, can I do that? Right in this area, you become more prone to the impact of that message when you're older, because the idea of this like not being able to deduce who's truly right, and there's like so many different angles things can be explored. You can only really appreciate the overwhelming like options when you're older, and Sonic being so sure but like comfortable with the chaos. I'm trying to do my own version of that by being here, by wanting to do the debates. Like that's my own, that's how I'm keeping what I think the spirit of Sonic is alive. By doing this, by doing the debates, being like, I don't care, bring Premi on here, bring Twip, they're gonna yell at each other, we're gonna figure it out. Like, and it's gonna turn out okay. It might not, but I have faith, like, that you guys, like, together, we will figure stuff out. Like, this thumbnail, my thumbnail is so hyperbolic. How is no one angry at me? Oh, actually, no, it's not. Well, the thumbnail, the way, like, is he him or he's not him? Does the question mark save me? Is that how it works? Am I saved by the question mark? Like, would I die instantly for real if I, in real life, would I get death threats? But no, I like, or maybe like, I you know what I mean? Like, I have faith that you guys know who I am. You know what I stand for, because I've been honest all the time. And I try to go my own way transparently. I probably explain way more than Sonic would, but that's me. That I can't, that's my own way. I can't do exactly what Sonic does, but that's the point. Tails, in the same way, Tails can't do exactly what Sonic does, but Sonic doesn't want to teach Tails that. Sonic wants to teach Tails to be like, it's similar to Sonic, only to the point of don't worry, don't hesitate about what you already did or what's behind you. Focus in the moment, and it will work out. Your friends will balance things out if everybody is just being transparent and honest and flexible, and just like, it's just a belief. Prime Sonic equals trash. The thumbnail should have been that. And then there would have been an easy 6K people barking in here. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, maybe trash. Yeah, I guess it's because it's generalizing. It's saying the entire thing is trash. But that's not what I feel, so I couldn't title it that way. That's why I wanted to say, like, he's not him. It's like, it's just a different guy, I feel like. I hope I don't grow to like Roger Hooba Dooba. You weren't around. Oh, wow. I never even got into this. You guys can probably tell from the way that I do my Sonic voice that I obviously don't think his voice should be low, like he is in Frontiers. You know how I was talking about, again, not everyone was here. You know how I was talking about how, like, Sega at the time of making Frontiers had such a low, like, had such limited resources that they really couldn't remodel Sonic. It would take too many resources to create an entirely new model design, then rig it, and then figure out how to animate it. Like, that's just, Frontiers is not at the point that Sonic Team needs to be at to do, like, they're not ready to do that. So I honestly think Roger's low voice is to offset how cartoony he looks. Like, it's one of those things where it's like a strange choice. And here's why I think it's a strange choice. I know there's a lot of people that like Roger's low voice, but I gotta go to this, like, the intentions thing again. Just hear me out. Think of, just imagine the Sonic characters in your heads, like the main four. So what? Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy. They are designed that way because they knew they were going to be together, like, more often than not, and they want them to stand out from each other. They're all very distinct, but have a consistent, something like, it's consistent enough but distinct enough so you can tell them apart. When you plug in voices, it becomes about covering as much ground as possible, right? The Sonic characters are all distinct in their characterizations too. So they have things to learn from each other. It fits into the go your own way, accept yourself for being different. They create a bunch of characters that are very different from each other that still come together. Why do you think they kept doing that thing where Sonic and Eggman team up at the end? That it's so obvious. Just like, if you go your own way and you are honest and flexible, like even people you think are your enemy can help you. That's what I learned from Sonic. And I think it was really obvious, honestly. Shadow turning around, Knuckles turning around, Eggman at times turning around, but going back to his thing. Like, so back to the voices, right? They're all really different. There are teens that have a low voice. Teens are the main demographic, right? It's like teens or like us, right? Because we're still here. Because Sonic is old enough now where that audience kind of inflates a little bit. Oops, bad word to use in the Sonic community. It grows. But the main target demographic is teens. Now, Shadow doesn't have an actual age, but Shadow's the low voice guy. If not Shadow, Shadow has the smooth, right? You gotta think of like just character types. So when you're like holding auditions, you're looking for voice actors that can do the thing. These characters are designed this way to fit into a voice. There's a lot of talent that does the Shadow kind of thing. And there's a character like that in a lot of animes. It's a thing that happens. It's smooth with some rasp to it, a little posh at times. Knuckles, gruff, easily agitated. You see these tropes typically in anime, right? And again, it has Eastern influence, but you see it in some Western. And then when Knuckles gets the Western injected into him, he becomes buff, like in Boom. But we need that balance. But anyway, right now I feel like Knuckles and Sonic sound the same. Not exactly the same. I can tell the difference. But from that outside perspective audience, their voices are the same now. They're in the same, like when they talk to each other and they're in a scene together, the same way that like Sonic is blue and Knuckles is red. So you just like, from far away, you're like, oh yeah, it's Sonic, Knuckles. Like you just know. When you close your eyes, and because these characters have changed their voice so many times and you don't give them context, like you're watching Sonic right now, you close your eyes and you listen to Sonic and Knuckles talk, they're just two guys. Especially to somebody who doesn't like follow these things avidly. And I think that's a problem. I do think that's a problem because again, I feel like all the design elements should tie into the core intention. Like you just look at these characters, they're supposed to be distinct. They're supposed to be distinct. You just look at them. The way they act, the way they look. Why doesn't the way they sound fit? They have the same pitch. That's what I'm saying, Silvernick. It's the same pitch, which is my problem with it. And it's how he contrasts other characters. Again, like in my parodies, right? I can do oh, and then I can do well. Like I can again, it has many utilities, but if we're trying to talk about Sonic as a brand, what makes him the most versatile and effective, right? Like we talk about Sonic's design like that all the time. Oh, I love how effective Sonic's design is. It's so versatile because you can reinvent it, and artists can kind of play with the simple design elements so that they can kind of have a playground to express themselves. It works the same for actors, right? And now, like, I'm biased, right? Because I'm a voice actor and my voice is of a higher register. And so if I went into professional voice acting, it's a certain type of voice. And I can't be the only one. There's probably a lot of people who like Sonic that became voice actors, and they're in that register, and maybe they wanted to. I know I want to be Sonic's voice. I'm not gonna lie. I want to do that. I don't want to take away someone's job, but if the job opens, I want it. And when the discussion becomes like, again, it's one of those things where two things can be true at the same time. Roger can have a good voice. It can sound good. He can be good at acting. It can even fit the tone of Frontiers. But does it fit into the original intentions? Like, does it stem from the original intentions? I'm sorry, but I just don't. And it's because of the register. So here's the thing. I'm not advocating for Roger to get fired. I'm saying, and I know this is a hot take, of Roger's 2 takes, as a Sonic fan, I prefer his higher register. I know it sounds less natural for Roger, but it's more distinct compared to the rest of the cast, so it actually fits into the entire thing I'm trying to explain to you guys, where it's like all of these characters are really different, yet they still get over their differences and find the greater good, despite having different abilities, different backgrounds, different. And when I just get to what sounds like 2 guys just voicing, like Sonic has the like he has the whoa, I don't know, like I can't just I'm like obsessed with like Sonic voice acting stuff, but it feels like he's supposed to be, that's kind of his. And then like I can't do a Knuckles voice, but like he's gotta be like, come on, he's gotta be down, like I don't know, like it feels like it's like, what the heck's going on? It feels like he's gotta be, even though I don't do a Knuckles voice, everyone should be able to do a little kind of goofy bad Sonic voice, a goofy bad Shadow, a goofy bad Rouge, like, because they're so distinct. That's the point I'm trying to make. But now, how do you do a Sonic voice? Right, guys? Like, if Frontiers Sonic is Sonic's voice, and it is Sonic, get ready to hear my Sonic voice. Let's do it to it. How am I, as a person who tried so hard to sound like Sonic, how am I, as a person, supposed to accept that some schmo can just be like, let's do it to it? It's gonna be hard for me to celebrate that. I think there should be something to doing Sonic's voice in the same way that there is something to doing SpongeBob's voice. In the same way there's something to doing Mario's voice. You gotta do the thing with your voice to make it sound like the character. Like Bugs Bunny, you gotta do something. Like Bugs Bunny's voice was replaced. He just still does the thing. You know what I mean? Like, and Mario's voice got replaced, but he still does the thing. That, anyway, and now I'm gonna look for people who disagree with me. His lines were the problem. What did Ace Super, I think you're somebody I recall as being, you like Roger's take. They are not that similar, guys. I'm not saying that Knuckles and Sonic are the same. I think I hit the nail on the head a little bit better when I said it earlier. Everybody should be able to do like a kind of parody Sonic voice, Knuckles voice, like there is a sound to it. In the same way, I'm not a Mario voice actor, but I can go, it's me, I'm not. Like I can do, but I'm not a Mario guy. Like he sounds that way. And the problem now is that the big Sonic game, if someone's like, I'm gonna do Sonic's voice from the big Sonic game, I'm gonna try my best. I'm not a voice actor, but I'm gonna try my best to do my Sonic voice from this big Sonic game, the big hit Sonic Frontiers. Let's do it to it. That's weird. I think that's like, if Sonic's gonna be iconic and leave an impression on people as him, then people should be like, all right, I'm gonna do a Sonic voice, and it should kind of sound like Sonic. Like, yeah, it should be like, oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, like there's something to transform into. You know, I mean, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, someone disagree with me. I feel mean. I don't want to. I feel, no, I don't feel mean. I feel bias. That's not how it sounds. Ace Super, I know you are the guy I want to talk to about this. At least you're the one I recognize. I know you are, like, and you say smart stuff. That's why I want to hear from you. Not just because I disagree, but because there could be something I don't know about. I personally think that this is Blackout official, or Black Cat, sorry. I personally think that Sonic's voice should reflect his personality. I mean, I get what you're trying to say. I'm assuming you're agreeing with my explanation. That statement is like a little too vague. Like, if you tweeted that right now, I feel like people would be like, what are you talking about? Like, it's tricky. Okay, we got Ace Super. Sonic and Knuckles do not sound the same. Knuckles sounds like a guardian tough guy, but Sonic sounds high beat, cheerful. High upbeat is what you meant. And cheerful with confidence to give him an edge. Yes, like it's not gone, because Roger, you're like, he's still playing the same character in his mind, you know. But yeah, the best way I can describe it is how I did before, is like, again, I told you I prefer, obviously I am more of a Ryan and Jason fan right now. Jason when he's at his best. We established that for whatever reason he was not cooking in 06. I think it's because he had to re-record, and something about his pay got weird. He was not cooking in 06 in my opinion. So when I say I like Jason, it's Black Knight and Secret Rings, okay? And when I say I like Ryan, it's mostly like SA2 and Heroes. When you can hear him in SA2. Like when you play the clips downloaded from the rips of the game. He's very good acting when you can hear it. And I feel like that, like when you made parodies of Sonic Adventure, it was, oh yeah, like people can do a parody voice and they're changing their voice, and you can do the same with Roger with his higher register. There is a parody Sonic voice there, and normal people can kind of try to do, like, what is it, Baldy McNose hair, like there's a little bit of a something in there that feels like, I don't do that, but it's changing enough where they're cartoons. Why when they look that way in Frontiers, are we doing like a natural take? You know, like in the same way that Sonic doesn't actually have one eye with two pupils, it's a style choice. There's actually two. His voice isn't going to be realistic either. In the same way that his mouth doesn't make any sense. His voice isn't natural either. The problem I have is, why does he appear unnatural in every other way, but then they draw the line at voice? Anybody? Let's see here. Right, when you think of Sonic's voice, you're supposed to think of it the same way Mario, Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, Crash have one voice. Yeah, like it's like there's a voice. There should be like something to it. Like even Roger's a little bit like, really? You want Sonic to sound like that? I think that might have been the move for Frontiers. I'm willing to concede in that area. That might have been the move. But when my mentality going into the whatever next game they make is that they are much more financially comfortable than they were when they made Frontiers. I'm pretty confident when I say that. So it would make sense that they wouldn't have to make compromises like that. Do you know, like, they wanted, because Sonic already looked so unnatural in the world of Frontiers, and I think they were aware of that, so they were like, we're gonna do what we can to add, like, it, because it would feel even more out of place if Sonic was going like yeah, and doing his thing in this really like dreary world. It's like too much contrast. The problem I have is when it bleeds into other games, right? Like Dream Team, I think he still was doing the lower thing, and Dream Team has no reason to kind of do that. You know? Let's see. In Dream Team, you can listen to his voice. Ishimoto has shown interest in redoing Sonic's model. I have heard about that too. He's shown interest in a lot of things, but you're making a lot of sense to me. That's good to know, Cullinator. I'm trying. Wow, it's 8:12 already. I am starting to get a little hungry. I think I'm gonna call it at, let's do 8:30. I should definitely eat real dinner at 8:30. So we'll do 15 more minutes. This is for real. Okay, this stream's been too long. Okay. I can do a, albeit horrendous, SA1 impression, but I struggled to try to do a Frontier Sonic impression that isn't just me talking regularly. That's the point I'm trying to make, is like you would at that point just have to like transform into Roger Craig Smith, because he's not cloaking his voice. Like in the same way that like if you're acting, and if I'm just gonna stand like Evan would, I was trained on camera and theater. I'm mostly talking about theater, right? So when you're watching like a theater performance, your posture matters a lot more, because in camera sometimes it's just from the waist up, but in theater it's normally full body and far away, which is why you get the stereotype of theater kids being all like, whoa. And you probably see a little bit of that with me. I'm kind of like very handsy, but it's an exaggeration. It's things you add on top and make them bigger based on the context of what you're doing. So in theater, they have to be bigger. You got to make bigger choices to hit the back seats all the way. And you tack on little things that exaggerate your character so it feels like you're transforming. And because I feel like Sonic's not just some guy, and that extends to just his voice, and because he's a cartoon that is exaggerated by nature. Look at his hands, for God's sakes. Like, it keeps being funny. I'm sorry if I like make people feel bad that like Roger's natural take, but there's too many jokes like the hands thing. Like, there's exaggeration in his expressions, in his hands, in his proportions. He's a cartoon. He's exaggerated. So it's just weird that the boundary gets drawn at voice. Why? Like, in the same way they have to make movie Sonic look the way he does because he needs to be integrated into the real world. That's the same reason why a cartoony looking Sonic, his voice should sound integrated into the world. It's the same reason why people feel like the platforms floating in Frontiers should be integrated into the world, because it has more artistic value if you're solving those problems. Like, people can appreciate solving that. Solving that problem, like figuring out how are you going to make there be enough stuff for Sonic to interact with that it's not boring, but enough open space where it feels like you can go anywhere you want. And then when they answer it and integrate it artfully into a world design, you're going to be like, oh my, how did they do? It's just easier to impress. So in the same way, it's harder to be impressed by Roger just talking. For me, Roger gives Sonic more range in his Sonic acting that the other game actors couldn't give, because their Sonic voice doesn't work in every moment, in anger, sad, or emotional. I don't know, because people give so much credit to the stories in the into so many games that Jason has been in. That characterization is praised far too much for I think that to be true en masse. It gives Roger more acting range. It does. You have a point in that. In the same way, let's use the theater analogy, right? If I'm playing a character that's close to myself in theater, like I'm typecasted, the exaggerations are, I'm gonna have way more things to exaggerate because I get cast as like, I don't know, I get cast as like a YouTuber kid or something, you know what I mean? Like a YouTuber guy. I have way more things I can use. It's way easier for me to do. So it goes crazy. It's not really a challenge for me. And I think it's one of those things where I think it's just lowering the bar. You know what I mean? Like, it's lowering the bar of what is considered a Sonic voice. And I kind of liked it when the bar was like, it was higher. Like, there was more you had to do. And you're right. That does reduce options, but it makes it more specific. It makes a character more specific, and like integrating the platforms and rails into the world, it's able to be appreciated more because it's not just Roger, because it gives him more range, but at the expense of feeling less like the Sonic that a lot of us know and being more like Roger. He's working less. And he's a voice actor. I honestly don't think he wants to do that. As long as his entire recording session isn't like a Dragon Ball styled power-up scream to destroy his voice, he probably wants to transform his voice. Like, as an actor myself, why would an actor want to not change? So yeah, it means that his palette, so to speak, of options is more vast, but that comes at the expense of being less specific. So you're gonna naturally rub more people the wrong way. Like, once again, it just explains why there's so much friction around this issue, because we're just talking about specificity. Or do we want it to kind of be less specific so that Roger can just have more options and do whatever? I'm thinking that, like, from Roger's perspective as an actor, he also has such a wide range. He obviously loves doing that. Like, some of his best roles are just him like going crazy and being like goofy. Being Sonic the Hedgehog, he probably likes, whoa, like, he wants to do that, I feel like. You know what I mean? And the way he just described it, it's not like he thought it was a bad direction or anything. That's not his job to have an opinion on the direction. But he probably does have an opinion on what's more fun. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we want to see him have fun, even if it means that he has less flexibility, so to speak. Nah, but for real, modern Sonic has his hands are too big. It took them until Frontiers to make him crossing his arms good. Example, the McDonald's Sonic renders because of smaller hands makes his gesture look more readable. Yeah, crossing his arms does not work with how big their hands are. They got to figure that out. Honestly, I mean, it's cartoon characters. We were talking about this before, but like, he's designed based off of, you know, Felix the Cat and Mickey Mouse. Like, that's like the kind of like skeleton of his design. He obviously embellished in different areas, but the like facial structure and like body proportions, hands, feet, that basic kind of setup is rooted in 2D art. So it's like, in 2D art, they would just draw the arms smaller if they had to. Like, they would just slowly make them as small as they needed to be to fit where they needed to do. And then if they needed their hands to like emote a lot, they would just draw them bigger. But the incentive on Sega's end is to be like, we're a video game company, we have 3D models, let's just use the 3D models. And then we don't have to pay these artists to constantly be aware of all these tiny little things. Like, the 2D artists are probably aware of that. Like, oh, I have to shrink Sonic's hands. Like, that's a conscious decision a 2D artist has to make, while also making it not noticeable that that's happening. And they were so good at it that when Sega was like, we know what we're gonna do, we're gonna 3D model Sonic, and then we don't have to pay all you 2D animators for all your snobby talents. And then, oh, what? We get a bunch of Sonic fans going, the animation feels stiff. Yeah. Because he looks like an action figure of a cartoon character moving around, especially in Forces. But like, cartoon characters were made all simple like that because animators were going to draw them a bunch of times. So it doesn't work. It's out of context. You can't do the simple design and then do the simple animation thing and then the mocap. They were trying to do it with like SA2 Sonic in mocap. Like, they're trying to, once again, they put the bar too high, made the stylized 2D designed, mostly 2D designed stylized character, and then they're like, oh yeah, 3D is the gaming future, and we're gonna just like try to force Sonic into that, and it's gonna work. And they were like, oh god, why didn't we make his hand smaller? Why didn't we make him like, why didn't they have two separate eyes? So we like, the modeling is probably a nightmare with that. Ugh. Getting the lighting to not show the two spheres that are overlapping on each other. Like, there's so many little things they gotta mess with because of what they committed to. We got around 5 minutes. I personally feel, this is Sonny, I personally feel Roger puts a lot more nuance in his lines. Like, the tone of a line he gives goes through a lot more highs and lows in tone that Jason or Ryan rarely gets to showcase. You rarely gets to showcase was a very smart way of wording that. I'm gonna read your other thing. There has been times Ryan or Jason gave lines that deviate from the regular voice, but I feel Roger has more consistently delivered that nuance a lot more. I have a counterpoint that kind of unravels your whole point, but it does make sense. So I think it's entirely true what you said. However, Roger, you're comparing Roger from a game that has had way more dialogue. Like, way more dialogue. Like, not even close to a comparison. So you're right, but the examples on Roger's end is so much more vast than Ryan and, well, and then Jason, and especially Ryan. There should, my opinion on this is Sonic should bounce, but I'm still pretty firm in that the overall voice, like, even though he does have that flexibility, it is Roger talking, and depending on the context of the line, he will raise and lower, and that does feel more natural and fits with the tone of Frontiers. Again, I think it was like a focused, intentional decision. But I think when you think of bigger picture, right? Like, a couple years down the line, like, I want kids to be able to do like a funny little Sonic voice, and it should feel like they're cloaking their voice a bit, like trying to morph it into a Sonic voice. If, like, you know, Joe Schmo down the street is trying to do a Sonic voice, it's more fun to be a Sonic fan if, like, Sonic has a voice. Like a distinct one that would require a little bit of that tension in Roger's voice. So a happy medium. I don't think he needs to be quite as low. Like, it's possible for him to play with that range in the same thing that Sony's describing, right? Because you don't want to have such a narrow voice where it can't ebb and flow. Like, there's a balance to these things. So Sony, like, has a point, which is why I'm looking for people to disagree. I want to talk about this. In acting, yeah, you need the balance. You can't restrict too much. So Roger can't only do like high tension Sonic-y stuff. Otherwise it would be that bad impersonation of Sonic, that stereotype bad. But the stereotype kind of Sonic iconic voice still needs to exist. And I'm just saying, I think Frontiers, if moved forward with en masse, would have the effect of erasing that kind of cool experience of Sonic having that distinct voice that's comparable to a SpongeBob, a Mario, Bugs Bunny. You know, like, there is a voice. that you can do. Like, I can do a Batman voice. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. But I'm not a Batman fan. Like, that's just a Batman voice. Like, it's just Batman's voice. It's low. And it's like, Batman has other voices. Like, that's just the Christopher Nolan one, I think, from the, like, well, it's not the only one. Now there's like more than one that do that, but I think that voice was introduced in the Christopher Nolan films, where it's like really funny and raspy. Where's the trigger? But like, that feels like it stems from. That's a good comparison, I think, because it stems from the original intention, because Batman is cloaking his voice so that people don't know who he is, because he is a prominent figure in Gotham. So he has to do that. But again, it makes Batman iconic. But you can still, that's why I'm saying I prefer Roger's. I think Roger's higher registry is very different from Ryan and Jason. And while I don't think that should be the case, it is. So that's why I say Roger's higher registry, for the most part, is what I prefer, because it won't erase that appeal, that unique Sonic voice. I like seeing in parodies, animations, people's voice go up and be like, oh yeah, radical. Like, that's part of like what I see as a parody Sonic. It's kind of weird for like the parody Sonic now to be like, it's just like what I'm about. Like, I don't know, it's too different. I feel like I want to make fun of Sonic for Sonic being Sonic. I don't want to make fun of a different Sonic. I want to make fun of the Sonic for being his goofy, funny. Whoa. So I just want to preserve enough of that. And my opinion is that Frontiers just goes a little too far. I don't think no one wants his voice to sound restrictive or strained or compromise the acting. Like, I think compromise is possible here. Sonic voice problem is not an actor problem or even the voice itself, but it's an identity crisis. Sega had no idea what they wanted Sonic to be or sound, like a hero, a cartoon character, or a character. See, this is another one of those statements like X-Pool at the beginning, where he's like, Sonic never really had a specific like characterization. I don't think so. I think they did have a very specific sound for Sonic's voice in mind, and it's something I didn't appreciate until I was older. I remember just thinking of it like when I was like 15 years ago, when I was around probably 17 or 18, so probably the age of a lot of you guys. Not all of you, I know there's some older people, but a lot of people. I remember just thinking of it like there's Ryan, Jaleel, Martin Burke, Ryan, Jason, Roger, and then Ben Schwartz somewhere else. And I remember thinking at the time, so when it was just really just Ryan, Jason, and Roger, I just thought of it as like they're three separate voices. And I was Ryan fanboy, and I'm like, that's the one. My opinion now is that like Sonic, it's the opinion now is the one I described to you guys, where I started thinking about how, like, if I'm thinking about original intentions, I'm gonna analyze the media the best way I can. So I'm looking at how every character is a distinct color, has a distinct silhouette, has a distinct personality, made to leverage their distinct differences to send a message that despite having differences, you can set them aside because you see the greater picture, and letting everyone go their own way and letting this chaotic story and all these different characters come together. And so this, and again, I went to art school, so it's like that's how everything is judged, is like how successful did you achieve your intention? Did you have to compromise your intention? Like, you're normally intending on working on specific techniques, whether it be visual arts or performance arts, even voice acting. Like, if you're going to an arts education program for it, there's specific skills you're expected to work on, and you're going to have your own intention. And if it's a good art school, they're going to ask you what your intention was before they give you feedback, because they're calling your bluff. somebody, when they describe their intention, they can try to make it sound more nuanced than it actually is. They'll be like, so my intention was just like, okay, here we go. This is a piece of art that Laura doesn't really like. It was when she was experimenting. How can I, is it like fused? What the hell? It's just sitting here. It's not, I didn't tape it or anything. Okay. All right, there we go. So, yeah, you can take it, like, and this looks like really cool. It's just, I think the color like bled in a way that she didn't like. And I will end the stream, but it's like taking this and being like, yeah, my intention was like the virus, like it spreads to everyone and gives everyone a different experience. The idea is that the faker artists that are like, even in art school, they're just trying to like when they actually made it, they're just kind of like whatever, doing whatever, and they weren't really thinking about it. You can see through that when someone just makes up an intention. They're like, yeah, I think it means like, and I'm exaggerating, but even if someone really tries, like a good actor tries to sell this to you and sell the intention, a visual artist can look at it and know that you're capping. And it's the same way for every piece of media. The more informed you become about it, the more desensitized and disillusioned you become to the creative process. And so it just becomes like, it becomes important when a piece of art is seeing its intention through. And then, so that's why I talk about stuff like when kids impersonate Sonic, there should be a little bit of a, when anybody impersonates Sonic, I think if we want to really measure his cultural impact, Sonic's cultural impact, the only way to measure it is to go, what was the original intention and how far did the original intention make it without distortion, right? Because if Sonic's or source gets exposure into the world, if it's getting distorted by other pieces of media and taking too many ideas, is Sonic prominent? Or is he just a trend that's just being used as a vehicle to show more people what they like? Like, the type of success matters in the same way that, like, I know it would be better for my Twitter if I was like hyperbolic and like didn't explain my opinions. Like, I can very easily decide what's gonna bother the Sonic community, but I'm more interested in that consistent like 100 likes on Twitter that just slowly, like every single time, goes up and up whenever I just talk however I want to be. So that's where the debate comes in. We want Sonic to grow. That's why this chart, I keep referring to this chart, because I want Sonic to still grow. I'm aware there's certain things we got to compromise on, and maybe it is that Sonic needs to sound more natural, right? I'm talking to Sonny and Ace Super for this reason, right? Like, he might need to sound more approachable, a little less cartoony. My stance on that would be that he needs to maybe look a little less cartoony too. On my Twitter, I made like a kind of, I actually made a Sonic, I should probably show that instead of the same thing for the 900th time. But I actually made a cartoony, and again, this is maybe aged poorly. I probably would do it better now, but I really liked this when I first made it. And actually, we did this on the last live stream I did with you guys. Basically what this is I took the Forces model, and then I just edited it on Photoshop until it looked, oh, actually I have a video of it. I should be just watching that. So yeah, as I describe how I did it. Oh, let's zoom it out. Okay. See, I started with the Forces model, and then just slowly, like, as I looked at it, I wanted to kind of just add, I'm like, all right, so what's looking weird to me? I mean, I'm a longtime fan, so it's going to be just like a hodgepodge of whatever, and I'm biased, so I like adventure, so it kind of looks like adventure. But then after that, I still didn't really like it. Like, in the context of Frontiers, I was like, I don't know, like, it still doesn't really, like, it wouldn't really make a difference. And even now, I feel like this opinion aged well, because, like, the mods that just increase Sonic's quill size don't do it for me for Frontiers. Like, it doesn't just all of a sudden look good. I felt like if you're gonna make him sound all natural and stuff, well, this is why I'm using it now, because if you're gonna make him sound all natural and you want to kind of expand his palette, so to speak, of like voice pitches and tones, then I think to illustrate that fully, that is your intention in every regard, in the piece of media, then it needs to extend to everything to feel like it's integrated. The problem in Frontiers is it feels disjointed. It's pulling in different directions. Sonic appears cartoony, but does not sound cartoony. And that will always be kind of funny. Like, to make the argument that he is going to be exaggerated in so many elements, but just not his voice. Like, even in his character in Frontiers, he is kind of exaggerated in that he's still like, go my own way guy. And I like that that's how he is. But he just sounds like a regular guy, but with the determination of a cartoon character. All right, it's 8:37. I keep breaking my promises. I love you guys. You all did so well today. Thank you guys so much for just teaching me about your perspective on Sonic. I'm gonna do this again. Hopefully another topic comes around that isn't like the same characterization thing. It seems like nothing will until another Sonic piece of media comes out. We're in a really in the first Sonic drought before Frontiers, Sonic fans were a lot better at like steering discussion themselves, but because of the like vast quantity of Sonic content that came at us recently, starting with Frontiers and stuff, I think we forgot how to steer the conversation. It's almost like everyone, like, again, Superstars just dropped out of nowhere, right? We're like, whoa. And then Dream Team dropped out of nowhere. Feels like everyone's just kind of expecting something to just happen like that. Like, I don't want to bring any new Sonic topics up because, like, maybe the next game's going to drop. Can one of y'all talk about something different? Well, when the next thing blows up that's polarizing, you can bet that I'll probably tweet about it first, and then depending on how long it goes for, I'll probably stream about it. I will always hear you out, Ace Super. You're trying out there. I know it's not always easy. You too, Sony. It's not easy being a Zavik fan out there. But I do love those designs. I wish they were just better established in the lore. They're kind of... They were integrated poorly. They can be done. They can be done well. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go on another tangent if I keep doing this for too long. All right, but hey, now we know I can stream this long. Next time I can stream for so long. All right, peace out, guys. Have a great week.